"What's the matter?" Lady Sphinx inquired after noticing Elder Kraken's sudden change in demeanor. "It's Felix's soul. Somehow, its recovery speed has been doubled." Elder Kraken informed everyone while he was using his senses to compare the change in Felix's soul barrier. "Double? Are you serious?" With such a significant boost, all the tenants could spot the difference in speed the moment they extended their senses outside of Asna's core. "It's true. How?" What came into their sight was Felix's peculiar pebble-like soul barrier crossing past the 80% mark in almost no time. "I have no clue," Elder Kraken uttered with a solemn tone, not pleased with such a change. "I am afraid this might imply outsiders' interference." Everyone's expressions turned grim at the sound of that. "Isn't this good for us?" Candace tilted her head in confusion. "Who do you think possesses the capabilities to accelerate soul recovery in this universe?" The moment Candace heard this, chills coursed down her spine after being reminded that not even Elder Kraken was capable of helping a Unijin accelerate his soul recovery. In other words, only Celestials could pull it off, which implied only one conclusion. "No, it can't be." Candace covered her mouth in dread. "He can't have been caught. It's too soon to jump to such conclusions." Lady Sphinx frowned as she gazed at the sky. "If he was caught by the three rulers, they should have got rid of us first." "Yes, we are a mere pest in their eyes," Thor confirmed with a cold tone. The rest of the primogenitors seemed to agree, even though no one was pleased with such a take. In their eyes, regardless of what the three rulers decided to do with Felix after catching him in such a vulnerable state, there was no point in leaving them alive. "It must be something else. Let's hope it's on our side." Lady Yggdrasil wished softly. No matter how hard the tenants would have guessed, they would never arrive at the truth. The truth was pretty shocking, as the Quantar was accelerating Felix's soul recovery by feeding the stone of reality with its own life force. It was literally killing itself for the sake of helping Felix be reborn. An entity Felix interacted with only once when he stepped into Quantar City and joined the vibrational hub. Yet here it was showing an immense loyalty to sacrifice itself for his sake, like he was its most important treasure. While the tenants had no way of finding out, it was a different story for the slumbering Felix. Within Felix's dreams, Felix could be seen sitting in an empty, desolate grass field with many holographic boards in front of him. He seemed to be studying and plotting new ways to take down the three rulers. As the personification of the sloth law, even when his wisp merged with his soul and he was forced into unconsciousness, he still had control to do whatever he wanted in his dream world. He decided to use his time here to study and prepare for the biggest conflict of his life. Alas, it seemed like he was absolutely stumped. Those monsters have no weakness. As long as they stay in the eternal kingdom near the source of celestial energy, I can't defeat them. Felix sighed. He wasn't known for believing in the impossible, but he truly could not find a way to deal with them. He knew that celestial energy was the key to defeating them, but how could he obtain it when the source was monopolized by them? Even Asna's awakening required an immense amount of celestial energy to happen, which meant she needed to be near the source, or at least in the eternal kingdom. If she got revived and I dared to bring her to the kingdom, they would finish us off before we could take our first step in. Felix massaged his eyelids in helplessness. Just as he was about to erase everything he wrote on the boards, his eyes thinned out after noticing that the sky of his dream realm was being changed on its own. What's going on? Felix stood up with a deep furrow as he stared at his dream world collapsing into a colorful void, where only himself was left floating in nothingness. Is this the quantum realm? Felix would recognize those colors and this atmosphere anywhere he went, as it was unique to the quantum realm. This intrigued him quite a bit, assuming that maybe the stone of reality was trying to show him another vision. Without warning, the space in front of Felix started deforming and reshaping until billions of colossal bat-like creatures were born. Felix failed to recognize them since he had never seen the Quantar before, but anyone else participating in the war outside would be left utterly stunned. Just one Quantar was monstrous enough it pushed Apollo and his army around like it was nothing. Yet, there were billions of them hurtled up, their singular massive eye gazing around in childlike curiosity. When they noticed Felix, their gaze were left fixed on him, making him feel an undeniable amount of worship and love in them. It was like they were staring at their God, their father, and their everything. "Why are they staring at me like this?" Felix murmured for a moment before glancing at himself. To his shock and horror, he found his body to have turned transparent with the 7 heavenly cores in it, resembling the featureless consciousness of the universe he had seen before. However, his head still remained the same with his features on for some reason. Am I viewing a vision from the memories of the universe's consciousness? Before he could analyze the situation more, he waved his arm once and the billions of quantars spread their wings wide and took off in different directions, seemingly traveling with a glorious purpose in mind. What a purpose it was as Felix watched with his own stunned eyes as those bat-like creatures began to absorb the ambient quantum energy that filled the air, and then used their vibrational control to mold and shape this raw power into something new. Am I witnessing the birth of the quantum realm? With eyes wide and mind open to all possibilities, he continued spectating those magnificent behemoths beating their giant wings, releasing waves of vibrations through the colorful void. Each wave was responsible for the birth of realities where there had been none. Environments emerged, each more diverse and intricate than the last. Lush and breathtaking bizarre worlds sprang up. Quantum mazes, colossal pieces of peculiar landscapes, endless forests, reversed waterfalls, and more of such unimaginable environments. But their creation did not stop with mere environments. Life, in its most peculiar and fantastical forms, began to populate these newly formed realities. Strange and alien life forms appeared, some Felix had never seen before, and some he recognized immediately. One of these beings was the null-voiders. Felix soon realized that the first batch of null-voiders appeared affixed in their position, facing him. They were nothing but a swirl of antimatter encased in a void shell, yet he was certain that they seemed to be staring at him. Don't tell me. Are those the same that chased me and Apollo back then? Felix's lips parted in disbelief, remembering his first day in the quantum realm. The null-voiders chased after them, but more specifically after him. Apollo assumed that they sensed an abnormal type of energy from Felix, but after seeing this, Felix came to a whole different theory. Am I still in my dream, or was my consciousness transported into the consciousness of the universe? Felix felt his heart skip a beat at such a revelation. He knew there was a massive difference between viewing a vision in a dream and being transported back in time to witness matters happening right before his eyes. He was somewhat certain about this theory because his current facial features were the same ones he entered the quantum realm with. Thus, if by some holy chance, by some incredible coincidence, he met the same batch of void-nullers in the past and they remembered his aura or energy until the day they crossed paths. But this made him question, why did they attack him so vigorously? Didn't they recognize him as their creator? The answer came sooner than he expected. He watched speechlessly as the universe consciousness extended his palm at the null-voiders and attacked them with a blast of white energy. Without an ounce of hesitation, the agitated null-voiders charged in his direction, seeking retaliation. Alas, with a snap of a finger, the universe's consciousness disappeared. When Felix opened his eyes again, he found himself staring at the featureless entity from a distance through a peculiar lens. Yet, he still managed to see a playful smile emerge on the featureless entity before it faded into obscurity. Did I just see myself preparing a prank for myself in the future? That smile was more than enough to make Felix realize that his old self had set up a playful, deadly prank. Knowing exactly that he would meet up with the same batch of null-voiders. The null-voiders were known to hold grudges for eternity, which explained their aggressiveness, seeking their vengeance for God knows how many eons. I am starting to think it's really me. Felix was left with a wry smile. Not in his wildest dreams did he expect to be pranked by himself in the past. But soon, the fun of the joke was lost and he was left with a crippling realization. My old self seems to know my entire future. No, his entire future. He frowned. So, what's driving him to do all of this? With his omnipotence, nothing seems able to force him to do anything. Felix recognized that he was coming back to the same answerless speculation he had with the tenants. So, he shook his head and buried those thoughts back. focusing on what was happening in front. A lot was going on as Felix was now spectating through the eye of a Quantar. Why did the vision switch my target? Why was this exact creature chosen from the billions I saw? Felix showed a spark of interest as he journeyed with the Quantar, watching it continue to populate the infinite quantum realm with bizarre realities and life forms. As it kept doing it, time started to accelerate, turning Felix's vision into mere strings of lights. A few moments later, time returned to normal and the magnificent behemoth seemed to have finally grown tired. It chose a random empty place and transformed itself into a massive floating piece of landscape. When this happened, Felix narrowed his eyes with a questioning look, seemingly already connecting some of the dots. Is this what I think it is? He had some doubts and kept them to himself, waiting for confirmation. As he continued watching, his doubts started clearing up bit by bit. He saw the birth and the arrival of many new life forms on its magnificent habitable surface, considering it as their new home. The Quantar allowed them to reside on top of it as it was feeding off their frequencies to sustain itself and keep its life force from dying out. The final nail in the coffin was when Felix witnessed the birth of the first Vibranoxian. He saw it with his own eyes, a white mystical core born from the most concentrated vibrational area on top of the Quantar. From an amorphous form, the core gradually took on the humanoid appearance characteristic of the Vibranixians. The moment one was born, many others followed along and created a small community through communication with vibrations. Unlike most life forms, they seemed to possess incredible intelligence as it didn't take them long before they started using language and questioning their reality. While this entire process happened in the blink of an eye before Felix, it took God knows how much time for them to evolve. The first days of the Vibranoxian Empire's creation. Why am I spectating such a vision? Why were the Quantars created and ordered to populate the quantum realm? What happened to the rest? Many questions roamed Felix's mind as this vision helped him shed light on the true origin of the quantum realm, but also constructed him more confused than ever. Was all of this planned as well for the sake of reviving the consciousness of the universe? This answer made the most sense since it represented the exact same situation in the matter universe. The only difference was that the three rulers did the dirty work by following the prophecy tablet's instructions, while in the quantum realm, the universe himself did it. When he recalled that the quantum realm was older than the matter universe, it constructed him realize that this Quantar was born before the three rulers themselves. What an ancient slumbering monster! How powerful can it be? Felix didn't need to witness the Quantar in action to believe in its supremacy. For such an ancient entity responsible for the population of the entire quantum realm, he knew that its powers should rival even a Unijin, as long as the battlefield was in the quantum realm. As for what happened to the rest of the Quantars, Felix received his answer in scenes flashing past his eyes, showing him each one and its death. All of them burned their life force until the last drop for the glorious purpose of populating the quantum realm. Only one refused to do the same. Felix observed through its senses how the Vibranoxians grew into a strong nation and even found out about its existence and constructed a deal with it. Protection from the quantum realm's dangers for the sake of a constant stream of frequencies. The more unique they were, the better for the Quantar. After this contract was made, Quantix Prime was born into royalty and took over the leadership of the nation. Felix observed how Quantix Prime opened his nation to the public, welcoming all with open arms for no other reason than to feed their unique frequencies to the Quantar. By doing this, the Quantar City remained a powerful stronghold for all other intelligence life forms, benefiting from each other. Of course, the Vibranoxian Empire also developed at a faster rate with everyone's assistance, growing in territories and as a civilization like no other nation. Thus, when those same races went on to create their nations after they grew strong enough under the Quantar's blessings, the Vibranoxians permitted them to. But they never expected the Chaosians to bite the hand that fed them and began seeking to conquer the massive territories of the Vibranoxian Empire. This was what formed a long-lasting feud between them. But Felix couldn't care less about any of this, as he was still trying his best to find out the reason for the Quantar to use such means to prolong its life. "Why are you desiring life this much?" Felix murmured to himself. Why are you forcing yourself to stay awake even when you concluded your mission? Why are you refusing to take rest? Before Felix could finish his question, the vision began collapsing, but so as his dream world. Ha! Felix could understand the vision collapsing after its conclusion, but it shouldn't have brought down the dream world with it. That's because it implied the end of his dream and slumber, which shouldn't be possible when he still needed plenty of time before his soul recovered. Something must have happened on the outside. Felix showed a solemn look as he helped accelerate the dream world's destruction. When he opened his eyes, he was stunned to find himself not in Asna's core, but within a massive pebble-like celestial shimmering barrier. Even the consciousness ocean underneath was glimmering with a hint of golden luster. Is this my new soul? It can't be. Felix mumbled as he gazed around in a daze, feeling like he had entered the holy grounds. Felix had this reaction only once when he first entered Asna's core. When his eyes landed on the ceiling, he found that the soul barrier was still incomplete. The very top of the pebble-like dome required just a bit more to connect the entire barrier. This made Felix realize that the rebirth phase wasn't finished yet, which explained why his personality was still the same. But Felix paid no attention to this at the moment. He swiftly hopped to Asna's core and joined the tenants, finding them also losing their marbles trying to explain what was happening to him. Felix! Candace exclaimed out loud immediately after seeing him. Felix gave her a slight nod and went to sit with the tenants at the central table, his expression as serious and confused as it could be. Based on your expression, it seems like you have no idea what happened too. Lady Sphinx disclosed calmly, skipping greetings. I don't know if it's related or not, but I saw a new vision related to the birth of the quantum realm and the Quantar, the Vibranoxian's guardian. Felix shared. A new vision? Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise, his reaction shared by the rest. See for yourselves. Felix flicked his finger and shared a summarized version of what he witnessed in the dreamland. When the tenants watched what occurred, their reaction and arising questions were more or less the same as Felix's. However, before they could discuss them, all of them switched their gazes to the sky. Their senses, which were blocked completely by the cocoon, suddenly felt like they could slither through the blockage. It was like finding a tiny hole in a wall to peek from. Everyone glanced at each other for a split second, and then swiftly sent their combined senses through the cocoon, desiring to know what was going on outside at last. When their senses pierced through the other side, expecting to find themselves in either Commander Bia's possession or hidden somewhere. Not in their wildest dreams would they have predicted the shocking scene painted before their eyes. Millions of misty strings attached to the cocoon while it was inside a massive dark bat-like creature, its skin moving disgustingly akin to millions of little bags squishing at once. What the hell is this? Thor's reaction was shared by all. None of them seemed to have figured out what was happening immediately. Felix, on the other hand, picked up on a familiar feeling like he had been here before. When his eyes scanned the entire creature, it finally hit him. His heart skipped a beat while his eyes widened to the limit as dots started connecting in his mind akin to fireworks going off. While the time spent in the vision might have passed quickly, Felix had felt and gone through everything the Quantar had experienced. When Felix saw those misty strings rushing to the cocoon and being absorbed by the stone of reality, he understood exactly what the Quantar was doing. Quantar, is that you? Felix spoke through vibrations. His voice carried a tint of emotions in it. The moment it heard his voice, the Quantar released a soft vibrational noise that made absolutely no sense in Felix's mind. He couldn't decipher what he was trying to communicate, but he could sense the emotions in it. It was of happiness, reverence, and a pet-like joy. What's going on, Fel? Felix interrupted Candace with an extended palm and continued sending vibrational messages to Quantar, asking him about the situation. Quantar answered him by opening a small hole through Apollo's dark army that swarmed it entirely, creating a wall thicker than the tallest skyscraper in the realm. The moment Felix picked up on the slight breach, he released his weakened senses through it. The first thing that came into his eyes was Apollo, standing proud with a cold expression. Then, the three Unigens awaiting at a decent distance, already using their peak divine forms, awaiting the best opportunity to intervene. Last but not least, the Vibernoxian and Chronowalker's armies were situated at a distance, dealing with their own fair share of dark creatures. His senses might be weak, but he managed to scan every face across the entire battlefield, making him recognize familiar faces. Thus, when he saw Athena, Aeolus, and Artemis, he realized that the three rulers must have found out what happened in the tower somehow and sent them to retrieve his cores. At the same time, the Unigens all picked up on Felix's gaze washing over them, making them narrow their eyes in focus instantly. "He is in there, and he is awake," Athena uttered with a solemn tone. I don't like this, I don't like this at all." Artemis already started getting cold feet, truly terrified by Felix. His consciousness is awake, but the rebirth process hasn't concluded yet. Aeolus shared, his voice just as serious. "We have to get through this monster before it concludes." It seemed like Apollo realized the same, increasing his firepower by assisting his dark army personally. The three Unigens glanced at each other once and swiftly joined in by removing the divine field and using powerful attacks to break through the Quantar's barrier. Boom! Boom! Apollo accepted their assistance in silence, as he had no interest in allowing Felix's rebirth without first putting him under his mercy. The last time he trusted him, he refused to awaken his dormant wisp. With their combined forces, it did seem like it had accelerated the Quantar's barrier destruction. Weaknesses and didn't succeed attempts to repel the attacks were more recurring. When Felix saw this, even when he didn't have the full picture yet, he knew that the Quantar wasn't going to make it for long. It might falter before his soul completed, which would leave him exposed to the wolves. Shit, what can I do? Felix had no time to even seek out the tenant's assistance, focusing his entire attention on finding a solution. Alas, even with his incredible wits and foresight, he failed to come up with anything. That last 1% might seem like not much, but it was everything. The moment it was completed, it signified the birth of a new soul, and the body would follow along. While Felix was contemplating with clear agitation for answers, the Quantar seemed to have observed on his disturbed emotions by sensing the frequencies. The Quantar focused on calming him with a soothing tune despite the fact it was the one being beaten up and down. "Quantar, you." The tune did calm Felix's emotions, but at the same time left him stunned. Without explaining itself, the Quantar suddenly started burning through its life force and energy like there was no end to its reserve. Both resources were sent to the cocoon, doubling the number of the misty strings instantly and causing the stone of reality to start shimmering as bright as the moon in a clear night sky. When Felix noticed his soul barrier picking up on its pace again, edging closer and closer to establishing the connection, he sensed his heart tighten up immediately. He wasn't dumb. With all the information in his possession, he recognized that the Quantar was keeping itself alive at all costs for the sake of this very moment. While the rest of its species died after fulfilling their sole purpose, it kept waiting for him, waiting for the day when he would need that same life force to save him. Felix didn't know if it was a duty given to it by the universe's consciousness, or if it was surviving for the sake of helping him one last time, helping its creator. Whatever it was, Felix tightened his fists tightly as he watched his soul converge at last under the soothing tune that had never stopped playing. But alas, the music had to stop eventually, and when it did, the last remaining drop of Quantar's life force was devoured by the stone of reality. Outside, the ancient Quantar that had lived ever since the dawn of time, creator of an entire realm, father to many quantum natives, and a protector to the Vibernoxian Empire, had fallen at last, devoured by the dark creatures like it was nothing but another meal to them. The moment its corpse disintegrated, the dark creatures rushed to envelop the gleaming white cocoon, like moths fluttering to the sun. Quantix Prime's stunned eyes were affixed on what used to be his old friend, his guardian, and the symbol of his empire. Vibra, Krell, Timion, Dankin, and the rest of the troops stopped whatever they were doing. Their expressions were of utter horror and disbelief after witnessing the fall of the quantum realm's god. Alas, life wasn't a musical play. The dark creatures didn't give them a single moment to process their emotions as they continued their aggressive assault. Only this time it seemed to work much better, as with the death of the Quantar, everyone lost the vibrational barriers on them. Arg! Squad 87 needs backup. We are being overwhelmed. A symphony of cries and shouts filled the battlefield as everyone seemed to be struggling to survive against the infinite numbers of the Dark Army. Retreat as one, Quantix Prime ordered at once. His expression was covered in an untold level of hatred and violence as he gazed at the foreigners' gang. But, as a responsible leader, he knew it wasn't the time for his emotions to get the best of him. With the shocking death of their protector, he knew that the war was already lost, and there wasn't much they could do about it. Meanwhile, Apollo and the other 3 Unigens couldn't care less about the war. The moment the Quantar fell apart and exposed the cocoon, they immediately made their move to claim it. Quickly! The bastard has the first move advantage. Elis shouted telepathically as he rushed straight inside the bulk of the Dark Army, using his divine blade to open up a path forcefully. Athena and Artemis blocked the sides and covered his back, which made it possible to pierce through the army without getting cornered. Idiots! You have already lost your opportunity. Apollo sneered in ridicule, watching their useless attempts to recover the cocoon. The instant the cocoon was engulfed by my army, it became Min. Before he could finish his thought, his eyes were suddenly exposed to a blinding flash of light that was bright enough that it would burn off Commoner's eyes instantly. It didn't affect Apollo at all, leaving him staring with a stupefied look at the rising pillar of light, pure and radiant, erupting skyward. It pierced through the quantum realm with such intensity that it seemed as if a new star was being born right there on the battlefield. This radiant column burned with a white-hot brilliance that was blinding to behold, and as it ascended, it incinerated every dark creature that was close to it. The armies, both friend and foe, halted their advances, stunned into silence by the spectacle. Athena, Elis, and Artemis could only stare in shock and wonder as the pillar of light grew in magnitude. Its base centered around the cocoon. What the hell is this? Elis cried out loud as he was hurled away by the shockwave produced, his partners tagging right behind him. They had seen many Unigens' rebirth processes before, but none of them were like this in the slightest. Meanwhile, the 3 rulers had an entirely different reaction. They leaned closer to the scene, their divine pupils thinning with a hint of shock and disbelief. 2 rare emotions they very seldom showed unless in very special cases. This case was more than just special, it was impossible in their eyes. The divine ascension. He is ascending to a celestial how? Ammoniusare bellowed, his voice cold, but carried an undeniable level of anger. I don't know. Asna's core hasn't been touched at all, I know for a fact. Medusa frowned deeply after using her senses and noticing that her little serpent was carrying its mission smoothly. If only she could see what was going on in Asna's core or outside of it, their doubts would more or less be answered as Felix was going through the transformation of a lifetime. A transformation far superseding the Origin Realm breakthrough or even his first ascension to an Unigen. The only difference from the rest was that none of them expected it. Besides one, Lilith. This is looking more promising by the day. She smiled to herself. He is so close to the finish line, closer than anyone else. With many peculiar thoughts roaming in her mind, she watched as his physical form began to take shape around his spiritual form. The 7 cores were contained by the 7 hearts, seemingly each connected to a heart, but at the same time connecting to a singular soul. What's going on? Isn't this technically impossible by the universal standards? Thor exclaimed in shock, unable to comprehend what his eyes were feeding him. The rest of the tenants were just as ignorant, no one able to give a proper answer to such a question. It was expected. Felix had gone through hell to ascend multiple times by using a loophole, which enabled him to associate each core with an individual soul of a dragonic tail and a heart as its physical container. But now, the universe decided to merge all 7 unique cores into a soul. This went against its order since it implied a single Unigen could be the guardian of more than 20 laws at once. Indeed, it should be impossible for a Unigen, but Felix. Lilith decided to help them out a bit, sharing with a faint knowing smile. He is no longer a uni-jin. If he isn't a uni-jin, then what is he, Biko? Huh? Don't tell me. The tenants were quite sharp and managed to come to the shocking conclusion almost immediately, leaving them staring at each other in disbelief. I knew that a soul born from a celestial heart might result in the birth of a celestial, but to actually happen. Lady Sphinx murmured with an astounded look. Even connecting the other cores to one soul, it wasn't like no one thought of it. It just seemed too unimaginable, like it was absurd to even dream of it. After all, there were only 4 celestials in the universe and one of them wasn't even awakened yet. But here they were watching Felix's transformation coming to an end. While they were shocked by the implications, the divine white pillar wasn't visible to just the ones near it. It actually pierced through space-time and traveled across all the known and unknown realms, dimensions, and whatnot. Unlike the universal thunderclap, the pillar appeared in everyone's eyes regardless of their position or status. It was like a white pillar burned at the back of their retina, forcing them to stare at it even while they were asleep. This caused chaos to arise everywhere. Meanwhile, in the spirit realm, Lord Hades stared at the pillar with the same emotionless zombie-look expression, his thoughts unreadable on the surface. "Little one, it seems like you are nearing your goal," he mumbled. "I can't wait for the day you dethrone those 3 oppressors." The pillar spoke nothing about Felix, but Lord Hades seemed confident it was related to him. He wasn't the only one with the same feeling. "Father, Felix, is that you? What kind of uproar are you causing now? Little one must be giving them hell." Noah, Olivia, Selfie, Nimmo, Carbuncle, and many others close enough to have seen many of his miracles couldn't assist but associate this unexplainable phenomenon with him. Every one of them was going through their parts of life, but the moment Felix came into their minds, various emotions were brought up against their will. But all they could do was associate them with hopeful and delightful nostalgia and carry on living, knowing that he was long gone. Suddenly, the white pillar in everyone's eyes started to turn dark and ominous until it was completely pitch black. Everyone was left stunned, having no idea if the pillar was still there, and they couldn't see it or if it had gone away. The only ones knowing were near it, gazing at it with similar looks. It had indeed turned dark for less than a second before it died out at last. The moment it disappeared, everyone's eyes landed on a singular humanoid entity with a skin fairer than fairies, and long smooth hair, darker than the darkest nights. His features were sharpened, with a pinpoint triangle jaw capable of slicing through the hardest known materials. His pitch-black eyes held a mesmerizing depth, with pupils that spun slowly, giving the impression of staring into a hypnotic, ever-turning vortex. He was fully nude, but his private parts were hidden by a moving inked tattoo, resembling the same peculiar writings spotted on the back of the all-seeing eye. They danced across his body, changing from one sentence to another like his milky skin was a playground. Felix lifted his hand slowly and gazed at it after removing a stalk of hair away from his eyes. The letters came together and created a sentence on his palm, making him tilt his head in curiosity. After reading it, his expression couldn't help but turn gentle and a bit saddened. "You were the best," Felix said under his breath as he caressed the writings, causing them to break into an inked mist. The mist turned into vibrations and was carried away, reaching Quantix Prime and the rest of the Vibranoxians. However, only Quantix Prime was able to decipher what it said, as he was very familiar with this time of communication. It was a unique way of communication only the Quantar and the royal family could use. "Did I do good, father? Why did he say it? Is he talking to me? It can't be," Quantix Prime murmured, having no idea how to react to the last words of the Quantar. While he knew only he could read this type of vibration, he was also sure that he wasn't the one being addressed. That's because the Quantar never considered the Vibranoxians more than just business partners, no matter how hard he tried to make their relationship closer. "Is he addressing him?" Quantix Prime's eyes landed on Felix, who slowly turned his head to face the 4 Unigens. Before Quantix Prime could continue with the thought, he was shocked to see that all 4 of them and the entire dark army nearby had disappeared. He swiftly turned to Timion and he seemed to have the same expression, making him realize that he wasn't imagining things. Who the hell is he? What do you guys think? I don't know. But he was already too dangerous to begin with. This feels too ominous. Meanwhile, Felix and the four big A's were seen staring at each other in silence. Felix wasn't saying anything while they were trying to study him, or at least what he had become. Felix wasn't showing any change of expression or making a move for a reason. He was analyzing new information bestowed upon him after the ascension. Information that was specific to the stone of reality, his new main core. Took him no time before reading through it all. Felix, are you good? How do you feel? Do you feel divine? The tenants checked on him, having no idea what to expect of him after this peculiar transformation. For all they know, he might have changed completely or forgotten about them. Fortunately, it didn't seem like this was the case. I am good. I will talk to you after I deal with them. Felix replied, his tone still neutral. All right. The tenants could only reply with this and watch as Felix let out a long exhale while eyeing Apollo and the others. I have wondered about many things in life, but I never thought most of my questions would be answered with a simple death. He said with a wry smile as he manifested a medium axe made out of celestial black flames. He waved it around akin to a toy as he continued. Like these black flames. I always wondered about its origin and why am I the only one capable of using them. He pointed the battle axe at them and said calmly, but now I know why. Easy there, Paragon. We know you possess only a tiny bit of celestial flames. You can't bluff your way out of here. Elis said with narrowed cold eyes, divine aura screaming off him. He knew that showing weakness was going to do nothing but ruin their chances at dealing with him. After all, they were still geared to the limit with divinities unlike him. Is that so? Felix stroked the pitch-black axe and asked with a gentle smile, as opposed to his entire creepy aura. Will you allow me to test something on you then? Before Elis could respond, with a single blink, Felix vanished from where he stood, reappearing in an instant before Elis. He wielded the celestial axe, its blade wreathed in churning black flames that seemed to devour the very light around them. Elis reacted swiftly, shooting his arms up and summoning a divine barrier around him. As Felix swung the axe down in a powerful arc, Elis crossed his arms before him, the barrier flaring brightly upon contact with the dark flames. Give it your best, he taunted. Whoosh! The collision between the black flames and the divine barrier produced a thunderous roar and a burst of divine sparks. Elis grunted under the force, but he held strong. You're wasting your energy, Paragon, he shouted while turning to his allies, seemingly about to ask them to flank him. Before Elis could voice it out, he noticed something alarming. The black flames licking at his barrier were not diminishing as he had expected. Instead, they seemed to be growing in intensity and strength, feeding off the very divine energy meant to suppress them. What? It can't be. His eyes widened in realization as the protective energy of his barrier began to sizzle and crack, slowly being consumed by the relentless flames. The shocking part? He could feel that the black flames were reaching out to his reserve of divinities and consuming them from within him. In a desperate move, he pushed back alongside his remaining strength, desiring to break the connection between them. Arc! Alas, the intense dark flames engulfed him whole and started eating via his flesh, soul, emotions, and even thoughts. Everything that made him wasn't just devoured, however broken apart first to its initial origin, before getting eaten by the flames, allowing them to grow like never before. This left Elis screaming in unexplainable agony without the possibility of even establishing a single thought under the petrified eyes of his peers. Elis! Artemis called out loud with a terrified expression, but she still sought to assist him, using her divine bow to fire a powerful green arrow in the direction of Felix. As the arrow got closer, it suddenly split apart into multiple ones and traveled in different paths, attempting to strike Felix from all sides. Intrigued, Felix didn't bother to evade them. He made a small gesture with his finger and those arrows were immediately intercepted by a wall of black flames. The moment contact was made, the arrows broke into their natural state before getting consumed by the black flames, getting a tiny bit stronger. When everyone saw this, only one reaction was appropriate as a response. Disbelief. How can it grow without celestial energy? Athena couldn't help but question out loud. She already knew that the black celestial flames were too freaky, capable of burning through everything and even remaining to burn for eternity on their own. However, what they were witnessing was totally different. The black flames were actually devouring all sources of energy and using them as a source to grow bigger and more terrifying. The fact it also did it to a divinity was scarier than what was shown. I want to let you know, but I can't have my enemies learn about my moves now, can I? Felix replied with a faint, gentle smile, his aura so pacified and serene, like he wasn't in a life-or-death battle. When he said this, Athena and Artemis knew that he was referring to the three rulers, as his eyes might seem like they were affixed on theirs, but in reality, those two dark vortexes were focused on the three rulers within them. It was like he could see straight at them right through the spiritual link. Suddenly, their eyes were drawn to Aeolus after hearing his whimpering voice. His body was no longer seen, engulfed completely in a pillar of raging black flames, reaching up to hundreds of meters. With one last soft, pained whimper, Aeolus collapsed to a cloud of black ash and flew away by the very wind he commanded. Not even his Zephyr's blade was spared, burnt, and sucked dry completely. This is all he owned, not bad. Felix smiled, as he gestured gracefully for the pillar of black light to return to him. The pillar of black flames flew in his direction, getting smaller rapidly until it landed on his chest as a drop of black ink, in the shape of a black flame. Apollo and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts tingling in dread as they stared at Felix's serene demeanor like he didn't just eliminate a unijin and devoured everything about him, leaving him as nothing but a pile of ash. The worst part? Aeolus was bestowed upon with so many divinities, he could take on at least 2 unijins simultaneously. Yet, it didn't even matter. One touch by Felix's black flames was enough to send him back to the Eternal Kingdom. This is it. I was right, this is indeed the key to fulfilling my dream. Apollo's dread was swiftly replaced with unfiltered excitement. But he kept it to himself, wanting to see what was Felix going to do next. I still have one last experiment, if you guys don't mind. Felix seemed to be requesting, but his extended palm in Athena's and Artemis' direction claimed otherwise. Athena and Artemis glanced at each other, and without a single word exchanged, they bolted in different directions, having no interest in battling this scary version of Felix. They wanted to get away first before enlarging themselves and returning to the Eternal Kingdom, but alas, neither Felix nor the 3 rulers were going to allow that. You better stay put and fight him with everything you got, Ammonius R.A. ordered coldly, or you won't have a core to return to. Have you lost your mind? Artemis screamed loudly. Didn't you see what we saw? How can we fight something like that? I doubt even know if you can handle him right now. The 3 rulers' expressions grew cold after hearing her last statement, having their omnipotent strength questioned for the first time ever. But they didn't bother calling her for it. We saw and we want to see more, the first ruler said composedly. Athena and Artemis' expressions turned gloomy, realizing that the 3 rulers wanted to use them as guinea pigs to extract more information from Felix without caring about their endings. The sad part, they couldn't even reject it since they held their cores hostage. Damn it! Just as they wanted to stop and return to the battlefield, they were suddenly planted face first on an invisible wall and were sent flying back by the recoil. The hell? Even Apollo was startled by this sight, having no idea what had just happened. He swiftly spread out his senses, his danger senses tingling like never before. Immediately after, his visage turned grim. His senses were sealed inside a massive invisible cube, unable to pierce through it even when he was able to see the vibranoxians outside. My apologies, but no one is leaving this place until I get what I want. Felix's creepy mild voice resounded in their minds, followed by a snap of a finger. Then, A gigantic cube made out of blinking colorful squares emerged into the light, leaving them staring at it with a shiver coursing down their spine. Even Apollo's expression turned for the worst. The dimension of order. Athena turned to peer at Felix with a confounded grimace. When did he put it down? We sensed absolutely nothing. Nothing. She knew that something was different, as even Eris couldn't put down her reality without them sensing it beforehand. We are done for. Artemis already accepted her fate with a bitter smile. I should have hidden myself in the quantum realm when I had my core on me. None of them bothered to escape anymore, knowing that not even their deities could stop them from falling under Felix's commands. That's because in this specific dimension, Felix was representing the universe's order and the divinities were part of its system, which meant he could bypass their effects whenever he desired. This was exactly what Eris had told Felix when he asked her if there was a way to deal with divinities after he got caught stealing celestial energy. Whoosh! Whoosh! As expected, Felix merely made a gesture with his fingers and both girls were teleported in front of him. Ladies, all you have to do is stay beautiful. I will be done in a moment. Felix requested with a delicate smile as he pointed his palm at them. As they gazed at his palm, they saw the same inked flame suddenly become alive. Then, they were horrified to witness their deities suddenly getting pulled right from them in the direction of the palm as a long golden beam. As this beam kept traveling toward the palm, it turned softer and softer until it became white, resembling standard celestial energy. When it was about to touch Felix's palm, it turned into black celestial flames. This created a celestial beam of 3 colors, showing a godly process that had never been witnessed before. Whether it was the tenants or the Unigens, everyone was left gazing at the beam with widened eyes, trying to make sense of this unexplainable phenomenon. In less than a couple of seconds, both women were left without a drop of deities in them, stripped clean and without pain or mess. Much appreciated, now be gone. Felix waved them goodbye with a faint smile. I will come visit you soon enough. Athena and Artemis didn't know if he was addressing them or the 3 rulers. Before they could think too much about it, they found their bodies breaking apart into beautiful chaotic particles. As they gazed at their fading arms with a dazed expression, they slowly lifted their heads to face Felix, believing that he was going to be punished by the universe for abusing his laws. But all they saw was Felix still waving his hand at them, his creepy vortex-like pupils affixed on them. What has he become? This was the last thought coursing through Athena's mind as the final piece of her soul disintegrated. None of them bothered to even abuse their laws, knowing that he must have disabled their laws within his reality. They should feel grateful just by the fact he sent them out painlessly compared to Aeolus, who made the mistake of opening his mouth. Now, how should I deal with you? Suddenly, Felix turned to Apollo with the same delicate smile, but this time, he didn't seem to be hiding the stored rage within him. Why are you looking at me like that? Apollo flinched, realizing that he wasn't in a favorable position. Still, he didn't hesitate to bring out what he had done for him. I know damn well you aren't going to forget how I saved your ass from Uranus in the Void Realm and a second time in the Silent Library. Apollo narrowed his eyes coldly. You owe me your life twice. Indeed, I am not known to shy away from returning favors, which is why your actions angered me. Felix sighed in frustration. Why did you have to attack me and even kill the Quantar, a good friend of mine? All you had to do is continue being in my side, and I would have repaid the favor to the best of my ability. But now... Felix shook his head, his eyes turning cold as he aimed his palm in his direction. You are nothing but another pest standing between me and those 3 old scumbags. Apollo could see that Felix was serious about eliminating him. So, he didn't waste his time on empty excuses, knowing that Felix was smart enough to figure out his true motive from his actions. They weren't good in the slightest. Wait. There is no need to make rash decisions. Apollo shared with a solemn tone. You want the death of the 3 rulers, and while I have no interest in that, I believe our goals align. How so? Felix was slightly intrigued, lowering his palm. You see, My entire reason for saving you was for your celestial black flames, as I believe that they hold the key to achieving my goal. Apollo's eyes gleamed for a moment. After I saw what your flames have become, I am more certain than ever. By the way, may I know what happened to you? No. Felix went straight to the point. Why do you need them? It's a bit complicated. You need to understand the background first. Apollo got closer to Felix as he spoke, seemingly attempting to win him over again. Felix figured out his motives, but he wasn't bothered, staring at him with the same deadpan look. Is this related to the dark reaction and your little hideous creatures? He asked. Yes, there's something you need to understand about the dark reaction, Apollo shared, his voice low and serious. When high-quality materials are concocted or merged, the balance between the quantum realm and the atomic world gets disrupted due to the energy bursts occurring during the process. This creates dimensional gaps, small rifts that allow my creatures to slip through into the atomic world automatically. How does that work? Felix raised an eyebrow. Lady Sphinx was just as confused as him. She had used every means possible to figure out how the dark reaction worked, from experimenting on it to entering the quantum realm itself. Yet, not in her wildest dreams did she expect the dark creatures to be relying on potion concoction and biochemistry as an entry point. It's simple really, all the dimensional gaps and rifts appearing continuously are connected a singular gateway. Apollo used his light laws with a hint of disgust, displaying Felix a holographic scene of a massive spiraling gateway in the shape of a long corridor. This corridor had a seemingly infinite number of flickering, small rifts. There was an infinite line of dark creatures going through those rifts nonstop whenever one appeared. All of this was happening in the void, which was enough to explain Apollo's purpose in remaining in the void all this time. He wasn't locked up against his will or was forced inside of it. He needed to be there for the sake of his dream. Why are you doing all of this? Felix frowned. What's driving you to ruin my potions this vehemently? I desire to bring out my dark beings to the matter universe. Apollo responded, his expression growing a bit mad, matching the unbridled insanity buried in his eyes. Once I achieve it, I will finally be able to fulfill my dream of casting the entire universe in darkness, returning it to its original state. The tenants were left stunned, speechless, realizing that this bastard was seeking to eliminate everyone and everything from the face of the universe, including them. I don't need to bring out my entire army to the surface. Apollo replied with a sinister smile. Just one dark creature will be enough, since the entire universe is filled with dark energy. I see. Felix did not show much reaction. How are my flames going to help you with that? Your dark flames are capable of burning for eternity, correct? Apollo leaned closer as he shared his plan. The issue I am struggling with is the dimensional gaps closing up almost immediately as they open, allowing the emergence of a few of my dark beings before the rift closes on them. With the source of dark energy and my control cut off from them, they start acting on automatic frenzied eating mode. Is that why they start devouring the mixture? Felix lifted an eyebrow. Exactly. Apollo nodded. I have no interest in stopping any concoction or merge of any type of high-quality materials. Felix couldn't help but chuckle a bit, not expecting the mysterious, dark reaction that alluded all to not have anything related to the concoction or any other field. Right now, there were many witches and biologists cursing the hell out of the dark reaction and the universe for putting it in to hinder their progress, not knowing that they were merely collateral damage to Apollo's failed attempts at accessing the matter universe with his creatures. Now, I am certain that if we used your flames to coat the edges of the dimensional gaps after they appear, they will force them to stay open for eternity. Apollo remarked with a tint of thrill in his voice. My dark beings can pass through safely while ensuring the connection to my void, allowing me to keep growing them bigger and bigger until they escape from the atomic world. After emerging as a single merged dark creature, they will be able to recreate on their own, using the endless dark energy in the universe. Apollo smiled, turned creepier and creepier. The universe won't do anything to them since they were still considered as quantum creatures. This fucker has everything planned out to erase the universe as we know it. Thor squinted his eyes coldly. He is more dangerous than the three rulers. At least, the three rulers wanted nothing but to reach the other side, having no interest in whatever happens in the matter universe. But Apollo sought the erasure of anything related to light, even if it meant slaughtering all signs of life from the universe entirely. He is a psychopath on a different level. Lady Yggdrasil showed a stern look. I can't believe he saved you for the sake of helping him with this. Now, I grasp why he turned against you. He knew that it was highly likely you would reject it and was trying to force it out of you. The rest of the tenants nodded in agreement. In their eyes, how could Felix agree to such a proposal that would destroy his universe? It would make everything that he did or was doing absolutely meaningless. Thus, his next answer wasn't short of a shocker. How exactly am I going to benefit from this? Felix inquired. His pools of spinning darkness seemed unperturbed. Haha! I knew you would understand the vision. Apollo laughed boisterously as he kept getting closer to Felix, leaving merely a couple of meters between them. For Unigens, this was more or less a kissing distance. Still, Felix left him be and continued listening to what he had to say. If we succeeded in bringing my army to the matter universe, I will make them reproduce like crazy, creating a truly infinite army. Apollo promised. After the deed is done, and my quest is complete, this army will be yours. I don't know how you are doing it, but imagine if you devoured them with your celestial black flames. Imagine how powerful they will become. Imagine how much celestial energy will be in your possession. Apollo kept leading him on with actual useful plans that would work greatly in his favor. I am sure you know that to take down the three rulers, you really need anything that can help you, and still it won't be guaranteed. Indeed, your plan does like it will be of a massive boost to my efforts. Felix agreed calmly. Felix! Candace covered her mouth in shock. The tenants shared the same reaction, knitting their eyebrows in displeasure and concern, realizing that Felix's personality might have changed after all. His personality might not seem to be affected by the laws, but his entire demeanor screamed of having turned into a nonchalant celestial. The tenants were more worried about this than anything as they knew that celestials cared about nothing besides reaching the other side. This made them carry so many atrocious acts that seemed normal and necessary in their eyes. Just as Felix's masters were about to intervene and try to bring some sense into him, their pupils widened in a daze after noticing that Felix's entire arm had penetrated Apollo's chest, right in the middle. On the other side, Felix's hand was seen clutching into a gleaming sphere, half white, half dark. Not a single drop of blood was on his hand, like he had penetrated his soul more than his body. Me and you. Together we can conquer the universe and the eternal kingdom. It happened so fast, so smooth, so clean. Apollo was still in the process of selling his scheme with the same sinister smile, not realizing that his core was no longer his. Me? And you, huh? As Apollo looked down at last, the rest of his sentence caught in his throat, slipping out word by word. He slowly raised his head until his confused eyes locked with Felix's intense gaze. He didn't need to say anything. His expression spoke volumes. I didn't lie, your plan does sound intriguing and will help me out greatly. But, Felix smiled gently, I can carry it on my own. You. Before Apollo could react, Felix released a burst of chaotic/vibrational energy from his extended arm, sending a killer shockwave coursing through his entire body and soul. In the blink of an eye, Apollo exploded into particles, leaving behind only his core, still in Felix's grasp. Till the moment of his death, he still had no clue what had just happened. After he was slain, the aggressive dark creatures suddenly became mellow, floating by akin to clouds of darkness. Retreat fast. Huh? Here they come. Wait, what? What's going on? The troops facing the relentless chase of the starving dark creatures were left stunned and baffled after noticing what had happened to them. The hell is going on? Krell knitted his eyebrows. I don't know, but it must be related to those foreigners. Vibra commented with an optimistic tone. Maybe they have eliminated the King of Darkness? Your Majesty, what do you think? Quantix Prime remained silent, gazing into the distance, where their capital city used to be. Many ideas coursed through his mind as his eyes roamed to the dying-off dark creatures. It doesn't matter. Continue retreating. Quantix Prime ordered. We will know the truth when the time comes. Back inside the dimension of order, Felix was seen tossing with Apollo's core in his hand akin to a baseball ball, throwing it up and down. He kept gazing around him at the dying-off force of the dark creatures, his expression unreadable. He waved his hand and the dark army started to twist and turn, getting smaller and smaller while merging until it morphed into a pitch-black ring. Felix wore it in his right pinky and controlled the size of the dimension of order until it was skin-tight to him. When the tenants saw this, they couldn't help but raise their eyebrows in astonishment. It can be used like this? Doesn't this give him complete control over reality around his skin? Thor remarked. Before anyone could answer him, they all got transported outside of Asna's core and into Felix's new consciousness space. When they opened their eyes, they couldn't help but marvel in awe at how divine and holy the place looked. Felix had already taken the liberty to recreate the town with their homes and various activities. Of course, not forgetting the central table at the plaza, using the same table they were tossing cards on when they were less than 3. Yes, it does. Felix appeared out of nowhere while answering Thor's question. His celestial aura matched the place to perfection. Felix, what's going on with you, man? Thor sighed. Ever since his rebirth, he had been so weird and unpredictable that they had no idea what to expect of him anymore. My apologies for making you worry. Felix smiled gently. Don't worry. I am still me. I have just ascended emotions, getting rid of all the rage and hatred in my heart. Huh, what do you mean by that? Lord Loki and the tenants were taken back. It means as it means. I am no longer attached to emotions or my law's effect on them. Felix clarified with the same smile. I am now a celestial. I move my emotions, not the way around. This is amazing news, Candace exclaimed in excitement, knowing that even Unigens could not escape their emotions controlling their actions. The fact that Apollo was planning to erase the entire universe just to bring it into darkness was enough to showcase the level of madness they get pushed to. For Felix, who had countless laws, his emotions were almost always out of his control. Does this mean you will be chasing after the 3 rulers by choice? Lord Shiva inquired calmly. Choice, Felix remarked coldly. I might have cleansed my heart, but I have 7 of them, and there is nothing in this universe that's going to change how I feel about them. Felix's hatred of the 3 rulers was in a different realm entirely. He feared and despised them as a mortal. He was cautious and hated them to the core when he became a primogenitor. He dared to stand up against them when he ascended to a Unijin. Now, he wanted nothing more but to wipe them out of the face of the universe. At last, he seemed to have the confidence to make it happen. Watch me. I am going to burn them with those very flames I command. Felix uttered coldly as his eyes were set in black flames, but his face showed the same gentle smile. This sent shivers down the spines of the tenants as they were unable to read his true emotions. He had such mastery over his emotions that discerning his true feelings seemed nearly impossible. Speaking of them, is it possible to tell us what happened? Lady Sphinx asked, unable to contain her curiosity anymore. You couldn't hold it in anymore? Felix chuckled as he joined them at the central table. None of us could, Jormungandr uttered with an astounded tone. We thought it was capable of only burning matter and dealing immense pain for eternity. How did it evolve into breaking apart divinities and transforming them into celestial black flames? It's not the doing of the black flames. Felix shared with a faint smile as he brought out a black flame on top of his palm. It's the Stone of Reality's doing. Remember when we saw how the Stone of Reality used its powers to create a balance between laws, which resulted in shaping our reality as it is? The tenants nodded. Well, I found out that Asna's core and the Stone of Reality are considered intertwined. While Asna's core creates and controls laws, The stone of reality can manipulate their effects and give them meaning. You mean like change the law's entire identity? Elder Kraken raised an eyebrow in surprise. Asna can create a law of fire, while the stone of reality can make it freeze objects instead of burning them? Exactly. Felix smiled. The stone of reality's powers is equal to Asna's powers for the very reason. It is the cornerstone of our universe's reality, and without it, laws can be anything they can be. Doesn't this mean you have control over all laws and can change them as you desire? Candace exclaimed. For a celestial heart at the same rank as Asna's, it wasn't far-fetched to have such a commanding authority over the laws. I can't do it wantonly, though. Felix shook his head. To change the reality of an already established law takes immense energy. If we weren't in the quantum realm, where the universe's rules are more forgiving, the stone of reality wouldn't have caused such chaos. For it to create the reality in our universe through giving effects and proper logical connection between our laws, it devoured a significant amount of the released celestial energy. I see, it makes sense. The tenants understood that manipulating laws in the matter universe was not the same as making it in the quantum realm. Quantum energy ruled this place, and it could be used for everything and anything. Even the stone of reality was using it to change realities around it. Also, the process isn't simple, as it requires another celestial language, Felix added. Another celestial language? Thor gaped in astonishment. Don't notify me it's the same one we saw behind the all-seeing eye? Lady Sphinx caught on immediately. None of them forgot the mysterious language, which seemed foreign to even Lilith. Exactly. Felix nodded as he manifested a sentence written in peculiar writings, unlike the 3 celestial languages. Then he tapped in the sentence on the central table. The writings disappeared immediately, and in an instant, the table turned into crystallized ice. Although I can control ice laws, I didn't tap into them, Felix remarked calmly. The stone of reality's control occurs through rewriting and modifying the structure of the law. Whoa! Candace exclaimed in astonishment, her reaction shared by the tenants. How does it work exactly? Is it similar to the 3 celestial languages? Lord Marduk, the expert in universal celestial languages, inquired. Not precisely, Felix clarified. While the 3 rulers' languages can communicate with laws and elements, my language hijacks the law's structure entirely. This allows me to manipulate its structure to what I desire. However, I can't control it unless I own the law manipulation or use one of the 3 celestial languages. I see. Thor rubbed his chin. If we considered a law like a building, then your language is the designer while the 3 languages are the beneficiaries. More or less. While the analogy wasn't perfect for simplification, it was enough to establish an idea of the difference between the 4 cores. But how is this related to the black flames? Lord Loki wondered. The stone of reality's powers can just change the structure of laws, Felix responded with a faint smile. But then I found out that my black flames are a medium for the 7 celestial cores. What do you mean? When I first obtained them, they had the power to devour matter and burn for eternity. These powers were bestowed by Asna's core. Felix added, in reality, the black flame's standardized powers are just causing immense pain through burning the body and the soul. You are telling us that after ascending with the stone of reality like the main core, your black flames were bestowed with the powers to alter the structure of divinities and celestial flames? Lady Sphinx reacted in bewilderment. You got it. Felix gave them a live demonstration with a gentle smile on his face. He sent the black flame to the center of the table and then ordered it to devour the crystallized table. After it ate it entirely, the flame seemed to burn a bit more intensely. Then, Felix snapped his finger, and the black flame started disintegrating until it became a cloud of celestial energy. Under the stunned eyes of the tenants, he separated a microscopic drop of celestial energy from the cloud and sucked in the rest back. He gestured with his head at the almost invisible little bit of celestial energy and said, "This is your table." It wasn't surprising that the tenants were left stunned speechless, having no idea how to react. Celestial energy was the rarest resource in the entire universe, and the only possible method of obtaining it was through the universe's heart. Not even the three rulers had different methods of harvesting it. Yet, here they were, staring at what might be a spark of dust of celestial energy, but its significance wasn't lost on them. "You are telling me you can harvest celestial energy through anything?" Thor gulped a mouthful. "Not harvest, but deconstruct." Felix replied with a serene tone. "The vision has shown us that the entire universe is born out of celestial energy. It's the foundational block of everything. With my current upgraded version of Black Flames, I can deconstruct everything and anything back to its original form, which is the celestial energy." While his tone was calm, the topics he discussed were astounding. If the three rulers were to discover of it, they would be extremely envious. Just this alone is enough to give us a new stare at the battle against the three rulers, Fenrir remarked coldly. Their strength is mostly correlated to celestial energy, and since they possess a monopoly on it, no one can do anything about it. But it's different enough. Thor grinned. You can return to the matter universe and farm up celestial energy until it's enough to challenge them all combined. Indeed, I am certain that now he is a celestial. The limitation imposed on his strength has been lifted. Jormungandr added. You can finally be on equal grounds against them. The tenants kept chipping in with signs of excitement and eagerness etched on their faces, realizing that their little landlord was finally at the peak. The peak, where he could stand side by side with the three rulers. "I don't want to ruin your little celebration, but you are forgetting one important detail," Lord Shiva remarked expressionlessly. "I am all for the death of those fuckers, but now that he has become a celestial, doesn't this mean he is also banned from ever stepping into the matter universe again? In fact, I don't even understand how he hasn't been kicked out of the quantum realm yet." Everyone went silent at once, remembering at last that the Celestials were forbidden by the universe from leaving the Eternal Kingdom. They didn't forget what happened to Ammonius R.A. when he chased after Felix to his void domain. Soon, they all turned to Felix for his opinion on the matter, just to find out that he didn't appear bothered by this. "Do you understand something we don't?" one of them asked. "All I know is that I must not leave the quantum realm in my celestial state." Felix smiled. The universe's consciousness has chosen to put the stone of reality in the quantum realm for this very reason. It's the only celestial heart that can remain outside of the eternal kingdom post-awakening. Really? Why is that? The tenants raised an eyebrow in surprise. Because he made it like that. Felix rolled his eyes at them. He is the consciousness of the universe. The rules are his to make. The tenants were left speechless, realizing that they had been reading too much into everything. As the universe consciousness, he was the one blocking the three rulers from accessing the matter universe or other realms. In the same sense, he could allow them in. If it's like this, then can't you access the matter universe as well? Thor said. In his eyes, if the universe consciousness could control such rules, then he would allow Felix to enter the matter universe freely too. Nope. Felix shook his head. I am also banned from entering the matter universe or other realms. The tenants were left speechless again. Felix chuckled and clarified. I also have no idea why. His mind works in mysterious ways, I guess. But, don't worry, I have already devised a method to leave the quantum realm. Huh? How is that possible? Won't you get sent back to the quantum realm by the chains? Or worse, the eternal kingdom? The tenants had a legitimate reason to question his method. In their eyes, if even the three rulers couldn't find a way to bypass the universe's rules after billions of years, how could he come up with one the day he ascended? I am different than them. Felix smiled faintly. They are just celestials, while I am a celestial/uni-jinn. The tenants knew that he referred to the cores merged with his soul after his ascension. But they still weren't able to link the two together. Felix decided to give them a hint of what he had in mind. He snapped his finger and the 7 dragonic tails emerged from his lower back, catching them by surprise. The dragonic tail's appearance had changed drastically. matching his celestial bearing. Their upper scales were pitch black while their lower bottom was as white as Felix's skin. Their heads no longer matched the seven sin animals but had the shape of an Easter long-headed dragon. Yet, their aura was more overbearing than ever. I thought they were gone after the ascension, Lord Loki noted with a dazed look, fascinated by their new appearance. 000. He had a feeling that just one of them was enough to take down all primogenitors combined. They are part of me now. They can adapt and change, but never gone. Felix replied with a gentle smile as he patted them on the head, making them growl in happiness. The seven dragonic heads were no longer associated with the seven sins since they were primarily a breakthrough related to the bloodline integration cultivation system. The only reason they got attached to the seven sins was because Felix joined the origin breakthrough with the first ascension. But now, they were linked to the divine ascension and had powers corresponding to it. I didn't think that they didn't just follow along. They are the key to leaving the quantum realm, Felix replied. Or at least the Unijin side of me. When he put it like this, the quick-witted ones swiftly caught on to what was Felix attempting to do. Don't tell me you are planning to link a Unijin core with them and send them outside while you leave your celestial form here? Lord Marduk speculated. Close, but not exactly. Felix smiled. You will see when the moment comes. For now, I think it's time for us to be joined by Eris and Apollo. You are planning to revive them? Thor knitted his eyebrows. Is it even possible without getting punished? Felix went through hell just to revive Nimmo, and he had to use part of his soul to make it happen. He didn't dare to imagine the price required to revive not just one Unijin soul, but two. Whatever the price needed, I will pay it, Felix uttered with a solemn tone. I owe them my life. Without their assistance, he wouldn't have come this far. Plus, they were the only ones good to Asna during her childhood, including Artemis. Felix had a soft spot for any Unijin who stood up by Asna's side during her banishment, which was the reason he sent Artemis painlessly. Fortunately, Apollo left us a good gift. Felix suddenly grinned as he rubbed the black ring on his pinky. The dark creatures, Candace exclaimed. There is an infinite number of them. You can totally use them as the payment. I can use them for more than just that. Without elaborating, Felix switched his focus back to the quantum realm and said, I have to get to the rift before it closes. But first, Felix extended his senses to the limit until he spotted the escaping army of the Vibranoxians and Chronowalkers. Even the Chaosians had departed to their territories, the moment the dark creatures stopped moving. Psylocke might know what happened to Apollo inside the massive cube, but he had no intention of staying behind and finding out. Felix zoomed his vision until he locked down on Quantix Prime. Then he phased right next to him, alarming him and his subordinates. You! At first glance, they recognized Felix, making them raise their guards to the limits. Lower your weapons. I am just here for a quick chat with your leader. With a gentle smile on his face, he gestured with his hand for them to relax. Still, no one dropped their weapons and instead became more aggressive. Who are you and why have you chased us? Krell spoke for the Emperor, his tone as assertive as it could be. Oh, my apologies. Maybe this will help? Felix snapped his finger and his appearance changed to match Gon's. Green luminous hair, green eyes, and a beauty unrivaled in the quantum realm. You! It's you! Dankin pointed his shaking finger at Felix. His eyes showed nothing but utter shock and disbelief. How did you survive the tow? Before he could finish his question, Quantix Prime shushed him with a silencing ability. Then he floated towards Felix and extended a hand. I believe this is how you foreigners greet each other, he said, seeking a handshake. Just the polite ones. Felix grinned as shook his hand. I see. Quantix Prime glanced behind Felix and asked, May I ask what happened there? He wanted to comprehend more about Felix's identity, but he comprehended that such a query would get aired. As for attacking him with his army, he didn't dare entertain the thought. In his eyes, the fact he came here so soon without a single wound on him was terrifying on its own. I have dealt with Apollo, or what you usually call the King of Darkness. Felix shared calmly, You don't have to worry about him ever again. You did what? Krell's eyes widened up in disbelief, his reaction shared by the rest of the troops. Believe me or not, I don't care. Felix focused on Quantix Prime and inquired calmly. I am only here to ask about Commander Bia. Why isn't she with your troops? When her name was brought up, everyone went silent. The moment Felix noticed that some of them showed a mournful expression, his attitude changed entirely. Where is she? This time, his query was followed by a frigid aura, causing everyone to freeze in their place. We genuinely don't know if she is alive or not. Quantix Prime intervened to calm him. The last time we saw her was when Athena chased her into your realm. When did this happen? Felix narrowed his eyes. Years ago during the war in the tower's ruins. Quantix Prime answered. Felix noticed no deceit in his tone, making him realize there were two truths. Either Commander Bia had successfully escaped Athena's chase by some miracle, or she was caught and they failed to extract information from her. Otherwise, they would have found him much sooner than this. Without bothering to say goodbye, Felix phased out of existence again, leaving them looking around them in vigilance. Forget it, he is gone, Quantix Prime said calmly. Your Majesty, what are we going to do? Krell inquired as he gazed behind him. They were just told that Apollo was no longer a problem to the realm, and they were still finding it hard to believe. Let's go back. But Quantix Prime trusted his words, feeling like someone with his celestial aura wouldn't bother to lie to them. As expected, the moment they returned to the battlefield, they found out that nothing was left behind. The portals were closed and the dark creatures were gone. The destruction of the forest was the only mark left behind from the war. Everyone turned their gaze to the previous place of their capital city, which now had become nothing but empty air. A wave of sorrow and depression took over immediately. Quantix Prime had no intention of letting the death of the Quantar ruin their morale. Citizens of the Empire, he spoke with a stern tone. We stand on the brink of a new era, an era shadowed by the loss of our beloved guardian and pillar, the Quantar. His strength and his inexhaustible protection have guided us for so long. It's only natural to feel great sorrow at his passing. He paused for a moment as his eyes roamed across the faces before him, showing signs of nothing but grief and hopelessness. Quantum's legacy is not just the empire he helped build, Quantix Prime continued, his voice rising with conviction, but the spirit of unity and courage he instilled in each of us. Today, we face an unpredictable future, he admitted, but we also face it together. We will rebuild, we will heal, and we will grow stronger than ever. His eyes suddenly blazed with murderous hatred as he looked in the direction of the Chaosian Empire. Prepare yourselves, my friends. The battle with the King of Darkness might have been concluded, but we still have one more pest to clean from our realm. He pointed his weapon in their direction and bellowed, Let's prove to all that the great nation of Vibranoxians never needed a guardian to stand above all. Woa! Wooha! The troops erupted in a roar of approval, their spirits ignited by his fervor. It was like he had breathed a new life, a new purpose, into them. Quantix Prime turned to Timion and spoke coldly. Call for the remainder of the nations. We have to get rid of the traitors as fast as possible. Agreed. Timion nodded in agreement, understanding that if the Chaosians were given a chance, they might make the first move and start picking on them one by one. Meanwhile, Felix couldn't care less about the future of the quantum realm. He immediately took off toward the rift, knowing that he had to enter it before it closed. There wasn't much time before it happened. Universe, tell me whether primogenitor Bia is alive or dead. Felix inquired, using the greed laws. The universe gave back a response immediately after receiving the payment of dark creatures. Dead. She really died. Felix sighed in frustration. He realized that for Commander Bia to end up dead, yet his location remained unfound for years, it meant she had committed suicide. In his eyes, there was no way Athena would eliminate her before extracting information. Show me how she died. Felix requested again, his tone a bit heavy. A spiritual scene played before his eyes and was shown to the others too. When they saw how Commander Bia didn't hesitate to blow her soul to protect Felix, they had no clue how to feel. She really went for it. Her animosity of Uranus was so strong. She has no qualms repaying you in this manner for taking him down. Thor sighed. With the things he had done to her, I can understand her. Lady Yggdrasil murmured. Felix remained silent, waving his hand to remove the memory. His expression was unreadable, but the tenants could feel that he was boiling inside. Eris, Apollo, Bia, and Quanitar. For beings have decided to sacrifice themselves for my sake. Felix's pupils span faster and faster. That's how weak you were, that's how dependent you were. But no more. This last stretch, this last hurdle is mine to take. If Felix wasn't in complete control of his emotions, he would have already flipped out. To have 4 people sacrifice themselves for him in one realm proved that he was more than inadequate. How could he save Asna when he was the one needing to be saved every time? After a while, Felix reached at the rift near the tower's ruins. He went straight in, his eyes adjusting to pitch-black darkness immediately. He ignored the massive dormant sea of dark creatures and went straight to the gateway, leading to the infinite corridor, packed with dimensional gaps created from 2 high-quality materials clashing at an atomic level. The dark creatures are no longer entering the gaps. The dark reaction didn't show up even while concocting a rank 5 potion. Lady Sphinx shared with them a microscopic scene of a rank 5 potion concoction. The mixture finished merging successfully without the dark reaction ever showing up, which made the potion hit a 100% success rate. This was without using the final enhancement step. I guess the SG Alliance and the Witch Empire are going to have their hands full. Felix smiled, seemingly unbothered by this. He didn't continue with the subject and pulled out both Apollo and Eris cores from within him. He placed them next to each other and summoned the equal trade symbol. Then he initiated with Eris revival, making a silent wish. The price? The dark creatures lying around him. The fox symbol kept devouring them like no tomorrow, causing Felix's eyebrows to furrow. He realized that it might eat the entire army and it would be enough for just one. I need to sacrifice something else. Felix thought about it for a moment and then he remembered that he was still holding into someone. A cold smile emerged on his face as he switched to his wisp in the consciousness space. Then he walked to the crucified Uranus, who had been slumbering ever since he got caught. Aha! A soul for a soul. The tenants showed sinister smiles, figuring out what Felix intended to do. Smack! Felix slapped him in the right cheek until his head was about to pop off. Uranus jolted awake immediately, his muddled eyes opening up to the sight of Felix and the tenants surrounding him. Where am I? He mumbled in a daze. When the memories returned to him, he broke free from his daze immediately and looked at Felix with a hateful expression. Brat, new look again? He taunted, uncaring about his situation. He knew that he wasn't leaving this place ever again no matter how much he begged. If so, he might as well vent a little of his hatred. I have to say, you are quite lucky. Felix walked around him with a saddened expression. I kept your soul around for the sake of returning some of the fun you gave me and most importantly, to hand you over to your ex-wife. This was indeed Felix's initial plan for Uranus. He wanted to give Commander Bia a way to punish Uranus on her own. But alas, she didn't just die. She blew her soul completely, leaving no other way to rescue her but to restore time in that specific area. Tisk, do your worst and quit your blabber. Uranus sneered. Why not? Felix's gentle smile turned creepier as he leaned closer to Uranus. Then, with a snap of a finger, the nightmare began. Uranus found himself stripped of his power while his regal attire replaced with rags. Around him, there were burly shadowy figures, their eyes filled with contempt and derision. Uranus tried to move away, to summon his strength, but found himself powerless. The figures closed in, their taunts growing louder, their hands grasping and pulling at him, dragging him through the dirt. Let me go, filthy beasts! He bellowed as he got forced to crawl, every inch of his progress met with cruel laughter and vicious kicks. Alas, the worst had yet to come. To Uranus' horror, He realized that the shadowy figures were stripping him from his clothes and nailing him in a derogatory position. "No! No! What are you doing? No!" He screamed at the approaching shadowy figures, but they ignored him completely. "Is this not what you did to Bia?" Felix's emotionless voice echoed through the dream. "Humiliation, degradation, utter helplessness. Feel it, Uranus. Feel every bit of the pain you inflicted." Felix watched from the shadows, gazing at the terror in Uranus's eyes as he was surrounded by those shadowy figures. This was not just physical torment. It was the complete and utter destruction of his spirit and pride as a unijin. Felix accelerated time in his dream realm from 1 second to 1,000,000,000 years. Then he snapped his finger and brought Uranus out of it, removing the crucifixion from him at the same time. Uranus laid on the cold stone ocean floor, his body trembling, his eyes wide and vacant. The humiliating torment of the dream lingered, leaving him with a soulless expression. He stared ahead without a single blink, like his mind was broken by the cruelty he had endured. Felix and the tenants analyzed his face. Satisfaction and pleasure were written all over their faces. Not a single one of them felt bad for him. "Not so talkative now, huh?" Felix chuckled as he reached out with his finger. "You should have kept your mouth shut." Uranus lifted his soulless eyes and stared at Felix's finger touch his forehead in silence. That was the last thing he saw in his life. Immediately after contact was made, the equal trade symbol devoured Uranus' soul and stopped the feeding process on the dark creatures. Then, it started pulling the remnants of Eris' soul from the core itself, even though it was considered Felix's core now. The fragments of Eris' soul started to meld together, each piece finding its rightful place. With one final blinding flash, the process was complete. Eris' soul began hover before the equal trade symbol. Her features and body were the same as before. Before her physical form could be manifested, Felix created a similar type of clothes that she used to always wear. When Eris opened her eyes, she found herself staring into Felix's dark vortex-like eyes. "It seems like my theory was correct, after all." Eris pushed her glasses calmly. "Based on your appearance and aura, you must have ascended while using the Stone of Reality as the main core. It's nice to meet you too." Felix chuckled, expecting such reaction from her. "I have no time for pleasantries." Eris waved her hand carelessly. "How long was I gone for and what happened in my absence? I want to know all. I will tell you all about it after we revive Apollo first." Felix assured while turning his gaze to Apollo's core. "Looks like you dealt with the dark side, Apollo," Eris remarked, her eyes roaming the place in intrigue. Felix nodded while making a second wish for Apollo's sake. This time, he didn't bother with the number of dark creatures being lost, knowing that even if he exhausted them all, Apollo would recreate them. Thus, after consuming almost 90% of the army, Apollo's soul was finally brought to life. Unlike Eris, he made sure to put his core inside Asna's, which would ensure that his dark side wouldn't interfere. The moment Apollo returned, his hair was half black, half white, while his expression seemed split right in the middle, one looking happy and beaming, the other like the universe owed him money. "I am back, baby!" Apollo laughed out loud with an extended arm, seemingly embracing his new sense of freedom. "Shut the fuck up. That bastard has killed us both." His dark side immediately cursed him, not liking the situation one bit. "I disagree. I killed just you." Felix appeared out of nowhere with a faint smile. His gaze turned to the other Apollo and went for a hug. "On the other hand, my partner here has died for me and I would forever be grateful for it. My idol, ha ha ha. I am glad you haven't forgotten about me." Apollo wiped a fake tear as he hugged Felix, uncaring about his other half resisting the hug with his entire strength. When Felix saw this, he turned to his partner and inquired with a solemn tone, "You wish me to deal with him forever? Is there a way to obtain rid of him? For real?" Both Apollos were startled. It was expected, as there was no way to deal with the laws affecting their personalities. Not even Ares managed to escape from the curse of his laws. "Of course, but it shall be a bit costly." Felix gave a trusting smile, All you have do is allow me to possess your core. I can bestow your powers to you without ever getting bothered by your dark. I am in. Apollo agreed right away, his eyes burning with anticipation. While the tenants were left speechless by his eagerness to hand over his core so easily and freely, the Unigens understood where he was coming from. He was that much pain in the ass, huh? Felix smiled wryly. You don't understand the half of it, Apollo uttered. His eyes were stern and had a tingle of hopelessness in them. Apollo was always considered a slave to his dark side since he was the one possessing the core. This meant he was a slave to his own self, having almost no say in important matters. Are you stupid? Death is far better than this. Apollo's dark side couldn't help but curse ferociously. He will also have the same control over you. Additionally, he is going to fight against the three rulers. How is that better than what I was doing to you? There is a big difference. Apollo smirked as he shared a high five with Felix. I shall be doing it with my partner, brother, and idol. Not my worst psychopathic half. Say less. Felix laughed in amusement and kicked off the process right way under the curious eyes of the tenants. But, Felix, how are you going to do it? Will you link them again to the seven tails? Thor inquired what was in everyone's minds. In their eyes, Felix had already filled up the 7 years quota and they doubted if even the celestial dragon tails would help out. After all, his body could hold up to 7 cores at max. Ah, I forgot to inform you about this. Felix chuckled while answering. I am now capable to put cores in the stone of reality space and switch between the ones outside whenever I want. You uttered what? Just like Asna's core can hold into Unigen cores, the stone of reality can do the same too. Felix shared what he received after the ascension. But, unlike Asna's core, it doesn't pose any authority on the cores. Since Asna's core was called the origin of laws, it implied the creation and full control over all the laws in the universe. Meanwhile, the stone of reality might alter the laws and logical dynamics between them, but it didn't pose the same authority over the laws as Asna's. So, like a storage? Lady Sphinx raised an eyebrow. Yes. Felix nodded. How will this help you exactly? Candace tilted her head in confusion. I can store one of my ascended cores into the stone of reality and empty its place at the price of losing its powers. Felix shared. This will allow me to ascend with another core, using the same strategy. The tenants were left taken back, not expecting such a method to be available. How can this even work? Thor knitted his eyebrows. Will the universe allow you to store your core in the stone? Isn't this the same as relegating your duties as the guardian of that law? There is a more pressing question. Lady Sphinx asked, is it possible for you to dissociate your soul with the integrated cores? Storing a core is one thing, but dissociating your soul is different. Since Felix said that he would lose the core's powers, it meant that the core technically wouldn't be associated with his soul anymore. If this were to happen, it would be the same as the core having no host. This would automatically push the universe into seeking a new core owner. Also, if it were easy to let go of a Unigen's duties, most would try it at least once in their lifetime. Unfortunately, even if their souls were wiped out or their cores got destroyed, the universe would make sure to bring them back again. That's the beauty of having the stone of reality. Felix smiled faintly. Have you forgotten about its powers? Altering reality. Candace gasped. You are planning to alter the reality of how the core system works? Eris narrowed her eyes in intrigue. Just for me. Felix nodded. I doubt it's possible to achieve it on a universal scale without exhausting million tons of liquefied celestial energy. But, for one person, Felix gave a confident smile and said, I am certain I can collect enough. Collect enough? Eris sized him up in surprise. You have a method to obtain celestial energy? Yes. Interesting, then you just need to make it accept that the cores are still linked to you as long as they remain in the stone of reality. Eris brushed over such a shocking fact, aware that she would know about everything later on. I feel like I am missing some details, but... Apollo interjected with a questioning tone. If you can do this much, Why not bull out and make the universe allow you to have more than 7 cores active at once? Well, the only thing I can't alter is the number of slots for my hearts, since they are associated with the universe's consciousness 7 celestial hearts. Felix shook his head. You can change what was created, but not the base of the creator. Ha! Both Apollos were left baffled, having no clue what the hell he was talking about. But the rest understood him immediately. The stone of reality's powers was grounded in the rules of the universe and could not affect the universe's consciousness foundational body. 7 celestial hearts or 7 unijin cores, there could not be more. Join my consciousness space. I will update you while I collect celestial energy, Felix said as he offered his extended hand to them. At first touch, their wisps of consciousness were taken inside his mind, leaving them astounded after noticing the place's divine atmosphere. There's sure a lot of people here. How delightful. Apollo's smile widened to the limit after noticing that the town was packed with people and activities of all sorts. Meanwhile, his other half couldn't be more distressed. He was already killed once without aware how it happened. Although it seemed impossible to separate them since it implied separating 2 laws, which were interconnected to one core, he already started to believe in Felix's miracles. Alas, no matter how much he screamed, cursed, or begged his other side, he resisted to listen to him. Where is Lilith? Eris inquired calmly as she glanced around and didn't find her presence. Asna's core, Felix intoned, uncaring. Ever since his ascension, Lilith hadn't bothered to join them to give one of her infamous remarks. She stayed in Asna's core, chilling on her throne. Right now, he could still sense her being in the same position, eating a lollipop with a lazy expression. When she noticed his eyes on her, she gave him a seductive, playful wink, making him return to ignoring her. Haven't you tried to kick her out of Asna's core now that you are a celestial? Eris asked, switching to telepathy. Not yet. Why is that? I just ascended not long ago and I don't want to endanger it by acting rashly. Felix replied with a solemn tone. Especially when I have already succeeded in helping Asna recover her soul. Although Felix understood that his powers were on the border of omnipotence, he resisted to make a rash move that would jeopardize Asna's revival. Felix's extracted celestial energy from the unijins was from the surface, which meant it possessed an actual quality. 10:15. I see. Smart move. Eris nodded. I suggest leaving her be. When Asna's soul recovers, she can deal with her without much of a trouble. Eris understood that Lilith was full of cunning surprises. If she dared to enter Asna's core, it was clear she had something that would help secure her stay. Even if she was somehow bluffing all this time, Felix would still not dare endanger it. True, better safe than sorry. Now, tell me exactly what happened from the moment I died. Eris requested as she took a seat, placing one leg above the other. While Felix was narrating the past events, he had sent his clones to the rift, standing at the edge of it. They were all extending their palms outside of the rift, the black flame mark on their palms glowing fiercely, absorbing high quantities of the quantum energy like a magnet. In a fluid process, the quantum energy turned into celestial energy, coursing through the clones' bodies. After a couple of hours, Felix scanned the amount gathered and couldn't help but shake his head in disappointment. At this pace, it will take me at least 1 billion years before I can collect a similar amount of celestial energy I had harvested from Athena, Elis, and Artemis. Felix realized that quantum energy was utterly useless since celestial energy was measured with real universal measurements. While everyone in the quantum realm appeared normal, in reality, it existed in a space much smaller than a particle. Felix's extracted celestial energy from the unijins was from the surface, which meant it possessed an actual quality. The matter universe is the answer. Felix gazed at the dimensional gaps and then at Apollo, who had already gotten comfortable with everyone and started playing them songs with his lyre. Sensing his gaze, Apollo turned to Felix and waved his hand at him with an ecstatic expression, seemingly enjoying singing to an audience again. Seeing his reaction, Felix's eyelids twitched. He isn't going to be pleased with the mission I have planned for him. Meanwhile, in the dimensional pocket, near the universal's heart, the three rulers were still discussing what occurred in the quantum realm. "I can't believe the brat has ascended to a celestial," Ammonius R.A. uttered snarkily. "It has indeed taken us by surprise." Medusa shook her head. "It seems like our initial guess of the universe consciousness trying to be reborn through him isn't too far-fetched anymore." Although the three rulers had been watching Felix's journey from the moment his soul merged with Asna's, they still couldn't believe that he had made it this far. A feeble human, who could have gotten killed by almost everything in the universe, now had reached the stage where he was considered the highest authority below the universe. Such a story was told only in legends. "I am assuming that he has achieved this with the help of the Stone of Reality," Ammonius R.A. added. "It's the only logical explanation when considering that Asna's core remained untouched. I wonder why the prophecy tablet hasn't said anything about this." Medusa narrowed her eyes coldly at the prophecy table. It was no longer showing any future predictions besides them repossessing Asna's core and the dark passage to the other side. In other words, it left them to do as they pleased. "Whether he tries to be reborn or not, we are close to the end line," the first ruler said calmly. "After we collect Asna's core, we will use it to brute force the universe's heart. We will reshuffle our cards then." In simpler terms, if they ended up failing, they would start actively seeking new methods. As for hunting Felix, they didn't know why he hadn't been sent to the eternal kingdom like them after the divine ascension. But they were certain he would not be able to step inside the matter universe. In other words, there wasn't much they could do to him besides sending Ares to hunt him down. But they weren't sure anymore if he could even take him down in his current state. Although they weren't too sure about the full extent of his powers, they had seen what his black flames were capable of. With such celestial flames in his possession, he is capable of gathering celestial energy from breaking apart energies and matter. Ammonius R.A. narrowed his eyes. "We must be ready to take him down the moment he steps into the kingdom. That's given." The first ruler's golden eyes gleamed icily, having no more intentions of sitting by and watching Felix run amok. The day Felix decided to enter the kingdom would be the day he met with the three rulers at their full strength. Felix knew this more than anyone, which was the reason he had to perfect his preparation before making his move. The first of his preparations was to collect as much celestial energy as possible. A few days later in the quantum realm, "It seems it's time to leave," Felix commentated with a shake of a head after being certain at last that the quantum realm was unharvestable. He barely gathered anything for the past few days, and he had no interest in wasting more of his time. "You have to leave a link behind so you will return to the same place," Ares said. "Yes, I already have something in mind," Felix nodded. Without further ado, Felix summoned the 7 celestial dragonic tails around him, creating a mesmerizing dance. "Will it really work?" Thor murmured. "Let's watch and see." Jormungandr. Then, Felix began to weave the dragonic tails together, guiding them into a single form. A burst of celestial energy was released after the merge, but the transformation wasn't complete. The celestial form turned into a perfect clone of Felix with some almost undetectable dragonic features. Now, to the crucial step. Felix reached out with his senses inside his main body and pulled out the 5 Unigine cores, leaving behind the Stone of Reality and Asna's core. Then, he embedded them inside the dragonic clone. The cores immediately took a position within the clone's chest, each core connected to one of the dragonic tails' consciousness. Although they seemed merged to create one soul, in reality, they still possessed their unique consciousness. The moment the cores were connected to the dragonic tails, their appearance suddenly changed to match the laws they invoked, while the celestial aura around them was gone. When the tenants saw this, they were left somewhat speechless. "I can't assume it's this simple to bypass the universe's rules," Thor remarked. "It has always been simple, you just have to land on the loopholes," Ares replied calmly, unsurprised by this. When Felix told them about his strategy to split his celestial identity from his Unigine identity, everyone was astonished but Ares. She knew that it was going to work since the universe was quite easy to fool the higher one reached in his status. In Felix's case, he possessed all the tools to confuse the universe's rules and always take advantage of its loopholes. The universe accepts me as a celestial, but not my tales. Felix smiled as he switched his focus to the dragonic clone, without needing to even use a wisp of consciousness. True, while they might emit a celestial aura, it was coming from you. Lady Sphinx nodded. In reality, their consciousness is still at a unigin level, since the universe can't allow the emergence of 7 unique celestials added to you. In simpler terms, Felix was a celestial, and by being attached to him, they become one too. But, while separated, they return to their rightful social status due to their individuality. If they were 100% part of Felix's soul and had no individuality, they would be considered mere extra limbs. Felix was further pleased with the former as it gave him infinite possibilities to mess with the universe's rules. Now to the bestowal. Felix used his main body to tap into the forehead of his clone. Then, he pushed inked inscriptions into his skin, spreading across his entire body. Those inscriptions were written in his celestial language, leaving him gazing at them with a nostalgic smile. Who would have thought that the kid we bestowed upon with our universal inscriptions would have his own celestial language and start doing the bestowal? Jormungandr chuckled, recalling the day he passed on his inscriptions to Felix. Who would have known indeed? The rest of Felix's masters showed faint smiles as they watched him finish up the process. After he was done, the inscriptions shimmered at once and then disappeared in his clone's skin. Now, he possesses some of the Stone of Reality's abilities and, most importantly, the ability to use the black flames and deconstruct energies/matter to celestial energy. Felix smiled in satisfaction. Felix's clone demonstrated to all by creating a black flame on top of his palm for a moment before canceling it. It's like you turned your own clone into a primogenitor, Apollo remarked with a fascinated tone. Your abilities are getting more unconventional. It's the only way for this to work. Felix knew that since his dragonic clone wasn't considered celestial anymore, it wouldn't be possible for it to use celestial-based abilities on its own. Luckily, celestial abilities could be bestowed in limits, such as what happened to the primogenitors. If it wasn't for the 3 rulers' inscriptions, they wouldn't have been able to manipulate elements/laws. The limitation was their inability to create law-based abilities, unlike the rulers. In Felix's case, since the clone was still linked to the main body through him, he was able to bestow upon his clone the abilities to use the celestial flames even though he wasn't considered a celestial by universal standards. After all, Felix was able to use the black flames way before he became a celestial, and the only thing he did with the inscriptions was bestow upon it the upgrade to deconstruct. This should be enough. Felix dusted his hands and switched his focus to his clone again after putting his main body in a meditation position. Let's get going. He gestured with his forehead for Apollo and Eris while walking towards the gateway with the infinite amount of dimensional gaps. Then, he picked a random dimensional gap and used his celestial black flames to burn off the edges. As Apollo said, the flames kept burning off the edges continuously, making it impossible for it to close down. Then, he created an invisible spiritual string linking him and his main body. This was the connection to ensure the possibility of them returning from the same dimensional gap. After all, the black flames would keep it open forever without needing the mixture. Bastard! Meanwhile, the dark side Apollo cursed him hatefully at the sight, feeling like he had gotten robbed of his dream. The fact that his idea worked meant that he just needed a tiny bit of those black flames and he would have already conquered the entire universe and cast it in eternal darkness. Alas, sorry about that. Apollo slapped his other sulky cheek, still having difficulty controlling both personas. If it wasn't for Felix's support, he would have already gotten overridden by his dark side. Don't mention it. Let's get out of here. Felix merely chuckled and went through the dimensional gap while being followed by his partners, exiting the quantum realm at last. After a short chaotic spatial trip, the 3 emerged in the atomic world, or more precisely, an active war zone between 2 countless molecules of different origins, attempting to shatter each other and merge. With one glance, Felix figured out that they were inside a potion mixture and the exact potion. Rank 4 potion, Raging Bull. Felix commentated with a wistful smile, recalling the days he had to concoct this potion for hours until he mastered it. "Looks like we will emerge in the Witch Empire," Apollo remarked as started increasing his size explosively, followed by Eris. Felix waved his hand at the sea of molecules, causing the invisible inscriptions to shimmer once. Then he took off after them. Meanwhile, at the surface level, the witch concocting the potion was no other than Professor Hala. She was the first witch Felix interacted with in his second life when he commissioned her to concoct the elemental potion. "What's going on today?" First, it was the weird disappearance of the dark reaction, and now this. Professor Hala knitted her eyebrows in confusion as she studied the mixture up close with her spiritual eye. She saw that the mixture had been pacified, which was impossible when concocting the Raging Bull potion. Besides the dark reaction, this potion was extremely difficult to concoct and required immense skill in heat control. When she was using her best to control the fierce chemical reaction, it suddenly became smooth and peaceful. While she was wondering about this peculiarity, Felix and his two partners suddenly emerged from the cauldron. They were smaller than flies and so fast that Professor Hala hadn't spotted them at all. Felix merely gave a gentle smile to Professor Hala as he took off, leaving her office. The moment he got out of the window, his size returned to normal. Aya! Fresh air at last. Sunlight at last. Apollo extended his arms widely as he took a deep breath, enjoying the rays of sunlight brushing over his skin. "It sure feels pleasant to return home," Felix agreed while eyeing the Royal Academy's lively campus. It was as beautiful and serene as the last time he attended it. Witches were seen either flying by or walking in groups, their colorful hairs setting them apart from each other. Their beauty that was enough to topple empires was still shining brightly as ever. Should I give the girls a visit? He thought about visiting his campus friends, but soon he shook his head. He remembered that they should have already graduated and gone on their different paths. "I hope they like the gift I left them," he chuckled as he took off, leaving the academy at once. He knew that the dark reaction's disappearance should start making waves in the next hours due to the massive time difference between the realms. For witches, there was no better gift than getting rid of dark reaction. "So, what's the first thing we are gonna do?" Apollo asked. "I need to retrieve my spatial rings and AP bracelet," Felix said while opening a void portal for them. Felix had hidden them in his void realm before entering the quantum realm, knowing that he couldn't shrink them. The moment they entered the portal, they appeared at the exact location where he had kept them. They were inside a floating small void chest resistant to void energy. Felix picked up the chest and cracked it open, then wore the rings and the bracelet, connecting his consciousness with them. Since his current consciousness had the unique ID of his dragonic tails instead of him, of course he was rejected entry. But he didn't care. He brute-forced his entry to the dimensional pocket, collecting everything in it. Then he placed them inside a new spatial ring and wore it. Next, he sat cross-legged and gazed at the infinite expanse of darkness. "Now, let's start with this infinite pool of void energy." With a faint smirk, he extended both of his palms to the side and then he increased his size continuously, towering over moons, planets, stars, and even black holes. Whoa! He kept getting bigger and bigger under the awed eyes of the tenants until he surpassed the largest known galaxy in the universe. He was so massive, so astronomical. A mere hair strand was larger than the entire solar system by 10 times. By the time he stopped, Apollo and Eris were no longer seen. It was just Felix with his pitch-black vortex-like eyes, resembling two black holes. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix started pulling in immense amounts of void energy, provoking the peaceful and silent realm to turn chaotic immediately. As the inscriptions on his body appeared and turned as bright as stars on a moonless night, the transformation began. The void energy flowed into his being and began to turn into a serene, purified celestial energy, shining with an ethereal brilliance. As Felix continued to draw and transform the void energy, the disturbance he caused rippled through the fabric of the void realm. The sheer scale of his actions did not go unnoticed as the three rulers sensed the disruption almost immediately. Their eyes turned toward the source, making them see only massive amounts of void energy disappearing into nothingness. It took them no time to realize what was going on. They exchanged cold glances between each other, understanding that Felix had gotten out somehow and was harvesting celestial energy. I had a feeling the brat wouldn't stay put in the quantum realm. Ammonius R.A. narrowed his eyes coldly. But how did he exit it? Medusa wondered. His ascension must have been somewhat unique. I know one thing. Celestials are forbidden from stepping the matter universe. The first ruler commentated calmly, which means he has either sent someone to collect celestial energy or he is using a clone without any connection to his celestial status. In both scenarios, we can deal with him, Ammonius R.A. uttered, his focus switching to the floating core of Ares. Although they had tried their best to accelerate the soul recovery process, it was nowhere as fast as what the Quantar did to Felix. It was good that they had retrieved him. If they had left him to be reborn in the quantum realm, his fate would have been the same as the rest of the Unigens. Knowing Ares, they were certain he would have fought Felix regardless if he ascended or not. I think we should send him to check, Medusa suggested. Whether it was a clone or a subordinate, he is amassing tremendous amounts of void energy. I have no interest in waiting until he exhausts the entire pool of void energy, turning it into celestial energy. Or worse, do the same to the entire matter universe. The two rulers remained silent, thinking about it thoroughly. They also understood that it was a bad idea to give this much leeway to Felix. But it wasn't a simple decision to send Ares on him. They understood that if he failed, he would be handing over his core to Felix. Even if he succeeded, he would not have killed the real one. So, if they were going to make their move, it had to be perfect. I have an idea, the first ruler commentated composedly, his eyes gazing at Ares' soul that was on the brink of completion. Back in the void realm, after a couple of days of non-stop devouring void energy, Felix finally decided that he had enough to help out Apollo. Of course, he wasn't going to stop the deconstruction. He sent out a clone with the needed amount to the quantum realm, linking up with his celestial form. Apollo didn't need to accompany him since his core was inside the stone of reality. Wow, time sure passes here at an incredible pace, Felix remarked after connecting the clone to his main form, making him realize that thousands of years had gone by. You have no idea, Thor replied lazily. We are dying of boredom here. I think we should switch to one of your cores. Indeed, I would rather be on the outside. Take us! Take us! Take us! The tenants chanted unitedly with the leadership of Apollo and Loki, resembling a workers' union protesting the bad treatment of their employer. Felix stared at them speechlessly, feeling like he was responsible for a bunch of children. Fine, fine. I was already planning on doing it. Felix shook his head in amusement. I think there is a much more pressing problem to handle. Lady Sphinx said calmly. Asna's core doesn't seem to be recovering at the predicted pace. Yeah, I noticed. Felix frowned. The first thing he checked was Asna's soul process. He found out that even after many thousands of years passing by, which should have been enough, Asna's soul was barely 10% done. I knew that she is a celestial and all, but still, this is far too slow, Lady Sphinx said. I don't know. There isn't anything peculiar with her soul. Felix said he analyzed Asna's soul and found nothing weird. Sure, it was growing slowly, but it was still moving. I think she needs celestial energy? Elder Kraken suggested. Your soul has accelerated after the stone of reality devoured the life force of the Quantar. I am assuming that celestials require an extra push to help them compared to Unigens. Maybe the case. Felix nodded. Let's try it. Now that Felix could afford to risk losing some celestial energy, he didn't hesitate to pour a decent amount on Asna's core. Asna's core responded immediately, shining brighter than a star. Then, the soul started slowly accelerating its recovery speed. Celestial energy is truly the answer to all problems, Lord Loki remarked with an astounded look. Well, it is the origin of everything, Cyclope replied with a bitter smile. If only I was able to use it. I wonder if I can forge true divine weapons? I can give you some later to play with. Felix said as he stopped feeding Asna's core. For now, I need to follow my priorities. True, while Asna's core is going to take immense time, I don't think there is a need to waste celestial energy on accelerating the process. Thor nodded. With the massive time difference between realms, she will be up and running before you know it. Felix nodded in agreement. As much as he wanted to reconnect with Asna, he knew that he shouldn't be wasting the gathered celestial energy on something guaranteed to happen, especially now that he needed it the most. Right now, his topmost priority was making Apollo useful. Without hesitation, Felix closed his eyes and tapped into the stone of reality's powers. He started visualizing the intricate laws governing the universe, the rules that define the nature of existence itself. So, this is the fabric of logic, he murmured as he watched the emergence of an infinite chain of letters written in his celestial language. They appeared as such. It was resemble he was staring at a computer screen filled with zeros and ones. He was the only one in the entire universe capable of reading it. Can you explain what you are seeing? Eris requested, intrigued with the whole concept of the universe's logical frame being separate. Felix picked up the same paragraph written above and explained. For example, this short paragraph is a small piece of a logical frame behind the laws of thermodynamics in our universe. If I were to start messing with it by removing sentences from it or adding new ones, I would change the thermodynamics in the entire universe, turning heat produced from energy into a chill or something. Felix chuckled. Of course, such a massive change in the universe's reality and its logic requires an unimaginable amount of celestial energy to even carry such a command. Celestial energy. There it is again. Thor narrowed his eyes. Is it possible to change the reality concerning the three rulers if you collected enough? It should be. Felix began scrolling through the infinite lines while visualizing what he wanted to facilitate the search. It took no time before a new massive page of lines manifested before him. After interpreting it with one glance, Felix shared with a faint smile. The three rulers are also under the logical frame of the universe. Felix had expected as much since this logical frame was the one setting up rules and balance across the universe. The rulers were also affected by the universe's regulations. If it wasn't for this, they wouldn't be banned from entering the matter universe. This is great, Candace exclaimed. Can't you weaken or get rid of them through this? It's possible, but I don't want to imagine how much is it going to cost. Felix rubbed his chin, thinking quite thoughtfully about doing it. Although he knew that such a massive disturbance in the universe's balance wasn't going to be cheap, he was free to harvest celestial energy from the entire universe. I am certain you can collect enough to pull it off, Thor encouraged. If you just manage to weaken them, it will make the fight much easier for you. Indeed, it's much more efficient than collecting celestial energy to increase your strength. Fenrir nodded with a stern expression. Weakening your opponent is always better than strengthening yourself. Felix was intending before on gathering celestial energy for two purposes: helping Asna awaken to her true form and enhancing his strength to match the three rulers. After all, they could grow to infinity depending on the celestial energy in their possession. While he could do the same now he was a celestial, he didn't want to underestimate the amount they gathered over billions of years. Indeed, weakening them is much more efficient. Felix agreed as he read the rules the three rulers were working on. Before long, his eyes met with a rule that made his lips widen into a smirk. If I pulled this off, the battle would be so one-sided, they wouldn't know what hit them. But for now, Felix returned to his main task. He began looking for his file, and it didn't take much long to find it. It seems quite weird to see my entire existence from soul to physical written in sentences akin to a book, Felix commentated as he scanned his eyes across what made him. Just for the giggles, Felix messed a bit with his appearance, changing the color of his eyes through the fabric of logic. Since such an action was negligible, it took him no energy to use. This is the closest you can get to being a god, Thor commentated in fascination. God, huh? Felix smiled wryly. He never had any desire to be one. He just wanted to live a happy and peaceful life with his loved ones. But alas, he was destined for hardships before he was even born. Felix shook his head and refocused on the task at hand. He scrolled through his logical fabric until he reached the rule that specified his inability to maintain a spiritual connection with a core after disengaging with it. Without further ado, he started to rewrite the entire sentence to break this rule into something that benefited him. Damn! The universe is blocking me. Felix knitted his eyebrows in focus as he felt an immense amount of resistance on his fingers, a stubborn force that sought to maintain the natural order. But Felix anticipated this much and started feeding celestial energy into his fingers, empowering them to push against the resistance. With the help of celestial energy, his fingers shimmered brightly as they started to rewrite letter by letter. This made him resemble a teacher writing on a board with a resistance band in his hand, pulling him to the other side. If it's this difficult to change just one rule about himself, I can't imagine how much it will take to mess with the three rulers. Elder Kraken frowned. The universe is always kinder to others, Eris said calmly. In simpler terms, the universe always doubled down on its resistance if it noticed one of its celestial powers being used on others. That's why Felix's wishes were cheaper if he used them on himself than others. After a great deal of struggle and a significant amount of celestial energy burned, Felix finally managed to make the Stone of Reality respond to his wishes. Katham! The Stone of Reality thumbed, its glow intensifying as Felix's intentions took shape, accommodating the rule to his will. Suddenly, Felix felt the connection between his soul and his cores solidify, a permanent bond that defied the previous constraints. The universe itself seemed to hum with approval as the new rule settled into place, the fabric of logic now altered to recognize his unique state. Felix opened his eyes, having a wide, satisfied smile on his face. Let's test it out. He summoned Poseidon's core, which was sent back with his clone, and held it in his hand. Then, he placed it in the Stone of Reality. Instead of the familiar sensation of disconnection, he felt an unbroken flow of energy. His soul seamlessly linked to the core even as it was stored away. It worked. Candace raised an eyebrow in surprise. Doesn't this mean you are capable of using the core's laws even without having it integrate with your hearts? It should theoretically work with some limitation. Felix demonstrated it by creating a dagger made out of his blood even though Poseidon's core was stored away. It's like what happened with Lilith, Nimmo, and his alter ego, Lady Sphinx expressed. Lilith was able to use the full powers of her laws, while the alter ego and Nimmo could use only a limited version. Exactly. Felix nodded. Can't you get rid of the limitations? Thor inquired. I can, but the cost will be far too much for me to handle. I might even break my balance, ruining my entire being. While Felix could mess up with the universe's rules to help himself, he understood that it had to be done in moderation. After all, the universe respected balance and logic above all. If he went and began screwing up with his logical fabric, he would fall off from the universe's reality parameters. The universe wouldn't hesitate to make a big correction to restore its balance, even if it meant eliminating me in the process. He added with a solemn tone. I see. I guess there are limitations after all. The only time he won't have any limitation will be when he merges with his 7 celestial hearts. Eris shared calmly. At that point in time, he will be officially considered as the universe and nothing will be there to command or limit him. That's still too far off. Felix's smile turned creepy as he faced Apollo. For now, it's time to get rid of this little gremlin. Apollo's dark side experienced chills course down his spine, while his light side had a beaming smile like he was about to get rid of a cancerous tumor at last. Take him away, brother. Apollo leaped in front of Felix and landed on his back, lying on the ground akin to a corpse in a coffin. He had one eye closed and the other open while his mouth was crooked into a smile and a frown. He was the definition of a bipolar disorder. I only need to ascend with your core. I don't need you to be close to me. Stand up already. Felix's eyelids twitched as he kicked him in the waist. Then, he walked away and sat in a mediation position. He focused on Apollo's core and pulled it out of the Stone of Reality. Since Poseidon's core was already in the stone, it liberated up the space for another core. Of course, It would be nearly impossible to ascend without a dragonic tail added to the mix since Felix's soul was already interconnected with the other 7 cores. The rule change merely made it possible for the cores to be stored without the universe considering them as hostless cores and trying to find new owners for them. As for the dragonic clone with the rest of the cores in the Void Realm, it was using ascended cores, which meant they would always be connected to Felix. The moment a core gets stored inside a celestial heart, it loses connection to the owner, which was the reason Felix could snatch the Unigen's cores with Asna's core. To be honest, I still don't understand why it forcefully cut off his soul when he is storing it inside his own main heart. Candace murmured as she watched Felix commence the new ascension under the despairing cries of Apollo's dark side. It doesn't cut it off when he stores it exactly. Lady Sphinx explained for her. It will cut it off if he tries to ascend with a new core, since the old one will have no place in his body. But, with the new change in the rule, even without being considered as a heart, the soul connection is still there, which is the most important aspect. Ah, I see. Candace agreed in understanding. After a short while, Felix had concluded the ascension, linking Apollo's core with his dragonic tail and the freed-up slot. It went smoothly as always while his appearance remained the same. His celestial appearance was too dominating. A mere Unigen ascension wouldn't affect it in the slightest. It's done. Now I command both light and darkness. Felix grinned in satisfaction as manifested a light sphere and a dark sphere in both of his palms. Congratulations! You are getting closer and closer to collecting all the cores. Now that it proved to work, you can most definitely ascend with the rest of the cores since you still have 6 more dragonic tails. Lady Sphinx and the rest of the tenants commemorated with him, knowing that each ascension was important in the bigger picture. I might have 6 more dragonic tails, but 2 hearts are taken permanently, Felix mentioned. The stone of reality and your human heart, Lady Sphinx said. Yep. Felix knew that Asna's core would eventually get taken out of him when Asna awakened, but he couldn't get rid of the stone of reality and his human heart. After all, one was a celestial heart while the other was believed to be an awakened celestial heart. While currently, the stone of reality was merged with his human heart, he knew that the moment it awakened, it would need its personal space. Still, I'm going to collect them all, Felix remarked calmly. Just like Eris said, collecting them all might be the key to awakening my celestial heart. Felix was already informed by Eris on her theories on how to awaken his own elemental celestial heart. She told him that he could either seek the universe's heart's help or gather all the Unigen's cores in his body. After all, most elements were branched out of laws, and while there were merely a dozen Unigens, they commanded all 100+ elements. If Felix were to bring their cores together, it would be the same as collecting all elements in the universe under one banner. After he was done with this, he was already planning to give Lord Hades a visit on this matter. Can you get rid of him now? Apollo broke Felix's thought process by holding his hand with a puppy look. I am starting to think I should get rid of you both. Felix gave him an annoyed look, but Apollo merely chuckled, not taking his words seriously. Now ascended, Felix was in full control of Apollo's core, which meant he was in control of his soul too. Thus, without much struggle, he erased Apollo's dark side with a single forehead tap. New. Apollo's dark side screamed one last time as his consciousness faded into the ether once and for all. The moment he was gone, Apollo's appearance and expression returned to normal, making him touch his face in a daze. I can't hear him. I can't sense him. He really is gone? He murmured. His playfulness was nowhere to be seen. The tenants gazed at him silently, having no idea what it must have felt for Apollo to be enslaved by his own alter ego for billions of years. Under the mask of playfulness and perviness, he was living under a constant cloud of darkness. It was finally blown away. Don't be too happy. Felix smiled innocently as he patted him on the shoulder. I need you to carry on with your alter's mission. Huh? What do you mean? Apollo was left stunned. Of course, I have no interest in putting the entire universe in darkness, but his plan will accelerate the process of harvesting celestial energy by a lot. Felix explained. No, wait. I need you to create enough dark creatures to bring to the surface and make them reproduce with dark energy. Prioritize deserted galaxies in your mission. Wait, I didn't sign for this. Apollo caught Felix's clothes with a tearful look. I just want to get laid and make music. You can do both. You are a uni-djinn for God's sake. Not anymore. You took my core. Apollo wanted to guilt him to let him enjoy a peaceful life. But alas, Felix rolled his eyes at his unhealthy laziness and walked away, having no interest in arguing with him about this. I expect the Dark Army to be live and working in less than a month following the Matter Universe's time zone. Watching his back getting further and further, Apollo wiped his fake tears as he mumbled, "From under the tyranny of one into another, when will I catch a break?" Although he was complaining, he had no intention of disappointing Felix. Escaping from the grasp of his alter ego was a wish he never expected to come into life. For that, he was forever grateful. Thus, Apollo exited Felix's consciousness space and started working on creating the dark creatures in the void. He wanted to get over it quickly, so his main consciousness on the Matter Universe could handle it while he chilled back. Meanwhile, Felix still had to run some experiments after the ascension. The first one was seeing what happened if he switched the cores. He placed Apollo's core inside the Stone of Reality while pulling out Poseidon's core. The moment he did so, Apollo complained, "What did you do? My powers have weakened immensely. From being able to create millions of dark creatures to a mere thousands. How could he not notice such a drop in power? Interesting. I can switch between them without much reaction from the universe." Felix ignored Apollo's whining and returned his core outside. "This means you can have a passive and an active core," Eris remarked. "You can switch between them depending on the situation and the powers required to solve it. As long as there weren't any other negative effects, I am good with just this." Felix smiled. After finishing with the ascension, Felix brought his dragonic tail with Apollo's core back to the galaxy-wide clone, reuniting with Eris and Apollo. "Are we going to pay a visit to Lord Hades now?" Apollo inquired with a bored tone. "Not yet. I have to meet my son and Void Nation first." Felix smiled. "It's sure been a while since I saw that little cutie. I will keep chilling here, you do you." Apollo waved his hand carelessly as he sat on top of Felix's toe. Of course, both of them had to enlarge themselves to have some comfort being near Felix in his current size. Eris said nothing, but Felix understood that she also had no interest in joining the reunion. He left them be and swiftly took off in the direction of Nimmo and his Void Nation. It took him almost no time to appear before them, his eyes scanning the horizon, searching for the one face he had longed to see. Suddenly, a figure appeared from the entrance of a pitch-black citadel. The moment he saw him, Felix's smile turned soft. "Nimmo," Felix called out, his tone echoing through the void realm. The instant Nimmo's ears picked up his voice, his expression turned frozen for a second before his eyes gleamed with joy and exhilaration after spotting Felix. "Father," he called, his voice almost choking up. Felix took a step forward and appeared right in front of him. With a proud smile, he took him in his embrace. "I've missed you," Nimmo said, holding him tighter. "Me too, my son, me too." Felix patted him, his gaze wandering across the bustling Void Nation. "You sure have grown strong, and the Void Nation flourished under your guidance." "I only did what you told me." Nimmo smiled akin to a little child again, enjoying the patting. My lord, you have returned. My lord, we awaited your return." Suddenly, the beautiful moment was spoiled by the swift appearance of the Ruiner, Arthur, Miriam, and the rest of the upper echelon. They promptly knelt before him, their eyes filled with great reverence and awe. "I have returned indeed." Felix smiled as he calmed the irritated Nimmo, who seemed like he wanted to rip their heads off for interrupting them. After entering the cathedral, Felix was greeted with his throne awaiting him, untouched. Not even Nimmo sat on it while he was gone. "My lord, I hope your journey wasn't too difficult." Arthur checked with a respectful tone. "It was manageable." Felix chuckled, knowing it was nothing but that. The moment he took his seat and felt the cold surface of the throne, Felix showed a faint, gentle smile. Some things are still the same, he murmured. Father, would you like me to change it? Nimmo inquired with a stern tone. No, I like it as it is. Felix waved his hand and then switched the subject. I am more interested in knowing how far you have reached in your laws. Is there any improvement? Plenty. I have been training nonstop on my symbolic techniques. Nimmo immediately started showing off by manifesting tens of symbolic techniques. He had a big smile as he was doing this, making it seem like he was trying to earn his father's approval. Not bad, you sure have worked hard. Felix was quite proud, knowing that mastering symbolic techniques was a delicate process. Since Nimmo was using 7 Sin powers through him, it meant that the access he had was quite limited. Of course, I am doing my best to be on your side when you attempt to rescue Mother. Nimmo nodded. His eyes seemed to burn with a hint of hatred. It was directed at the 3 rulers. You don't have to do that. Felix smiled. I already have your mother's situation covered. You already saved her? Nimmo's eyes widened. Not yet, but it won't be far. Felix requested. Leave your mother's situation to me. If you want to help me, I will need infinite void creatures. The more, the merrier. Is it for wishes? Merrim inquired. Something like that. Felix didn't want to elaborate too much. You got it, my lord. Arthur lowered his head in acceptance, followed by the rest. They can handle such a task. I want to accompany you. Nimmo requested stubbornly. Little Nimmo, I am not sure I can survive my next battles. Felix shook his head. I can't bring you with me even if I wanted. It's way too risky. Moving forward, Felix understood that he must not bring any extra liability with him. While Nimmo's strength was at the apex too, he would be nothing if he were to face the 3 rulers. Felix was certain the 3 rulers would use his son against him if they became desperate enough. But, don't worry, you can accompany me with your wisp. Felix patted him on the head. Nimmo wanted to try and convince Felix, but a simple look in his father's eyes made him understand that he was determined in his decision. He could only sigh and nod his head in understanding. At least, he would be joining him in his mind, which wasn't too terrible. After spending some time in the Void Nation and helping his subordinates grow stronger with his new stone of reality powers merged with the laws, Felix left them be. He made sure to enhance the wrathful creators mostly to help him produce many more void creatures. Void creatures might not be as efficient as dark creatures, but they could still get transferred to celestial energy. When he returned to his dragonic clone, he didn't need to say much before Apollo and Eris appeared next to him. Hades? Eris asked. Lord Hades. Felix nodded. The moment he confirmed it, a spiritual passage manifested in front of them. Well, someone is excited to see you. Apollo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Let's go. Felix ignored him and stepped into the spiritual passage as a wisp in the shape of a humanoid spirit. Eris and Apollo followed after him. The moment their eyes adjusted to the light, they found themselves floating above the heavenly plane. It was as beautiful and peaceful as the last time Felix visited it. Immense expanses of greenery were occupied by white-spirited animals of different species. When they lifted their heads, their eyes met with Lord Hades' palace. It exuded an aura of ancient power and tranquil authority, matching Lord Hades' demeanor. Hades sure knows how to enjoy life. Apollo whistled with an impression expression as they headed towards the magnificent palace. Is it your first time here? Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yes, Apollo replied. Hades has never allowed any uni-jinn to enter his realm wantonly. What about you? Felix turned to Eris. Likewise. Eris shook her head. Hades doesn't believe in neutrality. You are either with or against the 3 rulers. So, he always refused to welcome us in his territory. I see. Knowing Lord Hades' persona, Felix wasn't quite surprised by this. He kinda agreed with his take on the matter. Unijins shouldn't be trusted, and if it wasn't for Felix in control of both Eris and Apollo's cores, he wouldn't have been this outgoing with their support. even though they sacrificed their lives for him. Once Rely was gone, it was very hard to retrieve it. Lilith had done unrepairable damage to his trust when it came to dealing with Unigens. Sometime later, Felix, Apollo, and Eris entered the throne chamber and met with Lord Hades, sitting on his throne akin to the underworld god he was. As one of the top 5 upper celestial Unigens, his authority and strength weren't to be trifled with even when he barely possessed any celestial energy. Lord Hades, we meet again. Felix immediately stepped forward and bowed his head respectfully. Felix couldn't care less about his current social status when dealing with Lord Hades, who he considered as one of his masters. Celestial or not, he was going to always act respectfully before him. He owed him too much. Little one, you have grown to an unimaginable height. Lord Hades cracked a faint smile on his corpse-like face. Hades, I didn't think you were capable of smiling. Apollo chuckled. Hades, it's a pleasure to see you again, Eris uttered calmly. I wish I could say the same, traitors. Lord Hades uttered coldly. You still hung up on that? Apollo sighed with his arms extended. Come on, Hades, what did you want us to do? He is right. I have no interest in your little conflict with the 3 rulers and most definitely won't exit the kingdom to make a stand, Eris uttered calmly. Look where your stubbornness has brought you. Lord Hades snickered. I couldn't be happier. Apollo grinned merrily. I received rid of that annoying fucker and at last I have a chance to do a universal tour. Don't look at me. Eris shrugged. I am closer to the truth than ever. I have no regrets. Lord Hades went silent, knowing that it was impossible to guilt-trip them for not taking his side. Just as he was going to drop it and focus on Felix, he ended up being inquired by him. May I know what happened between you guys? Felix rubbed his chin in intrigue. Is this related to sealing the spirit realm and the 3 rulers' desire to access it? More or less, Apollo answered for him. You see, Hades here is the only Unijin who rejected to join the Eternal Kingdom or assist with its creation. Lilith and Kronos have joined it, but ended up getting banished for screwing up too much, he added while pointing at Lord Hades. But this stubborn guy is different. He outright told them to fuck off with their grand goal. Telling you about it doesn't hit as hard as seeing it for yourself. Before Lord Hades could intervene, Apollo manifested a spiritual mirror, showing scenes happening on the very first days of the universe. Near the universe's heart, the 3 rulers and every single Unigens were seen gathered akin to primal forces meeting for the first time. There was only a pure void beside the universe's heart and the massive dome of white mist released around it. By now, the universe had already expanded and trillions of galaxies were born, following the laws of the universe. However, 99.999% of them were empty. The few ones with a sense of life had nothing but mere unintelligent lifeforms. Right at this moment in time, the only intelligent beings were the ones in this meeting. A meeting that was going to shape the universe's future. May I ask why we have been summoned on such short notice? Hephaestus asked politely. His voice was as pleasant as a mermaid. This shocked the tenants, making them stare at his youthful appearance with slightly widened pupils. He seemed 180 degrees different than the Hephaestus Felix had to fight. Only when you see both versions does it impact you. Lady Sphinx furrowed her eyebrows. The inescapable pollution of the laws on their personalities. Everyone nodded as they scanned their eyes across the board, noticing that almost all Unigens were different than the ones they were accustomed to. Meanwhile, the 3 rulers were still the same as ever, covered in a blinding brilliance. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a pivotal moment in our history. The first ruler spoke with a powerful voice. The unification of the Unigens and Celestials can bring an era of peace and prosperity that our realms have never known. Why? Are you tired of us stealing your precious celestial energy? Apollo chuckled as he played with a lyre made out of light. Most of the Unigens chortled as they gazed at the 3 rulers with a ridiculing look. The universe's heart and its celestial energy never belonged to the 3 rulers. Thus, whenever the Unigens desire some celestial energy, they come straight here to collect it. Of course, Since the three rulers weren't to be messed with, the Unigens always paid them a visit in big groups. This had caused quite a few battles to break between both parties, resulting in injuries almost always on the Unigen side. Still, the three rulers never liked such battles at all since they consumed a great quantity of celestial energy each time. While they wouldn't have minded before, today was different. The prophecy tablet has descended today and changed their perspective about everything. We brought you here for a simple reason. Ammonius RA uttered calmly. We desire to establish a celestial kingdom around the universe's heart. We want you to be part of it. A celestial kingdom? Athena frowned. Why? What's the purpose? I believe everyone is satisfied with the status quo. Satisfied? Are you sure? Medusa inquired. Besides some of you with actual realms that you can call home, the rest are roaming in the darkness akin to rogue planets, with no star to orbit on. Hey! Did you call us here to insult us? Poseidon scoffed. I am enjoying my oceanic domain, thank you very much. Heh! Imagine calling a planet of water as a domain. Hephaestus covered his laughter. Prick. Poseidon merely gave him the middle finger with an irritated look. It's good to see that some relationships never change with time. The tenants chuckled at those two never-ending rivalry. Listen up. There is no point in starting this with lies. The first ruler waved his hand and exposed the massive brilliant prophecy tablet high above their heads. Everyone stared at the tablet with raised eyebrows in confusion and intrigue. What's this? Artemis asked softly. Our way out of this cursed prison, Ammonius RA pronounced with a cold edge. Interesting. Eris moved up, appearing right next to the tablet. Then, she pointed at the picture of the dark circle at the very top of the tablet. Is this the way out? That's what we believe. Medusa turned to the universe's heart and explained. We believe that the dark circle is the universe's heart opened up. How so? Its name is written right underneath it. The tenants observed some writings under the dark circle indeed. Unfortunately, they couldn't read it, leaving them to take the three rulers' word for it. This is a prophecy tablet, and currently, it shows us only the end goal and the first instruction to reach it. Medusa explained, its first instruction is for us to unite and establish a kingdom together. I can't believe the three holy celestials are attempting to follow instructions from a rock. Zeus sneered. You must be really desperate to leave this prison. While it might seem like they were surrounded by an infinite void, in reality, they were inside a massive dimension separated from the matter universe. Unigens were the only ones allowed to enter and leave freely, unlike the three rulers. We don't care where the solution is coming from. As long as it has merits, we will do it. The first ruler said calmly. Now, are you interested in being part of this? If you join the kingdom, we will be spreading the celestial energy based on a decided hierarchy between us, and we will help you turn it into divinities. Even if you have no interest in the other side, this should be enough incentive, Ammonius RA added. How can this be enough? Candace tilted her head in confusion. She thought the entities would need much more to convince them to unite and create a kingdom. Unbeknownst to her, most entities were already showing signs of being in favor of joining the kingdom. Sounds like fun. I will have a territory with a continuous stream of celestial energy. It might be enough to create some intelligent life forms. Apollo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It will definitely get rid of my current boredom. A common area for Unigens. I always wanted this, Artemis murmured with a delicate smile. We can get together and drink tea. Divinities, now you have spoken. Hephazit's eyes burned with vigor. I can't forget the taste of pure strength shooting through my veins. Likewise, Zeus added, his arms crossed together. The majority of the Unigens gave their input on the matter. Some were interested in the other side, some desired to create a community, and some sought strength. For the bored and lonely Unigens, this change of scenery was quite favorable. To make matters more fun, you are allowed to conquer the other Unigens' territory and steal their celestial energy. Medusa interjected with a smile. Oh ho ho, now it's getting interesting. Poseidon's smile grew wider as he stared at Hephaestus, already deciding on targeting his ass. Couldn't agree more. Hephaestus smiled coldly. Before we start with the creation of the kingdom, we have to establish a hierarchy between us first. The first ruler uttered calmly. Without hierarchy and some rules, the kingdom will fall on its first week. How do you suggest we decide on such a complicated subject? Demeter inquired sternly. A simple 1-versus-1 battle amongst us will decide it. The first ruler inquired calmly. What do you say? This works in your favor. Zeus frowned as he gazed at the three rulers. As Unigens, don't you value strength as king? Ammonius uttered coldly. We are the strongest, which sets us at the peak of the pyramid. If anyone has a problem with it, you are free to challenge any of us. The Unigens went silent. None of them was dumb enough to challenge a ruler on their own. They barely could handle them while in big groups, don't even mention fighting them solo. Since no one wants to challenge us, we will continue occupying the main area around the universe's heart. The first ruler waved his hand and showed them a holographic map separated into multiple zones. Each zone was covered in different degrees of white mist. The smallest zone was the one near the universe's heart, but it had the most amount of white mist, making the Unigens realize that the best territories were the ones near the heart. This is what we have envisioned for the celestial kingdom. Medusa explained. There will be the main central zone, the 5 upper celestial zones, and the rest will be considered as lesser celestial zones. Of course, your voting power depends on the zone occupied. Choose a zone, and if others choose the same zone, you will fight for it, Ammonius said. The Unigens noticed that there were enough zones for each of them, which meant that even if one decided to avoid fights, he would still have a territory in the kingdom. This pleased some of them. I will take this. Artemis happily picked one of the lesser zones, having no interest in climbing the hierarchy. This is good enough for me. Elis did the same while yawning widely. Some Unigens also followed in their footsteps and picked the lowest-ranked zone from the get-go. But the majority seemed to have their eyes on the 5 upper celestial zones. I will be taking this. I hope no one has a problem with it, Ares uttered with a faint smile as he picked the best possible zone under the central zone. Tisk, Hephaestus, Poseidon, and the other ambitious Unigens could only click their tongues in irritation and helplessness. What defines aura? Ares was the definition of aura, as no one wanted to fuck with him. Before we continue with this, what will become of our realms if we join the kingdom? Suddenly, Lord Hades interjected with his known corpse-like voice. Of course, all realms will be under the sovereignty of the kingdom, our kingdom. The first ruler answered calmly. In other words, the Unigens' territories would be the only thing in their possession. The rest of the universe and its realms would fall under the kingdom's control. This meant Lord Hades' authority would no longer be the highest in the spirit realm. Then, count me out of this. I have no interest in playing house with you while relinquishing my duties. Lord Hades uttered calmly as he took a step back. Hades, how can you not join? Lilith asked with a saddened tone. It won't be fun without you. What do you mean by playing house? Uranus gazed at him coldly. Show us some respect, Hades. Even Ares and Kronos are taking part in this. Lord Hades turned to Kronos and noticed him gazing into the distance absent-mindedly. When he sensed that he was being stared at, Kronos didn't turn to stare at him. Instead, he locked his eyes with Apollo. Then he showed a gentle smile. Sup? Apollo tilted his head in confusion, but Kronos had already retrieved his eye and returned to staring into the abyss. That's a bit weird. Felix frowned. It is, Eris agreed. Kronos. Even Lord Hades narrowed his eyes. I never thought anything about it at that moment, but it seems like Kronos knew that this moment in time would come along and gave us a glimpse of his terrifying foresight. Must be, Felix murmured. Kronos, I have to meet him. He appears to be the only one with the right answers. Back to the celestial memory, Lord Hades had already created a portal to the spirit realm and was standing in front of it. Hades, I hope you think thoroughly about this. The first ruler said, you can still carry on with your duties while being part of our kingdom. No, thank you, Lord Hades answered calmly. I was born to guard the souls and spirits in the universe. If I were to share my authority over this, what purpose would I have? Lord Hades swept his gaze across his peers and entered the portal while shaking his head, seemingly disappointed with his peers' decision. Whatever, leave him be. Hephaestus said, more territory for us. Guard over souls, he said. What souls? Uranus sneered. There isn't a single intelligent life form in this universe. He is nothing but a glorified shepherd. Leave him be. He will change his mind when he sees what we have built. The first ruler returned to the main subject. Now, who wants to battle things out? Apollo turned off the spiritual reflection and said, this is all I have related to this matter, but I have heard that it has gotten much more intense and ugly later on between the rulers and Hades. I kinda wanted to watch the fights, Thor complained, his reaction shared by most of the tenants. Don't worry, they were boring and short, Eris replied calmly. When it comes to 1v1, the strength difference between upper unigens and lower is quite unbridgeable. True, Felix nodded in agreement. He wasn't too interested in the battles as he knew that the top unigens wouldn't target each other while the lesser ones could not defeat them without the assist of divinities. Thus, he stayed on the subject by asking Lord Hades to clarify what happened later on. After all, he shouldn't call his peers traitors just for this alone. You want to know? Lord Hades narrowed his eyes coldly. Yes. Without further ado, Lord Hades created a celestial mirror, showing the three rulers contacting him while he was sitting on his throne. Hades, the first ruler spoke with a stern tone. We come to you again with an offer. Join the eternal kingdom, and you can retain your control over your realm. Oh? What's the catch? Lord Hades asked coldly. There is no catch. We just hope that you can spare some spirits when we make our request. Spirits? What do you want to do with them? Lord Hades narrowed his eyes. I am afraid we can't share that. You don't have to. Lord Hades sneered. It's obvious you want to use them to open up the universe's heart. Ever since you started following the tablet, your actions and motives are more predictable than the movement of a star system. Hades. I have already given you my answer. Lord Hades shut it down immediately. The spirit realm is a sanctuary. It is not a tool for your ambitions. The second ruler's tone grew colder. Think of the potential, Hades. The spirits here could be guided and harnessed for the greater good. You could be a part of something monumental instead of watching them wander about aimlessly for eternity. Lord Hades' expression darkened, his patience waning. You see only power and control. The spirits deserve peace, not manipulation. I will not allow you to desecrate this realm. Then your refusal leaves us no choice, Hades. The spirit realm is too important. If you will not join us willingly, we will take it by force. Medusa threatened coldly. You would dare to challenge the sanctity of this realm? Lord Hades' eyes blazed with anger as he realized their intent. We must, for the sake of our vision, the first ruler uttered calmly. Before the tenants could react to their sudden aggressive approach, the fabric of the spirit realm quivered for a few moments, and then, countless portals began to manifest everywhere. They tore through the serene landscape. Each portal resembled a divine gateway to paradise. They floated in the air, emerging from the ground, and materializing within the ghostly mists that veiled the realm. No place was spared. You dare! Lord Hades bellowed furiously immediately after noticing the nearest spirits, who had been drifting peacefully, were now caught in the gravitational pull of the portals. Their ethereal forms were drawn towards the vortices, unable to resist the powerful force. Whispers of distress and confusion resounded in Lord Hades' mind alone as the spirits kept getting sucked into the portals, disappearing from the realm. The second ruler uttered coldly, "This is necessary for the greater good." Bastards! Hades' eyes were filled with untapped fury as he raised his hands, channeling the powers of his laws, and then, he started to close the portals and teleport the spirits away from them. He knew that he could do nothing to the three rulers since they were attacking him from their dimensional pocket. It was like he was fighting an invisible enemy, forcing him to be on the defense. It's meaningless. Alas, as soon as one portal closed, another two opened. Although he was the guardian of spirits and souls, he was still going against three rulers at once. The three rulers seemed to heavily invest plenty of celestial energy into this as those portals kept popping up akin to mushrooms in a forest. Hades gritted his teeth as he called out loud, "By the ancient laws and my sovereign will, I command you to close." His voice thundered through the realm, commanding the spirit realm to aid him. The realm responded and aided him seal most of the portals at once, listening to his will akin to a divine decree. He did it. Before the tenants could react, double the number of portals emerged, some much bigger than the previous ones. Whoosh! Whoosh! The realm echoed with the cries of the spirits as they continued to pour through those portals, heading to an unknown fate. "I thought Lord Hades can't be touched in his realm," Candace murmured. "The three rulers aren't attacking him." Felix frowned. "They are attacking his realm without getting near it. This makes it difficult for him to do anything." Lord Hades knew that he was fighting a losing battle, as the three rulers could always create spiritual portals and steal his spirits any time they wanted. While they had to sacrifice some celestial energy in the process, it didn't seem to bother them that much. Realizing that he could never protect his spirits and carry his duties like this, Lord Hades was pushed to make a desperate decision. "By the authority invested in me, I command the closure of the spirit realm's connection to the eternal kingdom," he ordered with a cold stare pointed at the skies. Immediately after, a spiritual tablet manifested in front of him with a bunch of letters from a language he didn't recognize. But Felix and the others identified it immediately. "The Stone of Reality's celestial language," Loki exclaimed in surprise, his reaction shared by the rest. Felix didn't think much of it, as he already knew that the fabric of the universe was also made by his celestial language. After all, universal, runic, and divine languages were mere tools to communicate with laws in specific ways, unlike his language, which was considered an actual cornerstone of the universe's foundation. Meanwhile, Lord Hades viewed as those letters glowed on the tablet brightly before similar matters appeared on the fabric of the spirit realm dimension. Each letter was bigger than a black hole and was as radiant as a star. The three rulers could only watch in intrigue as those letters shifted in straight lines, crisscrossing the sky and tracing intricate patterns that wove through the very fabric of the spirit realm. As the first of these luminous letters passed through a portal, they were closed with a thunderous clap, sealing shut as if they had never existed. Lord Hades watched in awe and relief as the letters continued their journey across the realm. However, before he could enjoy the sight long, countless celestial chains appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his skin. "Arg!" He grunted in pain, but his eyes never left the letters, continuing their march, threading a protective web across the realm. In no time, the entire realm was cleaned out of those portals and no more were created again. The bright letters turned dimmer until they disappeared completely, but Lord Hades could still feel their existence. Although he was in immense agonizing pain, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that as long as this seal stood between his realm and the eternal kingdom, his spirits would always be safe. Cling, cling, cling. His punishment for pulling this off? More than 1,000 chains tightening around his skin, akin to a divine prisoner. With one last fading gaze at the spiritual tablet, Lord Hades fell into a deep slumber. The spiritual mirror was turned off, making Felix, Apollo, and Eris stare silently at Lord Hades. "Do you understand now?" Lord Hades asked coldly. "Yes." Felix sighed in frustration. He discovered that Lord Hades considered the Unigens traitors not just because they joined the rulers in founding the Eternal Kingdom, but also because none of them came to his aid when they attacked his realm. Before the Eternal Kingdom was founded, the Unigens might have their own differences, but they had one thing in common. Their union against the three Celestials ensured that none of them got bullied or treated horribly. This was the first time Unigens stood by and viewed as one of them got attacked by the three rulers. Lord Hades remarked expressionlessly, "I don't care what excuses you are about to say. In my eyes, you have betrayed your own." Lord Hades' view of life was simple and rigid. Thus, the moment he hadn't received any support from his own people, He forsook them as well and considered them as traitors of their race. But his foresight was far more fearsome. This was nothing but the first domino piece in the fall of our union as unigens. He added, "You got that right." Apollo chuckled in self-ridicule while glancing at Felix. "The kingdom and its rules have changed all unigens one way or another." Eris shook her head. "We became more competitive with each other, to the point we take joy in the other's downfall." While his name wasn't brought up, Felix understood that they were mostly talking about him and how he brought down the majority of the unigens on his own. The only way he managed to pull it off was because the unigens lacked the union they used to have. If there were no rulers or the kingdom's rules involved and he dared to attack one of them, the moment they discovered that he was a threat, they wouldn't hesitate to team up to eradicate him. However, most of them were changed to prioritize chasing after celestial energy, divinities, territories, and whatnot, to the point they wouldn't move unless there was something of value for them even when they knew that their peers were harmed. Is this why the prophecy tablet desired to establish the eternal kingdom? Felix murmured to himself. Eris heard him and couldn't help but knit her eyebrows thoughtfully. There is a high possibility. Without the establishment of the eternal kingdom, the unigens might not be gathered in one place, but they will always have each other's backs. Indeed, it will be near impossible to kill one and get away with it. Apollo agreed. It's like the tablet was preparing the unigens on a silver plate for you. The prophecy tablet. The more we discover, the more I come to the realization that the tablet must have been created by the universe's consciousness. Thor uttered with a stern tone. There is no doubt about it. Let's not jump to early conclusions. Fenrir reminded them. There is still the theory of outer gods from other universes using the prophecy tablet to revive the universe's consciousness for the sake of regaining access to our universe. True. It's the only theory that can explain the universe's consciousness getting forced to go through all of this. Elder Kraken nodded. There is no point in empty speculations. Felix said calmly. We will find out the truth when the time comes. Felix had already given up trying to guess the creator of the prophecy tablet. It was the same as the Echoing Towers map. He knew that something was bizarre about it, but if there were no leads to find out about the truth, it was best to put it at the back of his mind and focus on what was in front of him. At the moment, it was Lord Hades' core. I believe you already know why I am here, Lord Hades, Felix uttered with a solemn tone. I know, but I am afraid the answer is no. Lord Hades rejected, his expression as emotionless as ever. May I know why? Felix glanced at Eris and Apollo. Is it because of them? While I am not fond of them, they have nothing to do with my decision. Lord Hades shook his head. I have no interest in handing out my core to anyone, even if it was going to be used to slay the three rulers. Felix remained silent. He already knew it was going to be difficult to convince Lord Hades, but from the sound of it, he realized that it might not ever happen. Hades, don't be like that, Apollo persuaded with a sheepish smile. He will be merely borrowing your core to help him get rid of the three rulers. He must get it since collecting all the cores might result in the awakening of his own celestial heart. I am certain the Paragon will return your core when the deed is done. Eris added calmly. Also, your duties won't be affected since you will still retain your powers. I don't like repeating myself. Lord Hades declined expressionlessly. No is a no. Hade. Before Apollo could finish his sentence, Felix stopped him with a stretched arm and a gentle smile. Then, he gazed into Lord Hades' rigid eyes, understanding that he held nothing personal against Felix. As much as he wanted the death of the three rulers, Lord Hades considered the sacredness of the spirit realm and his duties as its guardian above all. In other words, he would never do anything that could interfere with his duties. While Eris said that he would still retain his powers, Lord Hades wasn't stupid. He understood that his powers would be limited immensely and also, he would be putting his core at a massive risk of landing in the hands of the three rulers. Considering everything, there was no guarantee that Felix would beat the three rulers. If he failed, Lord Hades could already predict the ending of his realm and its dwellers. Felix had figured out all of this and respected Lord Hades' ironclad rule of prioritizing his realm and its citizens above all. Thus, he didn't bother convincing him with empty words or promises. I am still missing Kronos, Ares, Artemis, Athena, Demeter, and Aeolus' core, Felix said with a serene smile. Once I collect at least half of them, I will be coming back. I hope your opinion changes then. Or what? Lord Hades smiled. Nothing. I never bite the hand that feeds me. With that last soft-spoken statement, Felix gave a slight respectful nod at Lord Hades and excused himself. I will leave the realm after visiting some friends if possible, he shared as he walked away with Apollo and Eris at his sides. Feel free to roam about, Lord Hades permitted calmly while watching their fading backs. The moment they left, Elder Kraken was summoned to the throne chamber. Your Majesty, he bowed. Tell me, do you think he is really going to give up on my core if it's the last thing he requires to ascend his heart? He asked, knowing that Elder Kraken was part of Felix's faction. I genuinely don't know. Felix is no longer the same. He has complete control over his emotions, which means rationality comes above all. If he was put in a situation where he desperately needed your core and you declined to give it, the old Felix would give it up considering your good relationship. But the new one? Elder Kraken shook his head. I have no idea what he will do. Elder Kraken wasn't trying to give such vague answers to be on the fence due to his relationship with both parties. He truly had no clue. He understood that the celestial version of Felix might seem and feel similar to the same old Felix, but he couldn't be more different. I see. Lord Hades nodded emotionlessly. His mind was unreadable as he gazed into the distance. Meanwhile, a similar conversation was happening in Felix's mind. Here I thought getting Lord Hades' core would be the easiest. Candace sighed. You have been getting used to Unigens handing me their cores. Felix chuckled. What are you going to do next? Thor inquired. You said you would see him after obtaining 3 cores. How exactly are you going to pull it off? The rest of the tenants had the same question as they knew that most of the remaining cores were owned by the 3 rulers. Even Demeter's core would fall in their hands after the universe's heart provided birth to it again. That's the purpose. Felix smiled faintly. If I manage to obtain 3 cores under the protection of the 3 rulers, it would show Lord Hades that I am more than capable of dealing with them and, most importantly, protecting his core. If I failed, Felix shrugged. Having his core won't matter anymore. I see. Candace tilted her head in confusion. What if you succeeded and he still refused? Let's hope he won't be that stubborn. Felix smiled gently. But if he still refuses, he will leave me no choice but to retrieve what's mine. The tenants were put in a deafening silence, realizing that Felix had no qualms with using force if it came to be. After all, he was the reincarnation of the universe's consciousness and all Unigen cores belonged to him originally. As for that bullshit of not biting the hand that fed him, Felix considered in it truly, but when push came to shove, he would have no misgivings of doing the opposite. He wouldn't sense bad about it since he was in complete control over his emotions. The human side of him is starting to fade away bit by bit. Thor murmured. Bold of you to assume that it hasn't by now faded away completely. Jormungandr sighed. But this is for the better. Fenrir joined with a cold tone. What awaits him is no different than a battle of the universe's supremacy. If he isn't similar to this, he won't make it far. Felix could listen to their telepathic conversation, but he didn't bother. His actions were guided by what he saw fit and not by what others thought was best. Thus, he couldn't care less about what the tenants felt about his decisions. As long as they made sense in his mind, he was going to commit to them. Sometime later, Felix exited the spirit realm with his partners and headed toward the latest known location of Kronos. He had already visited Carbuncle and shared a small talk while drinking tea in his breathtaking garden. Felix didn't forget to tell him about his gemstone manipulation and how he was maintaining it in an egg using a wish. Felix offered to return it to him, but Carbuncle refused, telling him that he had no use for it anymore. He told him to bestow it upon someone he saw worthy of it. Felix accepted his will and took his leave. Of course, he didn't forget to check on Miss Sinai and his old friends. Since they had lost their memories of him, Felix checked on them from a distance. He was pleased to find out that Miss Sinai had joined the Enforcers Department and became a captain in no time, while the rest of his friends either stayed with her or went to start their own careers. As for Duke Humphrey, his punishment of serving more than 100,000 years burning by the eternal black flames had yet to conclude. Felix had flown right past him without a single intention of showing him mercy, even when his cries sounded hollow and dead. When he was done with the heavenly plane, Felix considered checking up on Noah and seeing if he needed any help. But he realized that Noah was just as stubborn as him, and he would definitely reject his assistance whatsoever. Thus, he left him to carry on his mission alone. Now that Felix was in full control of his emotions, he understood that his grandfather and friends were already in the safest place in the universe under Lord Hades' protection. In other words, even when he was now a celestial and had the powers to revive them at a decent price, he decided not to. He knew that they would be an easy target for the three rulers, and he had no intention of risking the destruction of their souls. If that occurred, it would be an entirely different story. For now, his priority was reaching Kronos and seeking to obtain his core. Do you think he will agree? Candace wondered. I doubt if he is even awake, Thor said. He is the space and time guardian. If he wants to meet you, he should be awaiting you, Lady Sphinx said calmly. That's true. Before Felix could finish his sentence, his focus instantly switched to his dragonic clone in the Void Realm. The moment he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a character materializing out of nowhere. He was clad in gleaming armor that radiated an aura of exalted authority and was carrying a divine polearm above his shoulder. He was biting into a wheat straw and had a cold look as he stood far above Felix, matching his astronomical size. Paragon? Ares intoned with a chilly smile. Are you ready for round 2? Before Felix could react, Ares raised his hand, and a powerful symbol began to glow in the air before him. Finality Seal. Felix recognized the symbol immediately, making him understand that if he didn't act quickly, his powers would be locked up, just like what happened in the Echoing Tower. However, before he could make his move, the seal was suddenly covered in a radiant divine light, making its effect manifest instantly on him. The Finality Seal illuminated the Void Realm, its glow intensifying as it solidified its hold on Felix, causing his movements to cease, his form frozen in a state of enforced stasis. Even the absorbed void energy came to a halt, canceling the process of celestial deconstruction. How? Is he using resplendent divinity? Felix was stunned, not expecting the seal's effect to be this swift and powerful. It was nothing like the version used in the Echoing Tower. He was confused because he couldn't sense the existence of resplendent divinity on the seal. Yet it was the only logical explanation in his eyes. It can't be resplendent divinity. It's too perfect. Even Eris was left baffled, as this was the first time she saw such a perfect and balanced divine law-based ability. In simpler terms, resplendent divinity was a roughly standardized boost for abilities, while this ability seemed to have been born divine from the start. This was simply impossible for a uni-jinn. Knowing that it wasn't the time for questions, Felix swiftly ignited the celestial black flames across his entire body, holding nothing back. Whoosh! Whoosh! The flames erupted with great fervor, uncaring about the seal of finality's freezing effect. Their authority seemed to supersede all divinities and law's authorities, which was the greatest aspect of it. It was like the fire were considered outside of the universe's system of rules, unlike the divinities. Not so fast. Ares sensed the imminent threat of Felix breaking free and knew he had to act swiftly. With a wave of his divine polearm, he cast absolute quarantine. It was also a divine version, as the blinding light bursting from Ares' weapon turned into a massive golden sphere. It expanded rapidly, encasing Felix within its confines almost instantly. Before Felix could react, he found himself outside of the Void Realm and into a new timeless prison with infinite strata designed to forbid his escape. The celestial black fire around Felix roared in defiance, and at last, freeing him from the seal of finality's overbearing effect. But now, he was trapped in a separate dimension with seemingly infinite strata of dimensions. Still, this didn't faze Felix in the slightest, knowing that he could always use a wish to get himself out of this place. If you think it will be easy to escape this prison, you are godly mistaken, Ares uttered with a faint cold smile. Each layer has its own seal of finality, while the laws of infinity govern the main dimension. Put simply, if you use a wish, it will activate infinitely until it bankrupts you and gets you chained up. I advise you not to try it out. Ares cracked his neck as he uttered. It will be a damn shame to have our battle end in such an anticlimactic manner. I see. Felix gave him a slight nod in understanding and removed. Although Felix wasn't in the best position, he still wasn't fazed. If I may ask, what kind of divinity are you using? Oh, you must be wondering about my divine abilities. Yes. Felix frowned. It's completely different than what we know. Indeed, they are an entirely different concept called. But after realizing that your strength has grown to such a monstrous level, I allowed it. He added with a faint smile, it should equal the Ares. Stop blabbering and finish him off. Ammonius chided coldly. He might be a mere clone, but he possesses multiple cores on him. We need those cores. Shut it, your job is done. Ares replied indifferently. I am going to play this however I like. Before Ammonius could respond, Ares blocked off their communication attempts using his laws. Then, he refocused on Felix and sighed. It's a shame I don't get to fight your celestial version, but I guess your clone is enough. Meanwhile, near the universe's heart, the three rulers glanced at each other with indifferent expressions. As expected, he blocked us out. Ammonius said coldly, not bothered by this. They had already anticipated that Ares wouldn't play along with their wishes and placed adequate preparations. As Ares mentioned, they had modified his soul during his recovery to enable the use of specialized divinities based on his laws. What he didn't know was that the modification involved the merge of a piece of a ruler's with his growing soul. The chosen ruler was none other than Ammonius Share with us your vision, the first ruler requested. Ammonius did as he was told and activated his dormant piece of soul within Ares, knowing that he couldn't be detected with his specialized divinities activated. After activation, Ammonius eyes reflected an epic sight of Felix, releasing an immense amount of frantic and fierce black flames across the entire dimension. His body was ignited fully and was the center of the celestial flaming storm, watching with a deadpan gaze as his flames devoured and deconstructed whatever came in their sight. Yet, Felix didn't seem pleased. My flames are too limited compared to being used by my celestial form. This prison is made out of that peculiar specialized divinity. It doesn't seem like it will be enough to break it apart quicker than it recovers. He narrowed his eyes at Ares, who seemed completely at ease with his attempts to break past his dimension. You are wasting your breath, Ares said casually. The infinity laws in this dimension allow it to recover infinitely regardless of the damage it takes. While your black flames are powerful, I assume they are nowhere close to even 50% of their peak. Felix remained silent. He knew that Ares had analyzed correctly. Celestial powers were on a different level when used by celestials compared to unigens. Felix was currently considered a unijin by the universe, which was the entire reason he was even allowed to be out. Thus, even with the inscriptions on his body allowing him to tap into the stone of reality's powers and add the deconstruction effect to his black flames, it was nowhere as strong as the real deal. However, we are in the same boat. Felix responded with an unfazed look. I don't know much about specialized divinities, but I am sure you can't bring them to their full potential. Is that so? With a faint smirk, Ares swung 3 divine finality slashes towards Felix. They were invisible to the common eyes, but they appeared as intense as the sun to Felix. Felix braced for impact immediately, ordering his black flames to roar into life and transform into a shield. He knew that those slashes were capable of ending anything they touched, delivering them to their final point of existence. Only black flames could resist them due to the infinity/finality law's authority being inapplicable to them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the divine finality slashes met the shield, they were halted in their place, pushing forward with everything, but the black flames held strong. Not one to stand idle. Felix gathered his energy and retaliated. Dimension of order, he intoned to himself coldly. A transparent square began to expand from his palms, seeking to impose order on the chaotic battlefield. The infinity laws didn't apply to the sphere as the black flames had already freed Felix from the dimension's effects on him. They might not be strong enough to destroy the realm in time, but freeing him was a piece of cake. However, Ares had no intentions of losing control over the battlefield. Point end. With an excited roar, he hurled the divine polearm, which was infused with the power of finality until it manifested into a single dark point at its tip. Phew! The gigantic divine polearm streaked across the black flames, piercing through them akin to a hot knife slicing through fabric. In no time, it pierced the expanding sphere of order, shattering it into countless fragments of light. The polearm continued its path, heading straight for Felix, who had just dealt with the 3 slashes. How irritating! Reacting swiftly, Felix made a circle with his hand, utilizing the laws of vibration. Particles started to get agitated within the circle until a gleaming gap in spacetime appeared before him. Be gone! The unstoppable divine polearm went through the gap and vanished to a different spacetime, disappearing from the battlefield entirely, before Felix brought his palms together and locked the gap. The moment this happened, the 2 deities paused, their eyes meeting across the sea of black flames and glistening golden divine light from the dimension's surface. Not bad at all. Ares complimented with a pleased smile and a slow clap. You aren't so bad either, Felix said casually while massaging his neck, realizing that this battle was going to take a real toll on him. Why didn't you escape? Ares inquired as he extended his hand to the side, summoning the divine polearm back to his possession. It manifested in no time like being thrown into a different plane was nothing. Escape? Why would I do that? Felix tilted his head in confusion. I have always expected your arrival and was planning for it. I just didn't account for those peculiar specialized divinities. Indeed, the moment Felix removed the infinity's effect on him, he was free to leave this realm with many options. Jumping into a different spacetime plane was just as easy as using a wish. But he never had any intentions of escaping from Ares' ambush. He already knew that he would be coming for him one way or another to carry on what he had started in the Echoing Tower. The reason he decided to stay in the Void Realm wasn't just to absorb void energy and turn it into celestial energy, but also to have a home ground advantage over him. The only thing that screwed with his plan was his lack of information about specialized divinities, which was something kept confidential by the 3 rulers from everyone. Although he knew about them now and could deduce that they empower abilities to a divine and godly level compared to other divinities, he still had no intentions of running away. It was for a simple reason. Oh, who? Is that so? Ares chuckled. You must be after my core, I believe. Right on target. Felix nodded, unbothered. Does this mean you plan to fight me until the end? Ares asked with a hint of sparkle in his eyes. Always planned to, Felix replied, not an ounce of deceit in his eyes. Good, good, good. Ares' grin grew wider. If that's so, how about we make a little agreement between us? Deal? Yes, to make our fight have a proper ending. Ares nodded. You already know that it is near impossible for us to kill each other with our powers to cancel abilities. Let's not forget our escape capabilities. I am listening. Felix constricted his eyes. He understood that, in his current state, he could easily fend off against Ares, but it would be impossible for him to kill him or retrieve his core. That's because he didn't have Asna's core on him to absorb it. In other words, he couldn't play tricks to steal his core while he was still at full strength. If he wanted it, he had to actually beat him so bad, it would be possible to extract the core from him. Of course, this could only work if Ares had no intentions of leaving the fight. So, how about we have a little death match? Ares suggested with a tint of craziness in his eyes. No running away. No canceling skills regardless of their nature. And no abuse of laws. If I win, well, it only proves that my saga has yet to reach the finish line. But if you win, you will obtain my core. In both scenarios, you will be the winner since your true form isn't even here. Ares extended his palm towards Felix, his eyes gleaming brightly. What do you say? Are you interested in creating the greatest and most destructive battle of all time? No canceling powers, no abuse of laws, and no retreat. Lord Shiva narrowed his eyes. This means you won't be able to use your celestial black flames to deconstruct his abilities, while he won't use his finality-canceling powers. Who is in favor in this case? Candace wondered. It's hard to tell. Eris answered calmly as she watched with the tenets within Felix's mind after he carried them with him. Ares' laws aren't just capable of canceling abilities. They are compelling in standard fights as well, and with specialized divinities involved, he might be at an unimaginable plane of strength. In other words, Ares wouldn't be too affected by those rules as he already never intended to run away or abuse his laws. It was a calculated price if removing his canceling powers was enough to keep Felix around and help him achieve his finality. Still, Felix is also benefiting from this. Thor retorted. He is already at the peak of Unigen's strength, matching Ares' 100 million BF. In addition, he is currently able to tap into the laws of heat, lightning, darkness/light, order/chaos/, seven sins, and let's not forget Uranus' various laws. Gravity, vibration, antimatter, and radiation. With such an arsenal of laws, he is more than capable of putting Ares in his place. He added, his tone spilling with unwavering confidence. Do not underestimate Ares. He isn't called the god of war for no reason. Eris knitted her eyebrows. His previous death should not be used as a measure. It seemed like Felix had taken her advice. I am intrigued by your little deal, but how about we make it fairer? Felix narrowed his eyes. No use of divinities or celestial powers, and the battlefield will be outer space in a deserted part of the universe. Not here. Oh who? How is that fair to me? Ares replied. You are taking away my divinities, while putting me in a position where you can use your void realm's territorial pressure. He got a point. Thor coughed. Even if he is the strongest Unijin in the universe, he is not foolish to put himself in such a position. The tenants agreed with him. They understood that Unijin's strength was on a different scale when they were situated in their domains. Felix could easily take any Unijin he wanted if they entered his void realm by purely using territorial pressure. The worst part? Only divinities could bypass such pressure. If they were removed from the battle, then he was putting Ares in a considerably unfavorable position. Isn't the same for me? Felix said calmly. How can I battle you in your infinity dimension without using my celestial black flames to protect me from its effects? You have a point. Ares rubbed his chin thoughtfully. How about this? We can take this outside, but you are banned from attempting to bring me to your void realm or using your territorial pressure externally. Also, you can't be assisted by your little helpers. Felix wasn't too surprised by Ares knowing about Apollo and Eris. He could try to hide them all he wanted, but Ares would still find out about them due to them being part of the Samsara circle. As long as divinities are removed, I don't care. Felix nodded indifferently. Good. Then it's a deal. Ares' smile grew wider as he got rid of his dimension with its infinite layers of protection. When the tenants saw this, most of them couldn't help but feel weirded out. How can they trust the other to keep his word? Candace titled her head in confusion. If it was me, I wouldn't hesitate to break the deal the moment I am put in a bad spot. Trust? Don't be foolish, little one. Eris shook her head. A contract is a must for such a serious transaction. By the authority vested in the Greed Law, I summon the universe's contract. Felix's voice suddenly echoed through the void. The symbol manifested between Felix and Ares, casting a green light across the infinite expanse of space. We shall bind ourselves by this contract, Felix declared. Under the terms set forth, neither of us shall break the conditions of this agreement. Should one of us violate these terms, they shall be punished by 100,000 chains. Very well, Ares intoned with a faint eager smirk. Let the contract bind us. The moment he gave his blessing, the symbol pulsed with a brilliant light and sent tendrils of green energy extended from the symbol, wrapping around Felix and Ares, signifying their agreement. Then, the symbol disappeared after the universe tightened those energy tendrils around them, making them respect the weight of the contract. Otherwise, they would be chained up by such a large number of celestial chains that their lives could be said to be turned into hell for the next eons. Unfortunately, the universe wouldn't accept death as a punishment for a uni-jinn. Apollo clicked his tongue. There is still a chance of both sides choosing to break the contract rather than death. Wait, can't my father break apart the contract? Nimmo inquired with a hint of worry in his tone. He might be the uni-jinn of greed laws, but he can't go against the authority of the universe. Eris answered. Thus, once used, the terms have to be respected by both parties since it is considered a universal matter now. Wow! Why hasn't Felix been using such a symbol? Loki wondered, knowing that such a symbol would have helped Felix to be more diplomatic about many decisions. The universal contract is a unique ability that can't be used often since it involves the universe in our matters. It's like forcing a supreme judge to handle a traffic ticket. Eris clarified. Thus, if he tried to use it often, it would border on abusing his laws. Ah, I see. Makes sense. The tenants agreed in understanding. Follow me, I know a place. Meanwhile, Felix punched a hole in the space-time reality, creating a shattered hole, leading to a chaotic dimension. Haha! Lead the way. Ares chuckled and entered the hole without an ounce of hesitation. When the gap closed, Felix punched a new hole and jumped out of it with Ares close behind him. Is this where I think it is? Yes, the best battlefield for our battle. Felix nodded as his nonchalant eyes roamed across the infinite darkness surrounding them. The great nothingness, Lord Shiva murmured. Realizing that Felix picked the colossal region devoid of stars and galaxies due to his destruction. Who would have thought your crazy plan to destroy the universe would end up being used as a stage for the Unijin's battle? Loki sniggered at such an ironic situation. Who would have thought indeed? Lord Marduk mumbled as he watched Felix and Ares situating themselves for the battle. Their sizes were still bigger than galaxies, yet it didn't seem like they had any intentions of shrinking their bodies. Suddenly, Felix reached out to the side and pulled forth a gleaming bronze weapon. Uranus' divine bronze scythe. Felix had collected all the divine weapons of his slain Unijins, causing him possess a small collection in his spatial ring. While he favored a battle axe, he could still wield any weapon to near perfection. You can have the honor, Ares permitted with a faint smirk. Unbothered, Felix slashed the vacuum with a powerful swing, leading to the blade of the scythe to leave a trail of intense gravitational forces. The slash solely stretched for thousands of light years, leading to the void to tremble unstably. Resonant black hole, Felix intoned, his voice bearing the weight of the cosmos. From the trembling crack, a supermassive black hole was born almost instantly and began expanding rapidly while pulsating with destructive vibrations. It was a mixed technique created out of vibrations and gravity, causing the black hole to draw in the surrounding matter and energy, while the resonant vibrations created waves of destructive force that radiated outward, destroying them before reaching the horizon event. Starting strong, I see? Ares chuckled as he braced himself against the intense pulling force of the black hole. But this isn't nearly enough to deal with me. Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he tapped his forehead once. Felix braced for a counterattack but noticed nothing had changed. However, before the tenants could assume the same, the gravitational pull on Ares seemed to weaken rapidly until it stopped working on him entirely. Not even his hair seemed affected. If using canceling abilities wasn't banned, he would have assumed that he cheated. But soon, he found out the answer after realizing that his black hole was the one being pulled to Ares. Your mass, you increased your mass. Felix narrowed his eyes as he watched his black hole flying rapidly in his enemy's direction. Indeed, Ares said casually. Gravity is born from mass. It is the invisible force that pulls objects with mass toward one another, growing stronger with greater mass and weaker with distance. I can easily increase my mass to infinity, making my gravitational pull much stronger than your little black hole. At the same time, I can do this. The instant the black hole got dangerously close to Ares, he slashed it once with his divine polearm. His weapon was infused with infinity laws, causing the black hole to start losing its mass at an explosive rate until its mass reached zero. It disappeared into the nothingness like it was never created. While Felix merely narrowed his eyes at such a sight, the tenants were left stunned. They realized that Ares could still get rid of Felix's attacks by reverse engineering them with his infinity laws. This wasn't considered as canceling abilities at all compared to his finality laws that could end anything they touch. My turn. With a faint smile, Ares span his divine polearm behind his back and threw it in the air. The divine polearm got pulled back by Ares' immense gravitational force. The moment he caught it, he disappeared from Felix's eyes. Slice. In the blink of an eye, Ares' polearm was swung above Felix's head, mere strands away from touching him. Felix had dodged right in time, tapping into his immense reactional speed as the god of light. But Ares' speed wasn't to be underestimated in the slightest as he recovered almost instantly and swung right back at him. Cling. This time, Felix matched the strike with the scythe, blocking it perfectly. I like it up close. Ares smiled at Felix for a moment before raining back on him with one blow after another, the polearm moving with blinding speed and relentless accuracy. Felix's arms vibrated with the impact of each strike, his defenses straining under the escalating force. He realized that Ares' attacks weren't random and actually grew more powerful with each block. Unstoppable momentum. Ares commentated, Ares' attacks are being infused with the laws of infinity, allowing them to grow stronger with each block until they destroy what's before them. The tenants couldn't even react. The moment the battle changed melee, they could only watch the aftermath of the polearm cutting through the void and the shockwaves that rippled through the infinite emptiness. I can't continue blocking them. Meanwhile, Felix realized with a deep frown that his defenses were bound to shatter sooner or later. While Ares' strength peaked at 100 million BF like him, there were many ways to bypass the limitations without affecting the foundation itself. Thus, his attacks had actually surpassed the 100 million BF of force and were nearing a dangerous zone, where Felix knew that he would get sliced apart. Two of us can play this game. With a cold stare, Felix activated a new symbolic technique called the Eternal Mirror of Vices. It harnessed the laws of greed, gluttony, and pride, allowing Felix's body to become a living mirror, reflecting the force of any attack he received back at his opponent with equal intensity. The moment it was activated, Ares' melee domination came to an end. Cling, cling, cling. With each strike, Ares realized that he was hitting himself just as hard, making him feel like he was batting his clone. What's worse, Felix could still attack him. You still loving it up close? Felix sneered as he launched a deadly counterattack, infusing his scythe with destructive antimatter. Each contact caused Ares to feel like his weapon was about to blow away from his hands. When he tried to strike back, he got hit by a similar force, making him feel like he was eating recoil from an indestructible wall. When Felix observed that Ares was attempting to break off from the fight, he doubled down on his pressure, switching between his laws with each strike. Sometimes he waved down his scythe with a flaming arc, and when it got blocked, he switched the flames into a burst of radiation, hitting Ares right in his face. Unfortunately, Ares always came out unscathed due to his infinity skin-tight barrier, making it impossible for anything to touch him. They keep getting closer and closer to him, but never in contact, like they were under a curse of moving for eternity without reaching their destination. As much as Felix switched between his offensive laws abilities, nothing seemed to work against him even when he clearly had control over the fight. His barrier is as annoying as expected. Felix had planned on using his celestial black flames to eat it up or abuse his laws if push came to shove. but both of those options were removed from the deal. He agreed to it even though he knew that it would limit his options, since he realized that with those specialized divinities, it would be much more difficult to kill him. Just as Felix was in the process of concocting a new way to bypass the infinity barrier, Ares suddenly cracked a sinister smile. "Not bad, but your symbolic technique has a little flaw. Its growth is based on infinity." Before Felix could react, he observed that his technique was forcefully stabilized and suppressed, like its effect was paused. Felix's expression changed for the worse as he gazed at Ares' polearm glowing with the full force of his unstoppable momentum, making contact with his scythe. Felix, momentarily exposed and vulnerable, tried his absolute best to shield the strike with his weapon, but alas, the built-up force was simply in a different realm. The final strike connected with Felix's chest before he could break his body into light particles. The sheer power of the blow was silent but sent cataclysmic shockwaves through the great nothingness, causing the space around them to ripple and distort. If there were any nearby galaxies of celestial objects, they would have changed to dust instantly. Whoosh! Felix was hurled into the far distance akin to a meteor, carried by the immense shockwave. His body was engulfed in blinding light as the polearm's force reverberated through him like it was trying to implode him from within. Felix felt the pain eating him up, but he didn't even focus on it. "Pacification," Felix uttered as he channeled his entire powers into pacifying the vibrations, seeking to destroy his internal body. He knew that shockwaves were just a special type of vibration. Thus, regardless of how much force Ares produced by his attack, he could always pacify it. This was exactly what he did, as it took him no time before he restored order to his body. Of course, he could also use his order laws to achieve the same thing. When it came to defense, he was just as unbreakable as Ares. "You sure have plenty of tools at your disposal," Ares remarked with a faint smile after appearing above Felix. "You are making me believe that our battle might never end even with the limitations imposed on us." Felix dusted his void clothes calmly and then lifted his head to match his eyes. Then, he uttered expressionlessly, "With me, there is always an end." "What do you think?" Medusa asked her peers. "I don't know. Even with the limitations imposed, both parties are near invincible." Ammoniusare narrowed his eyes coldly. "This means the fight might last for millions of years, if not forever or in the next couple of minutes. With the condition of not running away added to the contract, there was no way out of this battle but to fight it out regardless of the period it would take. The sad part? Unigens seldom get tired. Keep watching. I'm sure this battle will end in favor of one of them." The first ruler said calmly as he eyed Felix and Ares preparing for the second confrontation. Without hesitation, the two parties went at it with everything they had, teleporting from one place to another in the great void. They were everywhere and nowhere, as no one besides the rulers and Unigens could see their movements. While Felix's attacks carried various colors and made the battle resemble a breathtaking canvas on the empty void, Ares' attacks were low-key and simple. He seemed to be more focused on studying and counterattacking Felix instead of being on the aggressive side. Yet, Felix hadn't managed to put a single scratch on his skin. He even used multiple new symbolic techniques, merging the existing laws with the newest ones. Still, no positive result. Since Felix was of the careful type as well, he didn't rush into anything. He took his sweet time, also studying Ares' fighting style and attempting to figure out a weakness to abuse. With both parties using the smart approach, Ammoniusare's prediction seemed more likely to occur as more than a year had gone by, and no progress seemed to be made. The only progress was them getting nearer and nearer to the edge of the great nothingness. Even when the great nothingness was immense, it was traversed by thousands of light years each blink, each teleport. "Any new moves?" Ares chuckled while placing his polearm above his shoulder. He seemed to be quite enjoying the battle. It was expected, as there was no one else who could give this much satisfaction in a fight. As for the three rulers, he already knew that his chances were pretty slim in beating them. "I am not done in showing half of them," Felix replied calmly. He returned the Scythe back to his ring. When everyone expected that he would pull out a new divine weapon, Felix cracked his knuckles together. Then, He began to channel the destructive laws that govern the universe into his arms and legs. Radiation, chaos, evil, void, plasma, lightning, dark energy, vibration, and antimatter. All converged within him, each force a storm of unimaginable power. Crackle. His right arm crackled with the combustible energy of plasma and lightning, bolts of pure electricity arcing around his form. His left arm throbbed with the sinister glow of chaos and evil, tendrils of dark power squirming and coiling around it. Antimatter flickered in and out of existence, its destructive potential barely contained, while radiation seeped out in waves, distorting the space around it. The combination of these forces turned his arms and legs into a vortex of pure, cosmic destructive might. "Oh ho ho, that looks quite dangerous." Ares spoke composedly, but his eyes couldn't hide a hint of distress in them from Felix. Although he trusted his infinity barrier, he also had never seen a Unijin with two raging fists packed with destructive forces of the cosmos. But he wasn't to fear a confrontation. "Let me put on my infinity gauntlet." He placed his polearm to the side and coated his fists with an infinite energy aura, planning on taking Felix's fists head-on. He also coated his legs just in case. Then, Felix and Ares squared off like two hooligans in an alley, one entering a boxing stance with his fists protecting his face, while the other choosing a peculiar martial arts stance. Ares had one palm high above his head while the other as low as possible. Then, he moved them in a circle, seemingly manifesting a samsara circle. Before the tenants could even comment, the two titans lunged at each other simultaneously. Ares led with a powerful right hook, his fist glowing with the might of the infinity gauntlet. Felix met the blow with his own. The collision sent shockwaves rippling through the void. Though, this time, the void had a few sparks of light here and there at the far distance. But neither Felix nor Ares seemed to care. Ares swiftly followed by a roundhouse kick, his leg turning into a blur as it arced towards Felix's head. Felix ducked low and spun on his heel before delivering a counterkick, his foot releasing a dragon made out of plasma, electricity, and antimatter. Boom! Ares blocked the strike with his forearm, the infinity gauntlet absorbing the dragon's energy and dispersing it harmlessly into the void. Unfazed, Felix unleashed a rapid series of punches, each blow infused with a different destructive force. His fists appeared as shadowy figures as they struck out, one punch radiating antimatter, the next dark energy, and the following chaos. When merged, a powerful explosion emerged the moment Ares parried the strikes. Alas, his infinity gauntlets merely glowed brighter with each deflection. Still, none of them seemed to have any interest in halting their confrontation. They went even harder on each other, causing their movements to become a blur, and making it impossible for the tenants to see them. Damn it! At least before they were stopping for some moments, Thor cursed as he threw his wine jar, feeling like an ant daring to pry into a god's battle. How unfortunate! Such a magnificent battle, yet only two can appreciate it. Fenrir sighed. "How about you, Nimmo? Can you see their movements?" Candace inquired with a hopeful tone. "Sorry, Auntie, but they are just too fast." Nimmo apologized, but his eyes seemed to sparkle in excitement and pride. He might be considered a weaker version of a Unijin, but Felix and Ares were at the very peak of Unijin powers. The only ones capable of watching them and understanding what was going on were Eris and Apollo. They looked like to be quite enjoying the spectacle. Yet they could never be enjoying it as much as Felix and Ares. Both of them had widening grins on their faces the more blows they continued to trade with each other, feeling like two children battling it out without any consequences. It was almost impossible to find this kind of matchup in their social status. The battles always ended instantly for one side. Of course, the limitation played a huge part in setting up this perfect matchup, but still, there was no Unijin crazy enough to sign such a contract. In other words, this battle might happen only once in a lifetime. Boom! With a final, titanic clash, Felix and Ares delivered a simultaneous punch, their knuckles colliding with a force that shook the very fabric of the universe. The great nothingness was momentarily filled with a blinding light, the energy of their combined powers creating a tempestuous explosion. Unbeknownst to them, the explosion's main force traveled to the nearest galaxy as their battle had taken them far too close to the edge of the great void. But none of them looked like to care. The moment the light faded away, Felix and Ares stood facing each other with their chests heaving with exertion and pleased grins reaching their ears. Even Felix was enjoying the battle more than he anticipated, as he was seldom driven to use the bulk of his laws in a single fight. "Are you yet confident in your ability to defeat me?" Ares laughed while cracking his neck. "I am just getting started," Felix replied with a confident smirk. But deep down, he genuinely had no fucking clue how to end this battle in his favor. Meanwhile, in the Grand Chamber of the SG Alliance Council, the atmosphere was tense and charged with urgency. The council hall, which was usually a place of calm deliberation, was now buzzing with a sense of impending crisis. The 10 rulers of the Scalliant's most authoritative races in the universe had been summoned urgently by Queen AI out of nowhere. It was for a good reason. "Thank you all for assembling so swiftly," Queen Allura said solemnly. "We face an unprecedented emergency." With a wave of her hand, the holographic display activated, projecting a detailed map of the universe. At the heart of the projection was the Gateway Galaxy, a crucial nexus of interstellar travel and commerce between the Scalliant's main territory and subsidiary territory on the other side of the Great Nothingness. This galaxy was called a different name during the reign of the demons, but after the SG Alliance took hold of it, they gave it a fitting name for its grand purpose. Because it was considered the link connecting the territories, it was populated to the brim due to its successful economic status. "We heard, too. An abnormal cosmic storm seems to be fast approaching the Gateway Galaxy at the speed of light," Emperor Local added while scanning the faces of the gathered rulers with a serious look. "This storm is unlike anything we have ever encountered. Its kinetic energy is off the charts, and its path is devastatingly clear." The holographic display zoomed in on the Gateway Galaxy, highlighting the storm's trajectory. It was a chaotic turbulence of energy moving inevitably toward the galaxy, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Based on Queen AI's readings, this cosmic storm is going to turn the entire galaxy into dust and carry on its trajectory for millions of light years. Elder Dragon White said, not a hint of joy in his voice. The Gateway Galaxy is merely the start of its destructive journey. "This is bad. We have to find a way to stop it," Olivia exclaimed with a concerned tone. "Trillions of lives are at stake here. We must put a stop to it." After Noah took off on his mission to rescue his sister, he left his representative chair empty. While Olivia refused many times to take on his responsibility of representing the entire human race, she realized that if she didn't do it, all of Felix's hard work would go to waste. Thus, even when this role didn't suit her character at all, she stepped up to hold on to the torch, at least until Noah returned. This job seemed to have helped her mature more than anything else. While she was still as short as ever, she had lost her innocent and baby face. She could be said to have become a true leader, worthy of leading the human race and fighting for their benefits in the Alliance. "It's not so simple, Madame Olivia." The Hive Empress Scarlet shook her head and said with her usual gentle tone, "This kind of storm can't be stopped even by primogenitors. It had the strength to erase galaxies without any resistance. How do you suggest we stop a storm stretching for millions of light years?" Olivia could only bite her lips and remain silent, finding no reasonable solution. "How much time do we have before the storm reaches the Gateway Galaxy?" King Mahit inquired calmly. As the Watcher's king and the current strongest entity in the SG Alliance, he was considered the first ruler, and his opinion/authority was highly respected across the board. "At its current speed," Queen AI replied monotonously, "the storm will make contact in less than a year." "Less than a year," Queen Aluna murmured. "I believe it's enough time to evacuate the Gateway Galaxy before impact." Evacuating an entire galaxy in a year? This is crazy work. Emperor Local of the Dwarven Empire couldn't help but smile wryly at such an insane decision. "We have no other choice," Elder Dragon White added. "We should count our lucky stars. The storm is heading to the other side of the void. When he mentioned this, most of the rulers felt chills course down their spine. They realized that he was right. If the cosmic turbulence was to be heading into the main territory, it might take down even their own galaxies. This was no different than a cosmic apocalypse. A storm of this magnitude, what could have caused it? The spaceworm High Chieftain changed the subject by asking the right question. Our initial scans indicate that the storm's origin lies in the Great Nothingness. Queen AI answered. The Great Nothingness, it's called this for a reason. Emperor Local tilted his head in puzzlement. How can such a storm be born out of nothingness? We don't have time for such speculations. Empress Emily uttered expressionlessly. We need a coordinated response. Evacuation of the Gateway Galaxy must begin immediately, and we must deploy our strongest defenses to study and slow down the storm. Of course, we need to send scouts to the Great Nothingness. Elder Dragon White stressed. If we don't learn the origin, there is a risk of this happening again. Realizing that time was tight, the 10 leaders began to strategize and coordinate their efforts under the holographic display of the cosmic storm, a harbinger of destruction drawing closer and closer. As Olivia looked at it one last time, an image of Felix couldn't help but surface in her mind. What would he do if he was here? Olivia smiled bitterly. I am sure he will find a way to block it no matter how impossible it seemed. One could only wonder what her reaction would be if she were to find out that Felix was responsible for the cosmic storm. It appeared like she was going to find out sooner than anticipated, as the Alliance's scouts had already made their way to the depths of the Great Nothingness. They were a squad made out of battle spaceworms, allowing them to arrive at their desired destination almost instantly. The moment they bypassed the traveling cosmic turbulence and set their advanced radars, they connected up to Queen AI's overpowering spiritual senses. Do I allow them to witness this or not? Loki massaged his chin playfully for a moment before showing a wicked smirk. Why not? It's about time they witness what true godhood looks like. As the true owner of Queen AI, he was in full control of what he wanted to show to the 10 rulers. So, he allowed Queen AI's senses to reach the battlefield and share the horrifying sight with the 10 rulers. The moment everyone's eyes focused on the holographic display and saw Felix and Ares standing in front of each other, their souls almost escaped from their throats from dread. All of them were visibly shaken to the core, like their minds couldn't fathom or comprehend the scene before them. Emperor Local's voice faltered as he tried to speak. By the stars! Their sizes! How? Even King Mahit, who was always composed, was utterly stunned. They're as large as galaxies. The sheer scale of their existence. It's incomprehensible. How can such beings exist? Are those gods? Their power must be beyond anything we've ever imagined. Spaceworm High Chieftain could only whisper with a pale face. No wonder. If they unleash their full strength, the collateral damage could ripple through the cosmos. Elder Dragon White remarked with a solemn tone. Before the rest could add their input on the matter, both entities suddenly turned to gaze in their direction. Their indifferent peculiar eyes were as bright as stars. All of them felt chills course down their spine while their heads were automatically lowered, like the idea of staring at those two gods was blasphemous. However, the feeling left as rapidly as it came, making them raise their heads again. The rulers were surprised to find out that the screen showed nothing but darkness. Their emotions went from fear, shock, and surprise to worry, stress, and pressure. Huh? Where did they go? Quickly, order the scouts to find them. We must not let such dangerous, powerful beings leave our sight. Otherwise, we won't even know how we went extinct. While everyone was scrambling to relocate the two deities, feeling like their worlds were turned upside down, Olivia was still affixed in her place, staring at the black screen. She couldn't help but murmur with widened eyes, Felix! Felix's appearance might have changed drastically after his ascension, but for those very close to him, they would always recognize him regardless of whether he was within a crowd, smaller than an atom, or bigger than a galaxy. Unfortunately, she wasn't given time to confirm her assumption. Meanwhile, back in the center of the battlefield, Felix and Ares glanced at each other and shook their heads. It seems like we have strayed a bit far from the center. Ares chuckled. Give me a moment. Felix lifted a finger in front of his face as he closed his eyes, releasing his senses far and wide. Then, he immediately picked up on the rushing cosmic storm toward the Gateway Galaxy, making him realize that it was the reason they attracted the Alliance's attention. Having no interest in making citizens of an entire galaxy homeless, he waved his hand and manifested a long void rift until it stretched as long as the shockwave itself. The terrifying shockwave was consumed instantly by the void rift, leaving nothing behind. Felix closed his fist and the rift followed along. Looks like you still have a soft spot for mortals. Ares shook his head while clicking his tongue. Tisk, tisk, tisk. This is going to cost you dearly against the three rulers. You're wrong, Felix replied indifferently. I have no interest in going out of my way to help them. If the three rulers were to use them, I wouldn't care less. Felix had no problem with helping them out with such simple matters, but if it was going to affect him negatively, he would never interfere. He knew that he was no hero to protect those weaker than him. Neither was he a villain that killed anyone wantonly. He simply prioritized himself and wants above all. We will see about that. Ares rolled his polearm once and asked with a faint cold smirk, Do you have any new moves? Felix went silent, staring into Ares' unchanging eyes. He realized that it was nearly impossible to destroy Ares' infinity barrier without abusing his laws, using his celestial black flames. For any other Unijin, Felix's attacks would be more than enough to take him down 100 times over by now. But Ares was a different breed. Although he was using just infinity laws, he was the only Unijin in a permanent true law embodiment form. In other words, his law's authority always superseded everyone's laws. This battle would end differently if I entered my true embodiment state. Felix frowned. But I doubt one is enough against him. There was a reason Unijins entered a true embodiment state only for one law at each time. The transformation took over their entire personality, making them incapable of using any other law besides the one they embodied. Just like when Eris entered her true chaotic embodiment state. She couldn't do the same with both laws at once as it went against the universe's logic. Hell, even Ares could only have one true embodiment state active, and it was obvious that he kept infinity embodiment. After all, true finality embodiment would do nothing but drive him to his ending faster. If I am going to absolutely dominate him and give him no chance of fighting back, I must enter a true embodiment of all of my laws at once. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. I have to become a Unijin overlord for real. I have it covered. Just buy some time and keep him occupied. Suddenly, Felix received a message from his celestial form at the depth of the quantum realm. Since they were separated, both of them were considered two individuals with their own thinking processes, and the only way for Felix to gain control was to keep switching his focus from one to another. It seemed like his celestial form wasn't wasting time doing nothing down there. All right, make it work. Felix nodded calmly and prepared for the third and most likely last round between him and Ares. I have plenty of divine weapons in my possession, but all of them are useless, Felix uttered while channeling the boundless energies of the void into the creation of a weapon of unparalleled scale and power. A trusted partner that was always on his side. A weapon that he used at almost all stages of his life, and it rarely failed him. Sometimes one should revisit old roots. He murmured as he gazed at the void around him, which commenced to condense into a colossal structure. Is that a rifle? When it was completed, even Ares was slightly surprised at the massive void rifle, stretching thousands of solar systems in length. Its sleek and dark surface absorbed all light, exuding an aura of pure destructive force. Felix's eyes glowed with intense focus as he continued his work. He summoned the 7 draconic tails and directed them to coil around the massive rifle, causing their scales to reflect the cosmic energies produced from their battle. Yet he wasn't done. With a commanding gesture, Felix manifested thousands of electrical rings along the barrel of the rifle. Each ring buzzed with vibrant arcs of golden electricity and was lined up perfectly with one another, forming a continuous chain of raw power. He went on and infused the electrical arcs with gravitational pull and vibrational resonance, amplifying the pulling potential of the electrical arcs. Felix grasped the massive rifle and aimed the tip of the barrel straight at Ares. Then he ordered coldly, "Annihilation burst bullet." Two coiling dragons opened their maws and commenced to exhale a swirling vortex of void energy, while the other released a stream of antimatter. The two streams of energy twisted and intertwined, merging into a single sphere between the dragons' mouths. Felix watched intently as the annihilation burst bullet took shape, a small, dense orb of unimaginable destructive potential. After it was created, he placed it in the specially designed chamber of his colossal void rifle. Without an ounce of hesitation, he pulled the trigger, and the annihilation burst bullet shot forth from the barrel and had its speed accelerated to an unimaginable speed by the empowered electrical rings. Each ring doubled its speed until the bullet was faster than light itself. What a fascinating! Before Ares could even finish his sentence, he lowered his head and noticed the annihilation bullet digging at his infinity barrier with such great fervor, as it would never stop spinning until it penetrated it. But Felix realized better. Boom! The antimatter core detonated, creating a terrifying localized vacuum around Ares, pulling in surrounding matter and energy. This caused Ares to be caught momentarily in one place. Felix, preparing for this opportunity, manifested millions of void rifts across the battlefield, surrounding Ares from all sides. Almost instantaneously, Felix loaded his rifle with new types of bullets using different combinations of his laws. Inferno shard bullets, gamma vortex bullets, photon quakes bullets, nova blasts bullets, electromatter bullets, voidbreaker bullets, and the list goes on and on. Some bullets were crafted out of 3 laws while some out of 4. Yet, they all had a singular purpose, seeking to bring Ares to his knees. Boom! 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 The voidbreaker bullets were the first to launch, shooting like dark comets, aiming straight for Ares. Nova Blast's bullets were hot on their heels, glowing with the searing intensity of plasma, light, and fire. Next were electromatter darts, which were crackling with lightning and antimatter, joining the fray and adding to the storm of chaos descending upon Ares. Felix was using the void rifts as a means of travel, making it nearly impossible to predict their exact course. Ares slashed apart the localized vacuum and stayed in place, knowing that he could not evade those bullets in time. So be it. Unfazed and with a hint of exhilaration, he started swinging his divine pole arm akin to a graceful dancer. Slice! Slice, slice! He might not be able to see the bullets, but he was capable of feeling their trajectory and even slowing them down, using his finality laws. After all, objects in motion could only have 2 endings, either travel for infinity or stop eventually. In both scenarios, the laws of infinity/finality applied to them, which meant Ares still had complete control over the situation. Yet, he kept dancing all over the place, slicing apart each bullet with his eyes closed and a smile wider than a kid receiving a console on his birthday. Voidbreaker bullets created miniature black holes where they struck, Nova Blast's bullets left behind supernovas in their wake, and the electromatter bullets zipped past him, failing to paralyze him. Even when those bullets were flying at him from millions of directions through those void rifts, not a single bullet managed to hit his infinity barrier. Ares laughed, a sound that echoed through the void, seemingly enjoying the challenge. "Is that all you have, Paragon?" he taunted, dodging a particularly close Nova Blast. "You'll need more to bring me down." Felix narrowed his eyes as he increased his assault, causing millions of bullets to rain down upon Ares. Their very destructive powers created a symphony of multicolored chaos. As the relentless barrage continued, Ares' expression soon shifted from amusement to concentration. The sheer volume of bullets became way too overwhelming, their destructive force converging on him from all directions. He might have his infinity barrier, but he wasn't interested in getting bombarded. "How about I return the favor?" Ares suddenly smiled sinisterly. Samsara wheels. Around him, 6 massive transcendental wheels materialized, shining with an otherworldly light as they started to spin clockwise. The incoming bullets were all pulled into the wheels and started spinning within them, resembling balls inside a mouse wheel. It seemed like the wheels always had a place to harvest new bullets, as they had already gathered close to 1,000,000, but they were still hungry for more. This should be enough, Ares uttered with a faint smirk as he tapped his polearm on the back of each wheel. Then, under the stunned eyes of the watchers, the 6 wheels doubled in number once, twice, and kept doubling non-stop until a sea of samsara wheel duplicates engulfed the battlefield. Ares focused all of those wheels in the direction of Felix and gave out a single order: fire. All the bullets were launched and blazed with an ominous glow as they were infused with the infinity law, making Felix realize that his control over them was stolen. Although he commanded the laws making the bullets, the moment they were infused with infinity laws, which affected all laws in the universe, Ares' authority took over. Thus, Felix was forced to protect against his bullets, and he was having a difficult time pulling it off as they were enhanced to the limit. The samsara will help anything inside of it reach its maximum potential, whether it was a life form or an object. In other words, the rain of bullets was more potent than what Felix had released. Those laws. No wonder Ares is undefeated, Thor remarked with a solemn tone as he watched Felix rely on the laws of order and chaos to defend himself. He kept attempting to restore order by breaking apart the projectiles into their original forms while using chaotic laws to twist those origins entirely. Unfortunately, since they were infused with infinity laws, it was the same as trying to overstep Ares' authority. Thus, his attempts failed horribly and he was forced to evade as his life depended on it. This is bad. It's like Felix has given Ares the ammo he needed to fire his attacks, Fenrir remarked. It's expected. Ares' law's most overpowering aspect is their ability to attach themselves to all laws in the universe, Ares uttered calmly. With Ares' authority always superseding us, once he decides to steal our laws, it's pretty much over for us. Probably no one has ever pushed him to go this far. Jormungandr smiled wryly. Just his finality laws are enough to deal with anyone. Indeed, both laws were simply too overbearing. One represented infinity/life while the other represented finality/death. If no one could bypass Ares' finality/death laws, there was no point in using the other. The only reason this fight could happen was because Felix had what it took to deal with Ares' finality laws. If Felix wants to win this, he needs to up his authority. Ares narrowed her eyes. He must choose Lilith's laws as they are the only ones with a chance to counter his authority. Unbeknownst to them, Felix's celestial form was already on it. He was currently manipulating the very fabric of logic and reality, focusing on unraveling the constraints that bound Felix's form. He knew that it was possible to backstab Ares and mess with his reality at a very expensive cost, but he refrained from doing it. I can't allow the 3 rulers to find out about my capabilities to manipulate reality, Felix's celestial form uttered coldly. If he did to himself, then they had no way of finding out. But, if he changed Ares' reality or attempted to weaken him, they would immediately spot the irregularities. Also, he was interested in witnessing what a true embodiment of all his laws combined would look like, even if it was temporary. This should do it. With one final sentence removed, Felix reached out to his clone and shared, I have succeeded in removing the limits temporarily. You can go for it. Felix nodded with an icy gaze amidst the sea of explosions and spatial disturbances, flashing by them at the speed of light. With a deep breath, Felix focused inward and funneled the essence of every law he commanded into one state of perfect embodiment. Usually, this would be considered a suicide mission as it would create a destructive conflict of personas led by those laws. But not Felix, not anymore. His body began to glow as he tapped into every single law at his disposal. This created a colorful, brilliant sphere around him, protecting him from the incoming projectiles. Is he entering an embodiment state? Ares raised an eyebrow in confusion. How come it's different than us? Even the 3 rulers seemed quite puzzled with what was going on. Before they could begin to discuss it, the sphere broke into light particles and exposed Felix with an entirely different look. He had a long misty cape formed behind him, woven from the very fabric of the void, trailing endlessly into the darkness. His eyes turned into voids reflecting the vast emptiness of the universe, while his hair's color changed to dark purple, resembling an ocean of void energy. You chose true embodiment state of void? Ares was taken aback. How could you make such a mistake? He already predicted that Felix would be forced to enter a true embodiment state. In fact, he was egging him to go for it so he could go all out at last without his authority giving him an advantage. But he always assumed that Felix would choose 7 sins or even chaos/order embodiments, knowing that they were the only laws capable of making him sweat. Before anyone else could comment on this development, Felix raised his hands with a blank stare, like there was absolutely no thought behind his soulless eyes. Then he clapped once. His clap was silent and had no power behind it akin to a teacher clapping his hands to attract his students' attention. Yet, that single clap had instantly cleaned the entire battlefield from every single bullet and its aftermath. Tens of countless of destructive projectiles were devoured by the void realm and taken into the infinite expanse of nothingness. Even the countless samsara wheels were swallowed, leaving only Felix and Ares standing in front of each other. The only thing left behind was an eerily silence, like all of their alterations were nothing but a dream. The tenants were left stunned, realizing that Felix's void embodiment state had given him the authority to wield the void realm to its peak potential. Sure, infinity-infused abilities implied that Ares had control over them and should be technically immune to the void realm's interference. But once Felix became its embodiment, he was capable of wielding the realm's desire to consume and disintegrate anything it touched. Whether it was energy, spiritual, physical, or even a conceptual law, anything would get disintegrated, returning the universe back to its original state, pure void. Although Ares knew all of this, he still didn't seem scared or bothered. He merely shook his head with a disappointed sigh. "I am afraid it's not Inu." Before he could finish his sentence, Felix brought his fists together from top to bottom. Just like a reflective void mirror, 2 colossal fists of pure solidified void energy emerged from above and below Ares. They surged forward, aiming to shatter Ares into pieces with their knuckles connecting to him. Ares narrowed his eyes in concentration and expanded his infinity barrier, making it resemble a massive transparent sphere. Boom! Boom! Both fists made contact with the outer shells of the sphere and started giving it their absolute best to disintegrate it into nothingness. Alas, the fists appeared affixed in their place, causing mere ripples to appear on the sphere. Conflict of authority. Ares disclosed with a deep frown. "Huh!" Candace wondered. "What's that? How is it any different than what was happening before?" In her eyes, Ares' authority seemed unshakable even after Felix's transformation. All Unigens are capable of entering true embodiment state, but it's useless for the majority of them due to this very reason. Ares clarified. Before, if Felix used his void abilities, they would instantly fail regardless of their strength due to him not tapping into void embodiment. But now, his void abilities can actually start affecting infinity and seek to destroy it. Unfortunately, they have just entered the playing field. It doesn't mean that they have a shot to disintegrate the law of eternity. "I see." Candace's expression turned worried as she watched Felix intensifying his void-based attacks, but to no avail. His void abilities sought to disintegrate while Ares' barrier continued to recover infinity, making everyone understand that such a situation might last for eternity. The only difference is that Felix has restored his control of void laws from Ares, but it's still quite useless. Apollo shrugged. "I have no idea why he didn't choose." Apollo's words were left stuck in his throat at the sudden transformation of Felix's appearance. His hair, eyes, and even the misty cape behind him were turned crimson red. Yet, his expression drew the most attention as he seemed like he was on the verge of a barbaric episode. "If one isn't enough, then how about all of us?" Felix uttered. His voice was deep and rough, resembling a demon suppressing his fury. With a wave of a hand, the wrathful separation symbol manifested. Not once, not twice, but 17 times. They were situated at Felix's wings in a straight line. Before anyone could react, 17 clones emerged from those symbols, each one a unique representative of the law. There was a clone with white hair and square-like white pupils, exuding an aura of calm and control. At first glance, the tenants knew he was the embodiment of order. Another one was green-hued and had eyes flickering with jealousy, symbolizing the law of envy. One was surrounded by blue and white electrical sparkles, his electrified hair affixed upward akin to a lightning symbol. Right next, a shadowy clone, almost blending into the void, stood with eyes devoid of light. His twin clone stood on the other side of Felix, his brilliance almost hiding the clones next to him. Ares and the tenants had their eyes jump from one clone to another. Shock and disbelief were shared amongst them. Even the three rulers were staring at this development in silence, seemingly having nothing to add. All they could do was stare at the 17 clones, each symbolizing a major law, standing side by side with colorful misty robes flickering by the cosmic mist. Ha ha! Ha ha! You sure are full of surprises. Ares broke into maniacal laughter, seemingly welcoming this crazy thought of battling against 18 true embodiments. He didn't even bother to ask Felix how he pulled off such an impossible feat without abusing his laws. He simply smirked cockily before uttering, "Since you brought out the full might of your arsenal, let's witness if it can withstand the genuine power of infinity, eternal fury." Ares' eyes glowed with an intense light as he raised his arms to the heavens. With a roar that shook the cosmos, his entire was ignited in a blinding aura of pure light. Behind the blinding light, Ares appeared to be standing inside a wheel that was spinning at its maximum capacity, draining every single type of energy from the cosmos. As it was doing this, his powers were being amplified to unimaginable levels, surpassing the limits imposed on him by the universe. His strength, speed, endurance, reaction speed, everything about him was being enhanced to unfathomable levels. How can this be? Isn't Unigens limited at 100 million BF? Don't tell me he broke past the limitations without needing to abuse his laws. The tenants were left dumbfounded at the sight of Ares' muscles bulging with the power of infinity. They didn't require to be near him to understand that his strength had far long surpassed 100 million and was nearing the infamous celestial 200 million BF. Why do you think Ares is believed to be the only Unijin with the possibility to defeat a ruler? Ares remarked with narrowed eyes. Sure, the chances are pretty slim, but he is still the only one with a viable chance. Infinity/finality. Without needing to abuse his laws, he can brute force the limitation imposed on Unigens. Lady Sphinx frowned. I can't imagine what can he do by abusing his laws. The universe punished Unigens only when abusing their laws, relying on them to achieve something impossible at the lowest possible difficulty. Just like what Felix did when he wished for the removal of the limitations on his strength, allowing him to far and beyond. Ares did the same as he shattered the limitations purely by doing three things: enhancing his strength, weakening his limitations with his finality laws, and finally empowering his will until he possessed the self-belief of having no limitations. With those three ingredients, he was capable of breaking past the universal barrier. Of course, it's a temporary power-up since those limits can't remain broken forever. Eris added as she watched Ares clench his fists, causing the aura around him to explode in a wave of devastating force. It was so overwhelming the void fists got obliterated instantly with their own void rifts. The real fun has just begun, Ares wished with a crazed grin. I hope you can keep up. Whoosh! With blinding speed, Ares launched himself at Felix and his clones. The moment he reappeared, he left behind him the lust clone shattered into pink particles of light, deleting him in an instant with a mere punch. He emerged from the light with a devilish hungry grin, his pupils resembling two samsara wheels spinning in different directions. 1 down, 16 to go. He is strong. No, he is way too strong. Thor gulped a mouthful. How can he erase a clone with a single attack? Besides the insane empowerment, his attacks are infused with finality laws. Eris narrowed her eyes. Due to the massive strength difference, His attacks can end anyone he touches without relying on abusing his laws. The tenants understood that Ares relied on 10% of finality laws or even lower to take down his opponents. The bulk of the attack was his pure, overwhelming strength enhanced with infinity laws. Hence, unless Felix figured out a way to match up with his strength, his clones would have no shot against him. Plan A. Felix's order clone uttered calmly while extending his arm in the direction of Ares. Then, he tapped into one of his ultimate abilities, Celestial Harmony Field. This ability created a perfect harmonious field where only absolute order prevailed. Ares' current state was far from the norm, and if he were to step into the field's web, he would be forced to go against the universe's authority to restore his order. Whether he won or lost, his authority would be resisted greatly, and this would give a chance for the others to collapse on him. But first, they had to put him inside the field. The rest of the clones nodded with cold expressions and each popped off their own ultimate abilities, going all out from the start. The clone of Wrath went to intercept Ares while engulfed in a fierce, rampaging crimson aura. "You aren't the only one with the capabilities to exceed your limits, Ares," Wrath bellowed, his eyes blazing with rage as he collided with Ares, fist to fist. Boom! The impact sent destructive shockwaves across the void, forcing the clones to defend against them. Meanwhile, Wrath and Ares started trading blows, releasing waves of crimson and white auras all over. It seemed like Wrath's strikes grew stronger with each hit, his rage amplifying his strength to match his opponent regardless of the level of his strength. As the Wrath of the universe, the notion of another entity being stronger than him pissed him off more than anything. His anger was associated with strength, making him take on Ares even when he was nearing the 200 million BF mark. However, Ares matched his intensity, the samsara wheels in his eyes spinning faster, their energy feeding his brutal attacks. Good. Good. Keep them coming. Ares feinted to the left, then struck Wrath with a powerful uppercut, sending him reeling. Wrath recovered quickly, his crimson eyes narrowing as he gathered his energy for a final devastating punch, desiring to send him flying to the field of harmonies. Die! With a roar, he launched himself at Ares, his fist blazing with infernal fire birthed from his internal heat. Alas, while Wrath gave him an insane power-up, it also limited his thought process. Ares anticipated the move and sidestepped, watching Wrath's infernal arm going past his shoulder. With a sinister smile, Ares spun and delivered a crushing elbow to Wrath's chest. Yet, the worst was the pitch-black dot on the tip of his elbow, making everyone realize that if it made contact, Wrath was done for. Swap. Just as Wrath's fate seemed decided, Ares' elbow ended up making contact with a glowing sphere of chaotic energies. Then, boom! The sphere imploded at once, releasing potent chaotic energies capable of altering reality to its limitations. While it did nothing to the battlefield, the chaotic energies engulfed Ares, striking at his infinity barrier like no other attack. Each wave desired to change the very aspect of infinity, seemingly attempting to alter the structure of the barrier into something damageable. Now, seizing the opportunity, Felix's other clones launched a coordinated assault. The clone of fire erupted in blazing flames and unleashed a colossal wave of the hottest plasma, aiming to engulf Ares in a raging inferno. Meanwhile, the copy of Sloth moved sluggishly, gazing at Ares with drooped eyelids. He raised his hand and cast Eternal Stasis, an ability that could be used only after entering true embodiment. That's because it created a field of temporal suspension, freezing time itself within its radius. But Sloth had shaped the field to manifest into two massive gray arms behind Ares, trying to catch him alone, so the rest of the attacks wouldn't be affected. Seeing this, the rest of the clones launched their own offensive ultimate abilities, as Gluttony used the devouring abyss capable of devouring all matter and energy alike. The clone of Lightning released Stormbringer's Wrath, a barrage of potent lightning bolts with pinpoint accuracy, capable of striking the outer and internal body of Ares. The clone of Light and Darkness released two intertwining beams of searing light and dark matter. The copy of Radiation and Antimatter copied their attack and unleashed a gamma beam merged with an antimatter ray, creating a deadly attack capable of annihilating everything it touched. The rest of the clones didn't shy away from joining the barrage. Pride was the only one refusing to take part. He merely watched with crossed arms as Ares was besieged by an arsenal of ultimate abilities, strong enough to destroy thousands of galaxies by themselves. Yet, Ares didn't show an ounce of fear. His eyes spun faster and faster as he gazed at each incoming attack. The moment eye contact was made, the assaults seemed to have weakened immensely until there was barely 1% of their original potency. The eternal stasis arms became so small that they couldn't even catch Ares' clothes. The devouring abyss transformed from a gaping black maw into a small hole, serving no purpose on the battlefield. The two beams of light/darkness and radiation/antimatter had their concentration reduced until they resembled two invisible lines. The rest of the assaults suffered from the same result, having their entire force weakened to nothingness. When they finally arrived, Ares merely waved his hand once and blocked them with his overbearing aura. Then, he spun once and released a blade of infinity at the expanding field of harmonies. The blade sliced it right from the middle and tainted it with infinity poison, making everyone watch the field shrinking smaller until it was the size of a fist. The tenants were left stunned, having no idea how to react. They knew that Ares was powerful. They knew that he couldn't be underestimated. But this was just too much. Even Felix couldn't help but frown deeply, realizing that the battle wasn't going in his favor in the slightest. What Ares had just demonstrated could be considered a death sentence, as he showed everyone that he was capable of weakening all assaults or defenses purely with a stare. Just like he could use infinity laws to grow stronger, he could also weaken anything to its bare state. The worst part? This wasn't considered a canceling ability, since he was merely weakening them. Your embodiments are commendable, Paragon, Ares declared with a faint chilling smirk. Unfortunately for you, they cannot stand against the laws of infinity. Only two laws can do it, and they don't have a unijin to represent them. He added while pointing his divine polearm in Felix's direction. So, what's your next move? I do hope you have something else up your sleeve. Otherwise, Ares' eyes turned merciless as he tightened his hand on his divine polearm. He didn't need to add anything else for Felix and the others to comprehend that he planned to end this. Do your worst? Felix uttered coldly, his clones entering a defensive formation. His attacks might have failed to harm Ares, but he understood that his current strength had a time limit. He couldn't maintain his current powerful form forever since the limitation removal was temporary. He couldn't abuse his laws to increase the time or such. All I have to do is survive until his enhancements die out. Felix and his clones narrowed their eyes, each one already coming up with unique strategies to buy time. Alas, Ares wasn't foolish to enter his eternal fury state without being certain about his capabilities to end this battle right away. Wanna see a trick? Ares smiled wickedly. Before Felix could respond, Ares tapped into his forehead once, and then clones created out of infinity began to emerge from his body. At the start, they were nothing but humanoid auras. But, in no time, they transformed into a perfect clone of Ares, resembling him 100%. He stopped the instant he matched the number of Felix's clones. You see, I can also duplicate myself, Ares smiled. I can do it to infinity though, but 16 is enough to end this. Felix gazed at the clones silently, many thoughts roaming across his mind. He might be able to clone himself infinitely, but it requires abuse of laws. This must be his limit or close to the limit. Still, to fight 16 similar versions of Ares when he was barely able to harm one. Before Felix could finish his thought process, Ares and his clones made their move at once. Each clone chose a different target, turning this battle from 17v1 to 16v16. Because of this, each Felix's clone was left to fight for their lives without the support of their allies. Although the tenants weren't able to see even the blurs of their confrontations, they could already guess that Felix and his clones were getting their asses kicked. It's not looking good, Ares frowned. Ares is more terrifying than we have ever assumed. This is him giving it his all. Apollo clenched his jaw. We have crowned him as the strongest after showing us merely 20% of his strength. The only ones not that surprised by the results were the three rulers. They knew that Felix was extremely powerful, but he had removed two of his strongest weapons, abusing laws and celestial black flames. Unlike him, Ares could do well without them since his infinity law's authority was the highest of them all. It's not over yet, the first ruler said calmly. The sin of pride's authority is on a different aspect than the rest of the sins. True. He is the only one who seems comfortable fighting against Ares. Medusa nodded as she observed Pride resist all of Ares' attacks and put in some damaging counterattacks. The rest of the embodiments had their defenses and attacks weakened by Ares' infinitely poisonous energy, leaving them vulnerable to their deadly attacks. Some had already fallen, incapable of surviving the onslaught anymore. Pride was the only one holding steady as both sides were incapable of killing each other. It was understandable as the pride of the universe. He had the absolute self-belief that nothing could harm him, not even infinity or finality. At the same time, he was certain that the infinity barrier would fail before his attacks. With such beliefs, he was making Ares put in the real work to end him off. Still, Felix found himself pushed to the brink as he knew that it wouldn't be long before all of his embodiments got killed off, leaving only Pride. As much as he trusted in Pride's capabilities, he had no interest in getting ganged up by 16 monsters. As he said, there are only two laws capable of surpassing infinity/finality authority. Felix narrowed his eyes. They are none other than destruction and creation laws. Unfortunately, those two laws were the only ones without a unijin to represent them. Since they existed as elements, their lower version, everyone assumed that only the universe's consciousness could wield those two laws. They were the two most primal laws in the universe. Creation implied full control over all the laws while destruction implied the ability to destroy all laws. In other words, the unijin controlling them was a mere step from becoming the universe's consciousness. Thus, everyone believed that Asna was the closest one to being the unijin of destruction/creation, at least after her awakening. Even if Asna were to awaken now, she won't be able to help without getting me chained up. Felix squinted. I have to find my own way. Destruction, destruction, destruction. This single word kept repeating in Felix's mind as he kept trying his best to survive with his clones for as long as possible. The great nothingness was already filled with cosmic storms of all types of energies, and if this place wasn't chosen, God knows how many casualties would have been left behind. As Felix gazed at the mismatched and merged colorful auras on the battlefield, an idea struck him akin to a lightning bolt. That's it. Pride alone can't end the job. But if I can merge all of my embodiments and let Pride lead, I can merge my power into one unstoppable force. Leaping back to create distance between himself and Ares, Felix took a deep breath and closed his eyes, centering himself amidst the chaos of the battlefield. All of my laws hold immense destructive power, but together, under the leadership of Pride, there is a possibility of creating true destruction. Felix's idea with a sense of clarity washing over him. He understood that his celestial form had merely removed the limitation of entering multiple embodiment states at once. This was vastly different than merging all embodiments under one banner, one persona. After all, each true embodiment had its own authority, and it would be extremely difficult to make it lower its head willingly to another embodiment. But Pride was different. If there was one embodiment capable of pulling it off, it must be him, since he represented the pride of the universe. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix raised his arms and began to withdraw all his embodiments back to none other than his pride's form. What now? Ares was left intrigued as he observed Felix's pride persona create a golden barrier around himself. Since Ares was no longer in the mood for playing around, he had no plans to watch Felix carry on with his mysterious plan. He combined his attacks with his clones and struck the barrier with everything they had, wanting to shatter it at once. Unfortunately, the barrier was crafted out of Pride's self-belief of invincibility and tanked all of the attacks. However, a belief was still a mere belief. I won't be called the god of war if I let a mere belief falter me. Ares sneered coldly while picking up on his assault, trashing the barrier from every single direction. Meanwhile, within the golden barrier, Felix's mind delved inward, facing the tempestuous storm of his other embodiment's wills. He had to forcefully take control and merge them under his pride, and it wasn't an easy task in the slightest. You dare try to dominate me? You will burn in my fury, Wrath bellowed. Order cannot bind me. Yet you think you can. Chaos sneered mockingly. You will be consumed by your own hunger, Gluttony craved coldly. Why bother? It's all pointless. Sloth yawned. Each persona fought tooth and nail to keep itself alive and relevant under the tyranny of pride. You exist to serve my will. You must submit under my authority. Pride commanded coldly, his voice echoing within his mind. With a forceful exertion of his indomitable will, pride began to crush the rebellious energies. One by one, the embodiment's resistance faltered. Wrath's fury dimmed, chaos's freedom was shackled, envy's desire was quelled, greed's avarice was consumed, gluttony's hunger was sated, sloth's lethargy was overcome, fire's flames were extinguished, and light's brilliance was matched. The rest of the personas had their wills crushed too, allowing pride to gain control over their laws completely. Felix suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of power as he became one with all of his law's embodiments. His aura blazed brighter than ever before, while his golden appearance emitted an aura of an emperor, of a god, of an overlord. As the barrier dissipated, Felix emerged, his pools of liquid gold reflecting not a hint of fear or concern as he faced the 16 clones of Ares. This ends now, Ares. I will be the finality to your infinity, Felix declared, his majestic voice resonating with the combined force of all his laws. He extended his arm to the side and a maelstrom of energy formed above his palm, a chaotic blend of darkness, fire, lightning, radiation, antimatter, and the raw force of each embodiment. As the energies merged, they began to take the shape of a massive dark red blade. It seemed like it was there, but at the same time it was not. Its very existence signaled an abnormality in the universe, as by simply existing, it continued to tear through the fabric of reality itself. This wasn't all. Spatial rifts formed and closed in its wake. Space-time disturbances rippled outward, and trails of erasure marked its passage, eradicating anything it touched from existence. It was a sword of pure destruction. Felix grasped the hilt of the blade and pointed this masterpiece of annihilation at Ares, making him for the first time in his life feel his heart skip a beat in dread. Before he could react, nay, before anyone could react, Felix turned into a shadowy blur, and when he reappeared, he was standing behind a cloud of dark red mist. Yet, no one's eyes were on him as their thinned pupils were affixed to the cloud of dark mist, not being able to remove them from it. Their reaction was understandable, as this cloud of red mist used to be one of Ares' clones. Yet, it got annihilated instantly even under the protection of an infinity barrier. What the? Albeit delayed in their reaction, the tenants were left utterly stunned and bewildered at the current development, having no clue how to react. Under everyone's shocked eyes, Felix uttered indifferently, 1 down, 15 to go. Unlike Ares, Felix didn't give him a single chance to recover from the shock. He swung his blade at the closest clone, reducing it to a flicker of light before it vanished. Take cover! Only then did Ares and his clones wake up from their daze and try their best to protect themselves from the whirlwind of annihilation. Alas, Felix was just too much, as he was now capable of harnessing all the embodiments under one banner. In other words, he could increase his strength, speed, and other physical aspects to match Ares in a single body. With a sword capable of erasing anything it touched purely through destruction, Ares found himself incapable of doing anything. Shit! 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 Ares cursed as he watched his clones dropping by akin to flies. How can this be? How can he create a sort of destruction laws? Did he merge all of his destructive energies? Ares wasn't too certain about his assumption, as he knew that merging laws would create another law, but it shouldn't have its own authority. This applied to lower laws. Don't even mention a law that didn't even have its unigin. If it wasn't impossible for elements to have similar authority to laws, he would have assumed that Felix was using a destruction element. In other words, even if Felix was using a similar sword but created out of elemental energy, Ares would easily erase it with a wave of a hand. Alas, Ares wasn't given much time to keep thinking about this. It took Felix mere seconds to eliminate all clones of Ares, leaving him on his own. Felix appeared in front of him, leaving behind him a trail of pure destruction. He extended his sword in front and uttered calmly, "I don't want to slice apart your core. Admit defeat and hand it over." Ares went silent, gazing at the tip of the sword and feeling deep down within that his saga would be concluded the moment he got touched by it. He realized the inevitability of his end, understanding that the only way to survive was to run away. But he had signed a contract that forbade it. In the end, he let out a long exhale and lowered his hands in resignation. Then, he gave Felix a respectful and appreciative look. "I admit your power is absolute, Paragon. But before I concede defeat, may I know how?" "I merged all embodiments under one persona," Felix replied indifferently. "Since I own most of the laws with destructive capabilities, it's more than possible to create destruction law with its authority." "Ah, I see. Merging embodiments with their authorities can only result in the birth of a law with its authority too." Ares raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "It's like you are using destruction embodiment without being its unigin. More or less." Felix nodded. His explanation was heard by the tenants as well, making them understand that only Felix could pull this off in the entire universe. He possessed tens of laws and was very close to collecting all of them. He managed to enter all of their embodiments and unite them under one persona. Since creation and destruction were the ultimate rules in the universe and could be considered the origins of laws, any combination of a high quantity of laws would result in tapping into them. But to do it while having those laws at their peak potential? The result was clear. "I guess I can't have it any better." Ares laughed. "This is truly the best imaginable ending." Reaching into his chest, Ares pulled out his core. He held it out to Felix, the symbol of his power and existence. "My saga has concluded. Take my core and continue on your path. I am starting to believe that you might have what it takes to bring the three rulers down." Ares said with a satisfied smile. "Believe? You shouldn't believe in certainties." Felix reached out with his hand to catch the floating center and said with a cold tone, "The three rulers' rule is near its end. There is only one ruler in this universe, and that's me." "Ha ha ha. I kinda wish to see." "Huh?" Ares suddenly halted mid-laughter after noticing his center and soul turning vibrant golden against his will. When Felix observed this, his expression turned for the worse. "You!" Before he could finish his curse, Felix noticed the genuine shock and perplexity in Ares' eyes, making him realize that he had nothing to do with this. "Our reign is near its end?" Suddenly, Ammonius R.A. familiar merciless voice resounded in the area from the depth of Ares' soul. Out of nowhere, his majestic divine eagle-shaped face manifested in front of Felix. His eyes were as cold as a frozen lake. Ares and Felix were left startled for a brief moment before their expressions turned murderous. "Ammonius R.A., what have you done to me?" Ares uttered with a vicious look. He could feel that both his soul and core were in the process of self-implosion. A process he hadn't initiated at all. The worst part? He tried to cancel it, but to no avail. "You are a fool if you thought we would let you face the Paragon with your core at risk of being stolen." Ammonius R.A. sneered coldly. "We provided you with everything needed to defeat him, and yet you made the idiotic decision not to use them. Useless trash like you belongs in the dumpster. Now perish." The core and Ares' soul began to glow with a dangerous intensity, threatening to unleash a cataclysmic explosion. Felix's pupils thinned out as he sensed the impending disaster, knowing that he couldn't let Ares' core be destroyed like this. All of his endeavors would be thrown down the drain. To make matters worse, Ares' core would be reborn by the universe's heart just like Demeter's core. In other words, the three rulers would own 5 cores, making it more difficult to obtain them. I can't let this happen. Felix narrowed his gaze coldly as he summoned his celestial black flames. Then, he channeled them into the core, enveloping it in a cocoon of intense flames. The flames were absorbing none other than Ammonius Array's divine presence on the core. Felix knew that it would be nearly impossible to stop a Unigen's core from self-explosion when it was being affected by celestial powers. After all, he couldn't even abuse his laws and a make-wish when the core was being protected by Ammonius Array's divinity. Paragon. Ares slitted his eyes. I will assist you. He already knew that his life was pretty much done for, as he couldn't stop his soul implosion, and even if he succeeded, his core's destruction would spill the end of him. Hence, he was left with only one choice, and that was to direct his will and energy to stabilize the core from within. Meanwhile, Ammonius Array merely smirked with malicious glee. You think you can control it? How foolish. He intensified his endeavors to accelerate the core's implosion, causing the sphere's glow to grow more violent. Felix gritted his teeth, feeling the strain as he pushed more of his celestial black flames into the core. He held absolutely nothing back, causing the two forces to mix around each other and creating a mesmerizing scene. As the intensity of their power grew, each tried to outmatch the other. Ares realized that his core was going to implode against their endeavors. He switched his gaze to Felix and gave him a slight head nod. A faint smile painted across his determined visage. I leave it to you. Without saying anything, Ares closed his eyes and accelerated the explosion of his soul instead of fighting it. Ares! Felix was stunned at first, but swiftly, he figured out what Ares tried to achieve by actively extinguishing his soul. He hardened his expression and watched with unblinking gaze as Ares' soul exploded like a star, a cataclysmic supernova with the intensity of 1 billion suns. Felix extended his palm and used the devouring abyss of his gluttony embodiment, wanting to feast on all of the released energy. He is seeking to transform this energy into celestial black flames, Ares remarked, causing the tenants to cover their widened mouths in shock. They couldn't see a single thing amidst the heart of the explosion, but they were able to spot a massive whirlpool of energy getting sucked into Felix's massive devouring abyss. After the energy was consumed, it straightaway went through the process of deconstruction and came from the other palm as a new dose of celestial black flames. This helped Felix increase the intensity and quantity of celestial black flames in his struggle, unlike Ammonius Array. Ammonius Array had it even worse, as he didn't expect Ares to accelerate his soul explosion, causing him to get erased with him. After all, he had merged part of his soul with Ares' soul, not his core. Damn it! They have caught on quicker than expected. Ammonius Array cursed hatefully while watching the spectacle of Felix fighting against his remaining divinity. He was no longer in contact with the divinity, which meant he couldn't increase its strength. If it was up to him, he wouldn't have bothered to explode Ares' soul, knowing that he would be removed from it. But he knew that as much as his little merged wisp had control over Ares' decision, it couldn't stop him if he wanted to blow his soul or core. He could decide for Ares, but not resist the decision. Arg! Meanwhile, Felix grunted in difficulty, while his entire body was illuminated by the Stone of Reality's inscriptions, giving it their all to deconstruct the insane amount of energy. You can do it, Felix. Keep pushing, you've got this. The tenants kept cheering on Felix with looks of concern, knowing that it would suck terribly to lose Ares' core in such a fashion. Fortunately, Ares' sacrificial decision came at the perfect time. Ammonius Array's divinity tried its absolute best to resist the black flame's intense devouring power, but to no avail. Without a host to keep it fed, it ended up getting fully consumed, leaving Ares' core surrounded by a massive cocoon of celestial black flames. Felix immediately reached out with his hand and caught it. Then, he wished in his mind for the universe to halt the self-explosion. Without a symbol manifesting in the open, the wish was granted almost instantaneously after a faint glow of green light bathed the core. The radiant, intense light started to slowly fade away bit by bit until the core returned to its normal appearance. Felix tightened his grip on it and stopped the deconstruction process, knowing that he could always absorb this energy later on. There was nowhere for it to go in the great nothingness. Instead, he lifted his head and gazed above into the pitch darkness. His gaze were dark and devoid of warmth, pierced through the vast expanse of the great nothingness to fixate on the distant forms of the three rulers. For others, there was nothing at the other end. But, for Felix, he seemed to be truly staring at them. This was all he did, staring at them as the black flames dancing around him kept flickering ominously, reflecting the icy ferocity in his eyes. Then, with a tone that echoed like the final toll of a death knell, he spoke a promise that sent shivers through the void. "Enjoy your fleeting reign while you can. I am coming for you next, and there will be no one to save you." No one. Not expecting a response, Felix lowered his head and glanced at the released wild energies across the great nothingness. The battle might have ended, but the shockwaves and ripples released were still traveling at a great speed in every single direction. If left alone, they would reach the nearest galaxies, though they would take quite a long time. If it was just Pride Persona at the leadership, he wouldn't have given a crap about this. But, after Felix ascended to a celestial, his control over his emotions was at its perfection even when he was separated from his celestial form. That's why he was capable of keeping all personas in line and not letting them take over like what happened in his first attempt. It was like he mastered the true embodiment state through a cheat code unlike Ares, who was the only one considered to have truly mastered it. With a wave of his hand, he channeled his remaining power to clean the battlefield, absorbing and neutralizing the residual shockwaves and destructive forces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Eris and Apollo joined him, emerging from a chaotic portal. "Now that's what I call a battle." Apollo laughed while pulling out his divine lyre. "I have already created the perfect score for it." "Good work." Eris nodded with a solemn tone. "I am sure this was one of your hardest confrontations." "It was all right," Felix replied calmly as he turned away from the sight of his victory, leaving behind him a breathtaking canvas of colorful nebulas in the vast emptiness. "Let's head out. We have plenty of topics to discuss," Felix said while exiting the embodiment state, returning his appearance to normal. Then, he split out a clone and left the main body in the Void Realm to continue with farming celestial energy. As they left towards Kronos, continuing on their journey, they were discussing everything that occurred in the battle within his consciousness space. After all, many new and dangerous cards were revealed by the three rulers. When they were long gone, scouts from the SG Alliance patrolled the great nothingness, their sensors picking up unusual energy readings. As they approached the coordinates, they were met with an astonishing sight. The once empty void was now filled with a dazzling array of colorful gases, stretching across half the great void. "What in the seven skies?" Speechless, the scouts transmitted the images and data back to the Scallions Council. "I've never seen anything like it. This is extraordinary," Emperor Local murmured in a daze. "Such beauty, yet born from such destruction," Empress Scarlet remarked with a gentle tone. "I don't dare to imagine how the battle between those two deities ended. Indeed, the power needed to create this, it's beyond anything we've ever encountered," Elder Dragon White commentated, his eyes gleaming with great desire and reverence. As a dragon, he worshipped strength more than anything. To see with his own eyes the aftermath of two godly beings didn't just widen his perspective, but blew it out of proportion. "We truly need to investigate and find out more about them," Emperor Local said with a solemn tone. While the majority nodded in agreement, Olivia remained gazing at the mesmerizing canvas in silence. "I hope you are doing well, Felix," she wished to herself, seemingly convinced that Felix had a part in this. Unlike the rest of the rulers, she knew about Felix's mission to hunt down the three rulers in the Eternal Kingdom to save Asna. So, while she couldn't fathom what happened in the great nothingness, she was certain that only Felix was capable of causing such trouble. Now that she witnessed the scale of what Felix had to deal with, she realized at last that he had made the smart decision of leaving them behind. Soon, she changed her expression and joined the discussion, understanding that Felix's matters were no longer in her reach or perspective. It was best to focus on what she could do, and at this point, it was carrying from what Felix had built and helping the human race reach new horizons. Meanwhile, Felix and the tenants were still talking about the battle, mostly about the specialized divinities and the witchcraft done to Ares' soul. Specialized divinities? Can I also learn them? Felix knitted his eyebrows. They must be related to celestials and not exclusive to the three rulers. Ares nodded. It should be possible to create new specialized divinities based on your laws. The three rulers were already dominating everyone by just being masters of all elements. And now, with their ability to make divine abilities, their strength ceiling has risen much higher. I believe you shouldn't make a move against them until you master those so-called specialized divinities. Apollo warned while tuning in his lyre, preparing to play his new score to the tenants. The tenants nodded in agreement. They understood that Felix's current use of his celestial powers was too limited. He was relying heavily on the inner effects of the black/white celestial flames instead of tapping into their true potential. The three rulers had been around for far too long. They clearly had already reached the peak potential of using celestial energy. Ares has shown us a mere taste of them. Thor frowned. They were already too powerful. I can't imagine their true strength while wielded by the three rulers. Specialized divinities. Felix glanced at Lilith, who was chilling in peace near the pool, not bothering anyone. He had a feeling that she might have an idea about them, even though the three rulers had done their best to keep them hidden. After all, it was quite impressive to hide something from Ares. He wanted to ask her, but at the same time, he preferred keeping his distance from her as the day of her execution was getting closer and closer. Asna's soul was near completion with 97% already covered. Based on the incredible duration it took, the last 3% would take some while too. But still, there wasn't much time left, and he would rather not entertain Lilith before then. However, it seemed like Lilith had a different story. After picking up on his gaze, she lowered her sunglasses and bestowed him a faint, seductive smile. Then, she shared, I don't know much about specialized divinities, but I do know that the three rulers can do wicked things using them. I won't be surprised if what they did to Ares' soul was related to a specialized divinity. She added with a short yawn. The tenants were left staring at each other in silence and deep frowns. Each of them realized that if the three rulers could affect Ares' soul to such a degree with a mere divinity, then God knew what else they were hiding from them. Hold on a second. Felix suddenly tilted his head in deep thought. If the three rulers can modify and mess with Ares' soul to give them some control over him, then can't they? His gaze swiftly crossed past everyone as he switched his focus back to his celestial form and then immediately entered Asna's core. Lilith was still the solely resident in it, lying lazily on her magnificent throne. Felix ignored her existence and used every possible scanning ability at his disposal to inspect Asna's soul and core. But, just like the first time, he found nothing wrong with them. Both the core and Asna's soul seemed as pure as ever without anyone's interference. This should have been enough before to pacify Felix's heart, but after realizing that Ares failed to pick up on Ammonius Array's presence in his soul while he was alive, he understood that it might not be so simple. While I was delighted that my plan worked and Asna's soul exploded, I always had some misgivings. Felix narrowed his eyes as he kept scanning every inch of his beloved's heart/soul. How can the three rulers, with all their experiences and intelligence, not do anything and watch as Asna's soul explodes right under their eyes? Oh ho ho! Didn't it work because you made sure the explosion occurred faster than the rulers could react? Lilith played along with a faint smile. That's what I wished. That's what I hoped for. But deep down, I know this isn't a fairy tale, Felix stated coldly. It is never that easy, especially when dealing with ancient gods. Ah, if you say so. Lilith turned around and bestowed him a jovial, lazy look. Then, what do you think they did? I don't know, but I am sure it is related to specialized divinities. Felix sat cross-legged and stated coldly, I am not leaving here until I find something. If scanning abilities and normal celestial flames can't pick up on anything, then specialized divinities must be the answer. Felix said with a thoughtful expression. Knowing there was only one method to learn them, Felix didn't hesitate to make a wish from the universe to show him the way. The universe accepted the payment in celestial energy and fed Felix with all the required information to create his specialized divinities. Interesting, the creation process is split into 4 steps. Define the divinity's core, infusion of celestial energy and will, channeling and merging of laws/elements, and lastly, finalization and sealing with intent. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. It sure takes a great deal of effort to create them. Mind clarifying each step? Eris and Lady Sphinx requested simultaneously while sharpening their intent. I will do you one better. Felix switched his focus to his main celestial form in the void and prepared to demonstrate the creation of his first specialized divinity. The first step is to define the core of the divinity. In this case, I'm choosing lightning as the foundation, aligning it with the purpose of swift and devastating strikes. He extended his hand forward with his palm facing upward. Then, he manifested a small orb out of electricity. Next, I infused the core with a blend of my celestial energy and a fragment of my will. Felix continued while channeling his energy into the orb, causing the lightning to grow fiercer. Now, I channel and unite additional laws to enhance the divinity's capabilities if I desire. He clarified, I can still create a divinity using just one law, but if more laws were merged, the end product would be much more unique and potent. I see, what law will you choose? Eris asked. Let's go with antimatter. I am aiming to create a divinity that can strike with great destruction but at the speed of lightning. The tenants watched as the 2 chosen forces merged and combined inside the core. After the process was concluded, Felix concluded, last but not least, I seal the divinity with a promise of intent, binding it to my will. Felix closed his hand, and the orb vanished, absorbed back into his being. Now, I have prepared specialized divinity that can come to life the instant I pour celestial energy in its core. Oh, it's like preparing an ability beforehand, Thor remarked. Yes, Felix nodded. But, that's it. Candace tilted her head in confusion. She expected the process to be much more complicated to master. Yet, Felix seemed to be natural at this. It is complicated, but I am a celestial too. Felix smiled faintly. There isn't anything that's too difficult for me to learn. The tenants couldn't help but chuckle, realizing that he was right. At his current level, everything came naturally to him. Still, it will take a little while to master instant creation, he added while extending a finger into the dark void. Then, a brilliant milky white ray of electricity and antimatter was released into the distance. If he wasn't already in a dimension voided out of matter, the ray would have pierced through the spacetime like a piece of cloth. For now, let's focus on what's needed. Felix narrowed his eyes as he started thinking of creating a detection-based specialized divinity. He had already used a wish before to check if the 3 rulers had messed up with Asna's soul or not. But the result came back negative. Now that specialized divinities were involved, he knew that his greed laws might not have worked on them if the 3 rulers had them immune to laws. After all, only celestial powers could deal with celestial matters. While Felix's celestial form was working on creating the best detection specialized divinity, the 3 rulers were having their discussion on this exact subject. We have revealed our specialized divinities and ability to manipulate with a Unigen's soul during its recovery, Medusa uttered with a solemn tone. This isn't good. The boy is now a celestial. I am certain he will make a connection sooner or later. That's the risk we had to take, the first ruler uttered calmly, seemingly unaffected. The moment we geared Ares with specialized divinities, this was bound to happen whether he won or lost. If only he won and got us the cores, Ammoniusare sneered. The brat would have been weakened immensely, and we fasten our plan to break apart the universe's heart. Unlike them, Felix's connection to laws was based on his cores. Thus, if he lost that many cores at once, it would be the same as slicing off the wings of an eagle. Sure, he would still have his celestial flames, but would they be enough to deal with the 3 rulers and their ability to tap into all elements in the universe? There is less than 3% before Asna's soul recovers. Medusa squinted. I suggest we hasten the process. I am certain I can make her soul reach 100% in an instant. Do it. Obtaining her core will end this whole farce at once. Ammonius R.A. uttered coldly. Let's see if he will dare reject our orders then. Having Asna's soul was one thing, but possessing her core was another. They knew that Felix could strengthen his mind if they bothered to torture her soul, but he wouldn't ignore them if he realized that they planned to use her core to blow the universe's heart. They knew that the moment he stepped into the eternal kingdom, it would be the end of him. Medusa glanced at the first ruler, who stayed silent, awaiting his approval too. His divine eyes were affixed on the universe's heart, that tiny single white dot. She wasn't too worried about wasting their time, as they had manipulated the time in the dimension to flow according to the void Felix was hiding in. After such a massive time difference, a mere second was enough for an entire civilization to be born and die in the quantum realm. After a short while, the first ruler retracted his gaze and gave Medusa a head nod. It's time indeed. For all their knowledge and emotional restraint, the three rulers still felt a tingle of unease about the failure of their plan. They had followed the exact instructions of the tablet, and while it seemed vague most of the time, they still carried those instructions to heart. Now they were finally at the last lap, with only one hurdle in front of them. They weren't worried about the hurdle stopping them, but by their success coming back with nothing. After billions of years of preparation and hard work, if they still couldn't reach the other side, not even they could handle such a setback. As the gears were set in motion, Felix, Eris, and Apollo were seen entering the same deserted galaxy, where Felix had found Asna's core in the ruins. Of course, the galaxy might be the same, but the happenings were in a different timeline. In simpler terms, there might be the existence of the planet, but there was no Asna in it or the sealing hall. Thus, Felix merely paid a short visit to the ruins, and as expected, he found that Asna's imprisonment ground was nothing but an empty piece of land. Still, Felix couldn't help but reminisce as he picked up a handful of dirt. Scenes of his bloodline clan's spaceship landing on this exact planet, searching for any treasures within the ancient city's ruins, reflected in his mind. To think my new life started right here, but in a different timeline is just too ludicrous to envision. Felix smiled wryly while dusting his palms. The concept of frozen timelines is too complex even for us, Eris uttered calmly. The only one with a full understanding of it is Kronos. Kronos, huh? There are so many questions I want to ask him. Felix gazed at the distant stars. I hope he won't turn us back. I do too. Without delay, the three Unigens went through a chaotic portal, and when they reappeared, they found themselves right in front of the galaxy's supermassive black hole. This was the last known place of Kronos, but in a different timeline. Unlike Felix and Asna, he was still residing in the old main timeline that had become frozen now. In other words, they had to jump across timelines to reach him, though there was quite a big issue. No one could enter the other timelines without Kronos' approval. Just like Felix's domain was the void realm and Hades' domain was the spirit realm, Kronos ruled over the infinite frozen timelines, and not even the three rulers could gain access to them. Now what? Apollo asked while looking around him. Do we just wait here, or are you going to use a wish or something? Let's wait. If Kronos wants to meet us, he will allow us in. If no. Before Felix could finish his sentence, all three felt a sudden ripple of energy pulse from within the black hole. They glanced at each other for a moment, realizing that this was an unmistakable sign for them to enter the black hole. Well, it's best not to leave him waiting. Felix expanded his anti-gravity barrier on his partners and then took the lead, plunging himself into the devouring darkness of the black hole. Apollo and Eris swiftly followed along. While they were wearing anti-gravitational barriers, their journey was still not smooth. Time seemed to stretch and compress around them, warping their perception of reality, and making them feel as if they were being torn apart and reassembled in an infinite loop. Then suddenly they were through. The disorienting sensation stopped, and Felix, Apollo, and Eris found themselves emerging from another black hole. The moment they adjusted to the new environment, they were met with a disturbing sensation. The universe around them was strangely familiar, yet clearly different. The stars were the same, the black hole still loomed behind them, but the very fabric of reality felt wrong. Everything is really frozen in time. How peculiar! Apollo murmured in a daze as he drifted away from the event horizon. It's quite mysterious and eerie, Felix said. His senses spread across the entire galaxy, making him glimpse at the frozen stars, hung planets motionless in their orbits, and the cosmic debris suspended mid-collision. Yet, the freakiest sight was still the scene of life forms static in all sorts of positions and forms. His previous clanmates were one of them. Felix couldn't help but feel weirded out as he stared at his Bloodline's clan spaceship hovering above the ruined city, while tens of his clanmates were frozen during their search. When he zoomed closer and went under the city, his eyes reflected the golden amber gate and the little hole in the ground. He kept zooming in until he saw the soul explosion retracting across the entire ceiling hall. Kronos must have saved us right above now, Felix murmured to himself. You are correct. Suddenly, Kronos' deep voice resounded behind them, forcing them to turn around and gaze at his massive, thin eye. It was centered on the black hole, making it resemble the eye of the galaxy. Brother Chrono. Long time no see. Apollo immediately gave out a loud, comfortable laugh, like he was long-term buddies with Kronos. Kronos, how are you doing? Eris greeted politely. Same old, Kronos replied calmly and then turned his eye to Felix. Who would have thought that little human I rescued with Asna will make it this far in life? You. Felix's eyelids twitched. You are the only one who knows. Me? Kronos chuckled. You will be surprised by the few things I knew in life. Asna already told me. Felix frowned. Do you really erase your memories? Why so? Are you that desperate to run from the future? I don't know. I don't recall why I am avoiding seeing the future, Kronos replied, his voice calm, but there was a tint of grief in his voice. But I know this. The truth is damaging enough it will shatter your reality. Eris, Apollo, and Felix glanced at each other with solemn and curious expressions. To see an upper Unijin react this extreme over a piece of information could only mean that the truth wasn't for everyone to handle. Still, Felix had to make sure it didn't reflect what he already knew. Does it have a relation to me being the reincarnation of the universe's consciousness and how I was using the tablet to facilitate my rebirth? He asked. Although Felix wasn't certain about the last part, he still added it, thinking that Kronos might confirm it for them. Unfortunately, Kronos merely shook his thin pupil and said, As I told you, I remember nothing and I don't want to. Then, how about this? Felix suggested. Let me borrow your core. I will see for myself and you can still maintain your temporal/spatial powers. When I am thorough with the 3 rulers, I will return your core back. How bold! Asking me for my core in the first minute of our meeting. Kronos chuckled. But I like it this way. No need to beat around the bush. You might have removed your memories, but I know that you still peek into the near future. Felix said calmly. Might as well come clean from the get-go. In other words, Kronos could be said to already know everything that was about to happen in this meeting from A to Z. So, he might as well save everyone's time and get straight to the point. Unfortunately, as much as Kronos loved his straightforwardness, it didn't mean he was going to agree. My apologies, little celestial, but I can't hand you my core, at least not now. Kronos rejected calmly. I am just borrowing, you have my war. I don't care if it's giving or borrowing. This isn't the time. Kronos interrupted with a stern voice, making Felix realize that he had no plans of changing his decision. This bothered him quite a bit, but he kept his cool and asked politely, May I know why? You will know when you reach the universe's heart, Kronos said. His thin eye reversed to show a thin, bitter smile. Felix and his partners didn't cherish the smile in the slightest as it screamed ominosity. But they knew that Kronos wasn't going to delve deeper into the subject. You said not now. Felix inquired. May I ask when will you experience comfortable handing over your core? It's not about comfort, my little celestial. Kronos gazed into the distance as he shared. It's about the timing, and it's not it. When the time comes, you will find my core in your possession. By then, you will come to understand everything. This again. Why can't I just get the answers when I want? Felix sighed in frustration. He was already a celestial, and yet Kronos seemed hellbent on keeping the truth a mystery from him. You are already so close. I don't want to ruin your efforts. Kronos smiled painfully. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Yeah, I don't know about that. Felix wasn't convinced at all, as he had spent most of his life in the dark about many subjects. He always seemed to find the truth when it was too late. I hope you won't change your opinion later on. With those passing words, Kronos I faded into the black hole, leaving the trio to glance at each other in silence. Chrono? You here? Paulo called, but to no response. He left. How unfortunate. Eris sighed. We didn't even get to question him about the timelines. Let's leave. Felix turned around and went through the black hole, feeling like the trip was a waste of time. He came for Kronos' core and left with most of his questions unanswered. Although Kronos seemed to mean that his core would come under Felix's hands down in the future, Felix wasn't too pleased with it. He wanted Kronos' core as he understood it was going to help him immensely against the three rulers. Unfortunately, it didn't seem either Hades or Kronos were willing to take part in his conflict. As for resorting to violence, Felix had no interest in battling Kronos in his domain even when he understood that he was chained up to the limit. With his future foresight, it was nearly impossible to even catch him. Plus, the only reason he was chained up was because he had helped him and Asna survive death. Thanks for helping me and Asna. While he was upset, he left empty-handed. He didn't forget to show his appreciation. He truly meant it. Without Kronos' timely interference, there wouldn't be a story to tell. After Felix and his partners exited the frozen timeline, a faint murmur echoed across the eerie silence. Will he be the first one to succeed? I sure believe so. A short pause later. Time is running thin. Meanwhile, the moment Felix exited the frozen timeline, he wasn't given even a second to analyze what was discussed with Kronos. His pupils thinned murderously after finding out an emergency had broken in Asna's core. He swiftly changed his focus to his main celestial form and gazed at Asna's core, which was abruptly engulfed in a radiant celestial light. As the light intensified, Asna's soul began to recover at an astonishing rate, far beyond anything they had ever seen. What's going on? Candace exclaimed in concern. Is this Felix's doing? No, it's the three rulers making their move. Eris narrowed her eyes. They seem to have figured out that Felix must have found out about their plan and decided to speed up the process. This is bad. Asna's soul recovery is increasing at an insane speed. Thor frowned. It's already at 99%. Felix also knew that he was strapped for time, making him swiftly activate his newly crafted specialized detection divinity. As the detection divinity took hold, Felix's vision sharpened, focusing directly on Asna's core and bypassing any celestial covers. What he saw next sent a chill through him. A massive green serpentine figure was coiled tightly around Asna's core, its scales shining with a divine radiance. The snake's body was impossibly large and had its long razor-sharp fangs deeply embedded into the top of Asna's core. Instead of sucking out her essence, it was injecting great quantities of refined celestial energy. The sight was nightmarish, leaving the tenants to stare at the snake with horrified looks and faces paler than paper. What the hell is that? Candace breathed, her voice trembling. Was this snake here ever since blowing Asna's soul? Loki murmured, despair creeping into his tone. The notion of the snake lurking over them for years under their noses didn't sit well with any of them. They didn't even know if the snake saw and heard everything they were discussing. Meanwhile, Felix ruthlessly suppressed his emotions, knowing that now was not the time for weakness. He instantly transported above the snake's head and placed his palms right on its scalp. With a murderous look, he fired beams of concentrated celestial black flames, going all out to incinerate it. Alas, as the beams landed on the snake's head, a skin-tight holy golden barrier formed around the snake and ate the beams for lunch. Its surface kept rippling as it absorbed the impact of Felix's attack. Although Felix was going all out and tried his utmost to deconstruct the barrier, it still put out a decent fight. Damn it! By the time it dies out, Asna's soul would have already completed. Felix's expression hardened. Even when he was using his main celestial form, he was still struggling, making him realize that the three rulers' divine abilities weren't as easy to deconstruct as the Unigens using them. This was really the worst possible time to find out. Meanwhile, the three rulers were watching this situation from their elevated platforms, knowing that Felix could never kill the snake before Asna's soul restoration was completed. I won't kill it in time. A sense of despair started to wash over Felix as his eyes kept drifting from one place to another, seemingly working out all solutions in his mind, but nothing seemed good or fast enough. Asna's soul was already at 99.6%. In other words, almost nothing he came up with would be good enough. Try all you can, her fate is decided. Medusa smiled coldly. It's been a while since we saw despair in his face. Ammonius R.A. uttered, his voice laced with venomous delight. That's a look fitting him the most. Suddenly, Felix's expression turned frigid as he changed his focus from the snake to Asna's soul. If I can't kill the snake, I have no issues with ruining Asna's soul twice. The situation had escalated far beyond his initial expectations, making him realize that only such a grim decision could work, if not already too late. It was a desperate move, but Felix was prepared to do whatever it took to protect her from landing again in the three rulers' hands. Anything! Whoosh! Whoosh! The celestial black flames in his hands roared, ready to deliver one last attack. But, just as Felix was about to act, a soft, melodic voice interrupted him. Now, little cutie! Lilith's voice echoed through the core, carrying a faint yet knowing smile. She appeared beside him. Her presence was graceful and composed compared to her usual lazy playfulness. No need for such a dramatic solution. Allow me. Ha! Felix paused in confusion before instantly getting rid of it, realizing that Lilith might be trying to slow him down to give the snake a chance to finish her job. How could ever trust in Lilith's words after what she had done to him to gain access to Asna's core? However, this time Lilith seemed to be telling the truth. She extended her arm towards the snake and murmured softly, "Core flare cleansing." The moment the words left her mouth, a brilliant flare of light erupted from Asna's core instantly. The flare was so intense that it engulfed the entire core in a blinding milky light, making it possible for only a few to witness the next shocking happenings. The coiling snake, its protective barrier, and any other lingering foreign presence were instantly erased with an absolute finality that left no trace behind. After the blinding light died out, only Felix and Lilith were left standing in Asna's core. "See," Lilith said with a playful smile. "No need for such drastic measures. Sometimes, all it takes is a little finesse." Her words fell on deaf ears as no one managed to come up with a proper reaction. Whether it was Felix, the tenants, or even the three rulers, everyone was left stunned. How could they not? What Lilith had just used was a core-based defensive ability, which could be used by just the owner. Not even Felix could use them, since he wasn't considered the official owner of Asna's core. He could give it simple commands, but to use specific core-based abilities, he had to ascend with Asna's core and make it officially his own. But he never did and was keeping it as a mere placeholder, knowing that the moment Asna's soul recovered, her core would leave and empty a slot for him. That's why he was holding off Ares' ascension. But now, his thought process and all of his plans were completely thawed by a single move from Lilith. How? In the blink of an eye, Felix gained control over his emotions and gave a deathly stare at Lilith, fearing for the worse. Lilith always told him that if he were to attack her or try to force her out of Asna's core, she was going to make him regret his decision real fast. While he always thought she might be bluffing, he refused to risk it, having a tingling feeling that a manipulative witch like her must always have a plan. Now, it became clear that she wasn't bluffing in the slightest.